son-in-law is a...
I call to order the regular session of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, December 5th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Roll call, please.
Mayor Vaticius.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lunt.
Here.
Commissioner Eisner.
Here.
Commissioner Kulyas.
Here.
Commissioner Kulianis.
Here.
Okay, this evening's invocation will be given by Reverend Cody Bracy of New Spring Church. And if we can remain standing and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Let us pray. Gracious God, we come before you tonight and we thank you for allowing us to be here and also that you are here with us. Thank you for being a God of love who is with us in this very room. You never leave or forsake us. We thank you for making each one of us in this room, every citizen of the city. And we thank you for the responsibility you have given each one of us to be good stewards of your creation, to this city, and to love our neighbors as ourselves. I thank you tonight for these incredible servants, our mayor, our city manager, our city staff, and our city council members. We here tonight come as human beings, carrying burdens, carrying joy and hope, trusting that you alone can hold us all together in your love and peace. And so we also pray that you would be honored tonight through the decisions of this council. We pray that we all would have the eyes to see how our lives are all connected and how peace, your shalom, is kept and made when we listen and respond with love to those among us. We pray that your kingdom would come in Tarpon Springs as it is in heaven, your power working in each one of these servants. We pray for wisdom, for strength, for courage, and to do what is right for all citizens. May we put the interests of others above our own. May we act with love. May we be good neighbors. May we recognize your image in every person here. We thank you again for this council, our mayor, our city staff, our first responders, and all those who work to make this place we call home such a wonderful city. May we keep you close as you have kept us close this holiday season. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I've got a couple of things to go over before we start the agenda. One is we completed our third tree lighting here in Tarpon Springs over the weekend, and we are officially into the season of joy and peace with emphasis on peace. And I think that all starts with the commission this evening, and so I hope everybody remembers that, and I wish everybody a joyous holiday for those who are not going to be here by the end of the meeting. It's going to be a long meeting. Secondly, item 12 has been deferred. That's the appointment to the Firefighters Pension Board. And then also we have a request from Commissioner Eisner. He will be absent at the December 12th commission meeting, and he's requesting to be excused from that. He'll be on travel. May I have a motion and a second to that effect, please?
Motion to excuse.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Kulianis, you seconded it? Okay.
Sorry.
Roll call, unless there's some discussion.
Yes, I did want to mention that in my time when going to my vacation, Commissioner Eisner didn't approve it, but I'm not here to not approve it. We're not going to play those games, and so I would like for him to go on vacation. I will accept it today. Thank you.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis.
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas.
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt.
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes, thank you all. Okay. Let's go into public comments. Are there any public comments from anyone here in attendance? Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live at 802 Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Again, I'd like to make reference to the Pinellas County Home Rule Charter enacted in 1980. Section 2.04Q of Pinellas County Home Rule Charter mentions a transfer of county function and power making reference to existing and future interlocal agreements, which brings us to statute 163.01, which is known as the Interlocal Cooperation Act of 1969. In my opinion, statute 163.01 is being used to aid and abet and insurrect an internal foreign occupation and undertaking of government. Statute 163.01 gives rise to a foreign entity. It imposes foreign rulemaking, creating special law to include foreign law, creating a separate legal entity, creating special districts. Again, that district in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the U.S. Constitution, making reference to districts not exceeding 10 miles square, I believe is referenced in the Interlocal Cooperation Act of 1969 here in this special district of such. I believe that's where our internal foreign legal entity is attempting to create itself in the form of obviously a 14th Amendment water jurisdiction with a 10-mile square parameter. In statute 163.01, it provides for a method for levying taxes such as the non-ad valorem levy that I see on my property taxes from the county. It references in this statute the acquisition of both personal and real property by this separate foreign legal entity that's allowed to give rise to itself in this statute. I stand against such internal operations, and this separate foreign legal interlocal entity is tax-free, not required to pay taxes of any kind whatsoever at any time in the selling of property that it acquires through such eminent domain proceedings. I stand against such carpetbagging, and that this foreign entity is also exempt from laws, ordinances, and rules. I believe we have a conversation that needs to take place in regards to Chapter 163 of the Florida State Statutes, and I have some findings here that I'll submit to the board if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, are there any other public comments?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, Chief, City Clerk. Peter Lackas, 514 Ashland Avenue. First off, I'd like to say this past weekend, the boat parade was pretty cool. A lot of boats, really colorful, and I have to applaud the chamber, the city, and everybody involved in putting that on. I know it was pretty crazy down with the snow stuff and all the other things. I didn't even go down there, but you could hear them across the bayou, so I know everybody had a good time. So, a couple of things before I get to those. I'm going to read Psalm 26. It says of David. So when it says I in here, it's not me, but it's, in a sense, all of us. And look and see if any of this can be your testimony. Vindicate me, O Lord, for I have led a blameless life. I have trusted in the Lord without wavering. Test me, O Lord, and try me. Examine my heart and my mind. For your love is ever before me, and I walk continually in your truth. I do not sit with deceitful men, nor do I consort with hypocrites. I abhor the assembly of evildoers and refuse to sit with the wicked. I wash my hands in innocence, and I go about your altar, O Lord, proclaiming aloud your praise and telling all of your wonderful deeds. I love your house where you live, O Lord, the place where your glory dwells. Do not take away my soul along with the sinners, or my life with bloodthirsty men, in whose hands are wicked schemes, whose right hands are full of bribes. But I lead a blameless life. Redeem me and be merciful to me. My feet stand on level ground. In the great assembly, I will praise the Lord. Those are the words from Psalm 26. Now, a couple of housekeeping things. Traffic. Light sequences. The light at MLK and alternate 19 and alternate 19 in Mears were well before Mears was put through and all the additional traffic coming along MLK. An example is, it was never anticipated to have that much traffic heading westbound on Mears, so there's no left turn signal, but going eastbound, there is a left turn signal. So why not have 2 left turn signals clear that traffic? Also, same thing over at MLK and alternate 19, it's really weird. But if you go east or west and you want to cross alternate 19, after 9 p.m., there's a sensor there, and it will turn that light green within about 30 seconds to a minute, no more. 30 seconds, it's censored. So the timing there is such that it could be adjusted, but there again, that's an old light. There's no left turn going eastbound on MLK to get north on alternate 19. The traffic signal is timed that when someone gets on the left turn lane on the westbound side of MLK, it will trigger the lights. They get the arrow in the light and the side on this side. So again, all it needs is 2 left turns at the same sequencing to start clearing the traffic out, especially in the afternoon when the school buses come and the traffic's back past, what's that, Morgan? No, Banana, yeah, by the Sisler Field. So those are my housekeeping aspects, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. I think those are all FDOT, and I'm sure that go ahead, Chief.
Yes, we're very aware of that. We've been trying to work with the state on getting those left-hand turn arrows there and Dodecanese as well, but they are maintained by the state, and also the signal shop down at the county will do that. But we'll look, I'll have Officer Boone, Corporal Boone work with the county on the signalization.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Katie Taylor, 1991 Douglas Lane, Tarpon Springs. I wanted to take a moment to say thank you to each and every one of you gentlemen for coming out to Dorset Park for the Christmas tree lighting. Yeah. It was recognized, and we really appreciate it. And thank you, Mayor, for saying it's going to be an annual event. The kids really enjoyed it, and people did recognize each and one of y'all being out there to support that. So please continue to support Dorset Park and support the Arbor Day event that's coming up. Thank you.
It was a very nice event. Thank you. Are there any other public comments from anyone here in the audience? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Jacobs, just to confirm, we have nothing for public comments, emails.
That's correct. We have,
Okay.
it's for an item.
All right. Let's go to the consent agenda. We've got items 1 through 5. I know the city manager has asked to pull 2A, which is the first Friday, and he's got some comments, I guess, to make on those. So item 1 is attorney's fees, Johnson Jackson PLC invoice 11821, special events, first Friday. B, second Saturday. C, the Garden Club Arbor Day event. Item 3 is award file number 240036, single source purchase of Chevrolet GM original manufacturer parts and services. Item 4 is renew file 190115, equipment rental and related products and services. Item 5 is renew file number 210212, hydrant valve installation, maintenance, and repair services. Does any commissioner wish to pull any of those 5 items? Okay, may I have a motion to approve items 1, 2, B, and C, and item 3, 4, and 5?
So moved. Second.
Roll call, please. Hold on. Is there any public comments on any of those items? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone would like to comment on these items, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, City Manager, of course, item 2A.
Yes, the only thing I wanted to note in that is that there's a request to add a portion of Court Street as needed for overflow vendors. And we have not completed the logistics of that with the police and public works completely yet. So 1 or 2 things, you can approve it conditional upon working out those arrangements. Or if you want, you can approve it all, but the Court Street, and we could bring that back to you when we have that finalized. Either way, everything's fine to approve in there. We still have to do some things related to if there's overflow and closing court. So however you want to do it, the rest of the event, everything is fine.
Okay, let me go to public comments. Are there any public comments on any of those items? Not any items, the specific one that the city manager was talking about, the special events. Okay, Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Thank you. City Commission, any commissioner have any thoughts or comments on the approach that city manager? I think just leave it up to the city manager for his own judgment once we get, that's one of the options, is that right? Rather than bringing it back, but it's up to
I'm
fine. Is that fine with you?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Is there any other
Fine with that.
comments?
I don't see any reason to bring it back.
Anything else from any of the commissioners? Okay. May I have a motion to that effect where we would approve these conditioned on giving the city manager the authority to make the adjustment with the use of Court Street once the staff gets done with their work on that?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. If there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, that it completes the consent agenda. Move on to the special consent agenda. Item 6, amendment to city manager contract, including retirement date and terms. This is Vice Mayor Lunt's item. I'm going to ask you to start this off, Vice Mayor Lunt.
Thanks. I'm going to preface this with some comments. When we approached hiring a city manager earlier this year, it was pretty evident that there was considerable concerns, both from the residents and the board regarding the entire process. One of the important parts of this process had almost been entirely left out. And that was a delineated, respectful departure for Mr. Licouris. After his 34 years of service?
46, 45.
Wow, okay. I'm sorry,
That's okay.
anyway, a long period of service to Tarpon Springs. So basically, what you see before you is my attempt to resolve that one issue. So when the time comes to readdress the hiring of a new city manager, the board can focus on that specifically without concerns regarding Mr. Licouris' departure. And rather than leave this to just more discussion, I, in conjunction with Mr. Licouris and our labor attorney, decided to approach this with a simple amendment to his contract. It's important to note that the contract amendment has the full support of Mr. Licouris. Now, what this contract amendment changes, I know you've all probably looked at it, or some of you have anyway. But what it does, it provides a date certain. In other words, a specific date of January 2nd, 2025 for Mr. LaCourse to depart, retire, however you want to term it. It recognizes that the city intends to hire a new city manager, and it allows Mr. LaCourse the ability to help the city in that transition period when we hire a new city manager and he's trying to get on board and he's trying to, swallow the elephant one bite at a time. To allow him to get familiar with the ins and outs of managing Tarpon Springs government. I wanted to make sure that you know it notably does not alter the at-will provisions of his contract. In other words, he can quit at any time, he can be fired at any time with or without cause. Those terms don't change up until January 2nd, 2025, when he will retire. So that's basically what this amendment to his contract does. It's very simple. It's only a couple of clauses within the whole contract.
Okay. I talked to the city manager, and he's fine with it, and I'm fine with it. We just had that conversation. Just to add a couple of things. One, I don't know if you mentioned it, but the contract has a specific termination date of January 2nd, right? And I asked you about that, city manager. Do you want to explain that? Or let me just say that this contract, unlike the contract that's in place right now without any kind of an end date, this one provides one. So I asked the question of the city manager, what does this mean if we don't find a city manager by, I think it's January 2nd?
Yes.
Basically, the contract expires and we'd have to do a new contract. Is that right, Ms. Kardash?
Yes, that would be accurate. You would have to do another amendment to the contract to extend the term.
Okay. And then if there's if a candidate comes forward for whatever methodology, that process that we use, that'll be determined in the future, and that individual's hired prior to January 2nd, there's a provision in there that still accommodates the terms of the contract for you and what your needs are. Is that?
Yes,
okay?
That's correct.
I just wanted to add those two to that comment. Let me continue on. I'm fine with it. Is there, and first of all, besides that, I wanted to thank Vice Mayor Lunt for taking the initiative on this thing. I think it's a fair way to do it, and certainly I'm hoping it kind of keeps the calm and the word peace again in this measure. So let me go to the other commissioners by seniority. Commissioner Eisner, do you have anything?
I just need, excuse me, I need some clarification because in our last search for a city manager, unless the city manager that's applying is unemployed, we cannot get a certified city manager to take the place of a in-place city manager.
Can I address that?
No, please. It's your item. You've done your homework on it. So
what the contract does is it moves, when we hire a new city manager, it moves Mark's position into a transitional city manager. So he's no longer the city manager, he's a transitional city manager, which is a different title, and we should be fine with the new city manager taking over full responsibility.
So let me further the question then. When we do an application, is it okay for a person to apply? Because a lot of times it could be in a person who's applying from a present job as is now. I know in the certification, they're not allowed to apply for, so I don't, bottom line is I don't want to have a situation where we can't have a good pool to choose from of accredited city managers. So if that's the only thing I want to find out.
It should, I had discussions with the labor attorney about this. It shouldn't really have that effect. What the overall intention here is if we bring in a new city manager, he's going to be, welcome to Tarpon Springs. Mark's job at that time will be to assist him, to let him know what's going on, how things have worked here, et cetera, basically just to get him oriented.
Well, I follow that. It's just whether they're allowed to apply for that position or not. That's my...
Oh, yes, sure they should be.
Okay,
Yeah,
I know they weren't able to before.
and that's why Ms. Jackson wrote it that way, because in essence, as a city manager, I leave that job if someone's brought in July 1st. My condition is I leave that job when you put a new city manager in and move to the transition manager. So that's a relief of the city manager job. All the contract does is put me in a new position until my end date. So that date's definitive to end. It's written that way, so it's understood that I am leaving upon that date, whatever it is during the year that you're able to bring somebody on board.
I'm following that to the T. I'm going to go back to my original question, and it's still, can they apply is the question, not that they will take over your position. I'm aware of that. Will they be able to, under the certification, apply? Because I know they're not allowed to. We had two applicants. One was unemployed, and he was certified. John Legge was not certified, so he was allowed. My question is still going to be the same thing. We need to find out if a certified city manager is able to apply for a job where we do not have a missing city manager. We don't have a fired city manager. We don't have a removed city manager. I just want to make sure that if we're doing that application, because I know there was a number of commissioners who spoke about the fact that we don't have a qualified pool to choose from. So I want to make sure that we have that qualified pool to choose from, that's all.
If I may just, I think that's going to be a matter to decide later, sometimes in July. I think we're still going to have that special session or work session that Commissioner Kulianis and Commissioner Couillard asked for sometime. And we can hash those things out as far as how we're going to proceed. And those would be what I would call direction to whoever. We could do the in-house search nationally. We could hire another search consultant. That's all going to be determined of how that's going to be done. I think that would be when your question would be answered at that time.
Just wanted to throw it out there.
No, I understand, yeah, okay. Commissioner Couillard.
Yeah, I would add to the discussion that we have this discussion, our workshop in January, to decide, what are our options? Is it an accredited city manager? Is it not one? Is it, in-house? And so we want to put it all on the table, but we have to start working from now. Whether one gets hired in March or June or September to take on the transition, Mark's going to be around to help consult and help this transition process. So I think we need to get to work now, coming in January, and have a workshop to see what our angles are and getting it out there.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Based on the timeline of this, we specifically worked on it so there would be time to have that discussion, time to reach out, time to hire somebody without undue pressure. And last time we did this, it was like, well, when's Mark leaving? When's Mark not leaving? And that sort of stuff. That discussion, if we move forward with this, is over. So I think that's a good thing to get it off our table.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Kulianis.
Vice Mayor, I want to thank you for taking the initiative on this. This is exactly what I wanted all along, and I think that a great deal of the community has wanted this as well, and it's something well-deserved for Mark. A date certain of his choosing to choose his own retirement date, and I'm very pleased with that. I think that, like Commissioner Couillard said, the rest of the puzzle, this is the first piece, picking a date, and now the next process is to have our January workshops, and we discuss all the options, and all the options should be on the table. Whether it's, going out and hiring somebody from outside, whether it's, looking for internal talent that can be, an assistant for Mark during the year and have a plan B, and that's all I've been concerned about, is that if Mark were to leave, and we have to then go out into and you saw how the slim pickings we had the last time, that it's important that we discuss all the different options. And again, this is the first step towards a peaceful transition of our city attorney, our city manager leaving. And no, I'm sorry. I want you to stay as long as you can.
Thank you.
But no, that our city manager, and I'm happy for Mark, and I hope he's happy to have the opportunity to have picked his day and have, again, a peaceful transition. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Kardash?
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Eisner, I think I understand your question regarding the ability of accredited applicants to apply. And that may be something that can be addressed in the ad that you put out there for your city manager, and it may become reflective of what their start date is with respect to Mr. LaCourse's retirement. So that's something that we'll look to address, I think, in the January workshop on how we can best deal with that. And then at the end, if there is something that's required to be amended, we would bring that amendment forward.
Okay, thank you. Are there any public comments on this item? Anyone in attendance?
Gary Posh, 1140 South Point, Alexis Drive. Good evening. It says here that in the backup material that the contract revision setting a binding retirement date of January 2nd, 2025 was written by the city labor attorney with consultation from Vice Mayor Lunt, so I have no doubt that all the details are hammered out. More importantly, it states that City Manager LaCourse, quote, fully supports and agrees with the revised contract as written, unquote. Gentlemen, way too much time has been spent on this. I say fair enough, and I urge the Board of Commissioners to approve this revision and let us all move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Hello, Ms. McKinney.
Hi, Debbie McKinney, 1021 Rose Tree Lane. I just want to give a great big thank you because this is the first time we're hearing what Mark wants and it in the public. He's mentioned to people what he wants, but it's the first time it's out loud that he's agreed to this. This is a peaceful transition. There's no more doubt hanging up if there's all these horrible things going on and we need to fire him, and all of that is gone, and I am so glad we have this agreement. I would also, the workshops that you're gonna do about the hiring process, will those be open to the public?
Yes, they're required to be.
Okay. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. Are there any other public comments from anyone here in attendance?
Peter Delacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. Just to make a clarification, maybe it should be a special session because workshops, publics aren't allowed to speak. I thank you, Vice Mayor Lunt, because as always, you look at things in a rational, common sense way and find a way to bridge a gap. We appreciate that, especially with some of the friction we've had on this board in the past. You look at the date on that original contract, February 24, 2009, signed by Beverly Beliers. I also approved of that contract because we believed in Mark. At that time, the city was going through some things, and he did come in. Ellen have to be thankful that she took him in and trained him and got him under her wings. And maybe, as Commissioner Koulianis has mentioned in the past, you need to do that again with an assistant city manager. You've got plenty of people in-house that could apply for it. Use that as your backup if you don't get a candidate. So if Mark leaves on January 2nd and you haven't hired a new city manager, you've got an acting city manager as your assistant city manager. But I do applaud, at least y'all are making good, smart progress. put these things beside, have your workshop, look at in-house talent, look at LinkedIn, Indeed. I would tend to avoid any more of the headhunters, because we've seen in the past that they don't really always work too well, and you end up spending the money. But this is a good start. I would recommend the board approve this, and let's begin a true process of finding a transition to someone who understands and who will know how to handle the city of Tarpon Springs with its diversity, its many interests, its many difficulties that it'll be facing going forward. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other public comments on anyone that's in attendance?
Katie Taylor, 1991 Douglas Lane, Tarpon Springs. I know when you had the last applicants meeting for that luncheon that y'all had, one person that I knew was going to apply for that job. His name never hit the list, and he was a qualified applicant. But maybe this time, being that you're having a workshop, everybody will get a fair shot at this job, at trying to apply for this job. So keep it open, because you never know who's out there. Sound like the last one wasn't done according to get good qualified applicants. So I know somebody was there that was qualified for that job. They never got their name on the list. They never got invited to the session that y'all had. And the other thing is, Mark just said he's 45-year tenure. If he's retiring on January 2nd, 2025, and y'all start your process in this January, if you hire by July, is 6 months enough time to transition a person with his, with his background? 45 years, it's a lot under his belt. Is that enough time for somebody to transition into his position? Is that a dead set date? He has to go on January 25, or can that be 2026? Just thought I'd ask. Can he move it further out if you hire somebody in July? 6 months, is that enough time to have a new city manager in the position before Mark leaves in January?
Should be.
Art, can you?
It should be
Did you
more
want to
than
answer
enough.
that, or is there,
I think, again, a lot depends on the process, who it is and stuff, but again, as they say, at the end of it, I'll probably be ready to be relaxing and stuff, but if there's a need to stay a couple months or something, but I think if we get the process going, I think the time frame and the person, I think we can do it, but there's always a decision of the board later on at the end if there's something else needed, so.
And will that clause be put in your special contract, that transition contract? Will that be a part of it?
No, it shouldn't, because we don't know, again, we don't know the circumstances. We could get somebody on April and then I'd have 8 months. So depending on the circumstances and the board, but I'll probably be ready to be relaxing January 2nd. But that's a circumstance. We need to see who we get, how fast we can, do it and stuff, and, whatever, 6 months or 4 months, I'm gonna put, as much time as I need and the time I have left to prepare that person and introduce them to all the knowledge I have and stuff. So I think it'll be fine.
Okay, thank you.
are there any other public comments of anyone in attendance? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jacobs, nothing on this one? Okay. If there's no further commission comments or anything from the city attorney, did you have something to say?
No, I was
Roll call.
going.
Roll call, please.
We need a motion.
Did we
You
have
need
a
a
motion?
motion.
Yeah,
I make
sorry,
a
we need
motion.
to,
I make the motion. I make a motion that we accept the amendment to the city manager's contract, including retirement date and terms.
Okay. Second. Anything else? Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, and again, thank you, Vice Mayor Lunt, for bringing that forward. Number 7 is an update direction on Pasco County Anclote Park proposed project. City Manager, of course, I'm not sure how you want to handle this. Ms. Vincent?
I'll just introduce it. Obviously, you know, from the start of what's going on in Pasco County, we've been involved. We've put together something, I think, for the community and for staff to monitor and be involved in this process. So that's why I wanted to bring Renee here to update and let you know what we have out there, what we have planned, and how we're going to be monitoring the future since this affects us. So that's why I wanted to put it on agenda items so everybody else could hear, the concerned people here and the concerned people even in Pasco that are concerned about it. So I want Renee to run through what we've done, what we've put out there for public information, our contacts with the staff of Pasco County, and letting them know where we stand and being involved in the process. So if you just go over all those things for the board and for the public.
Thank you, Renee Vincent, Planning Director. So I have kept in touch with a couple different individuals in Pasco County. One is one of their senior planners. The other, kind of through her, is the parks director. So, and we have a good rapport back and forth. I can reach out to them, and they'll have been as forthcoming as they can with information. So, all the information that we've collected so far, I did set up an information page on our Connect Tarpon Springs site. So all the Pasco County documents that have gone to their Board of Commissioner as agenda items are there. The most recent update is that in September, the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners approved an addendum to their contract with Stantec, who is handling the historical review of and archaeological review of the park. They updated the contract to add professional cultural resources services to assist the park property and identify any potential adverse effects to the Anklote Mound within the park and any other sites that might be listed on the National Register resulting from those proposed park improvements. So as I've alluded to before, in order for the project that everybody is really concerned about, I think, is the restaurant proposal. In order for that to take place, the county does have to conduct both a land use and a zoning map amendment. Those have not, are not moving forward at the moment. When I spoke with the county representatives a couple of weeks ago, that basically the staff is on hold with processing that, waiting further direction from their county administrator. You can just take that at face value, I guess. The park redesign is still in process. In addition to the park redesign kind of started before everything else. They're looking at the efficiencies of the park, especially the boat ramps and how those function in circulation. So I think even, regardless of the status of the restaurant proposal itself, the park redesign is moving forward. It is my understanding they've indicated that they will be having a community meeting at some point. I do not have a date for that. I'll keep pressing them as soon as we know, and we'll continue to push information out through the information page. Lastly, the most recent contact I had last week, they did advise me that starting this week, as of yesterday, Stantec was going to be conducting ground penetrating radar in the area as part of the archaeological assessment. So that's going on now. And then just some additional information, I guess someone had called attention to. There's 2 county buildings there. If you go out to the park, you'll see them. They're sitting up on mounds. Those mounds are actually, those were made after the 1993 storm to elevate those buildings. So there's nothing, with those. They just wanted to make sure that information was being provided. So that's the latest information that I have to date. Like I said, as we continue to get information, I'll try to push it out immediately through that information page on Connect Tarpon.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to, did you have anything else to add? Okay, let's go to public comments. Are there any public comments on this item?
Peter Lackus, 514 Ashland Avenue, and Ms. Annie Samarkis has donated 2 minutes of her time. This project means a lot to us. with the Friends of the Anclote River. I know everybody thinks we're just concerned about the Anclote 74. That's the beachhead. The Anclote River is our ultimate savior of what we're working on, the pollution up county and the destruction. So first off, I want to thank staff and Renee for putting this site up. There's a couple of things that I sent that I had that are on there. So when you go to it, you want to look at the RV Resort website and the Business Observer website. A couple of things I'll point out too. In the documents, and I asked Renee about this, and she said to refer it to the attorney, but I didn't have their email address. In here it says, we sent a letter, this was like one of the last things Tom Trask did in September of 22 before he left, asking Pasco County to grant us affected status. But again, Renee couldn't confirm it. Did we ever get affirmation of that? Did they ever confirm receipt of that? I don't see anything in here indicating that they granted it to us or something in that regard. But the reason why I point out those two articles, besides the destruction of cultural heritage, it's all a money grab. It's all a money grab. If you drive out there, I think it's the old Michler property, if you remember the Michler family. Across from the power plant, just north of where all those transmission lines are, all that property. The guy, Ken Overton, he had connections with, I'm not sure, I can't quote the article directly, but big restaurants, resorts. He's putting in a resort out there. He's building a resort for RVs and condos. That's the selling point. Pasco County, and we help continue the trail that runs along Pasco County. That trail runs along there. It's just a half-mile golf cart drive from the resort he's wanting to build or planning to build. You can go to their website. It's all in there. So what does he want to do? He wants to put a restaurant, jet skis, sailboards, whatever. That's his amenities he's offering. If you go to the website, that's what they're saying. It's all a money grab. And in the meantime, the people up there, and y'all mentioned it before, it happened with mile marker 25. Mark remembers this one. We reached across the river for one little piece of property. So if we get a call for something, we have to go way out there, and it's surrounded by Pinellas County. There's another piece of property, and the chief, I was gonna ask him about it, just across, there's a little sliver of Tarpon Springs right off of Flora and Grand. You have to go down, I think it's Lockwood, little sliver. If they get a call from there, it's surrounded by Pasco, so kind of get off track here, but the point I'm making is you have an opportunity with an affected party status to voice not only your concerns about traffic and noise, but also the citizens' concerns for maintaining our natural resources and our cultural heritage. So please, whatever you can find out about how to influence Pasco County, because Pasco County is hell-bent on development. I drove out to Dade City this weekend, going out 52. Pasture land, rolls of hay, forests, and then all of a sudden you come to this place called Murata by M.I. Homes. Leveled, sand, trucks digging out retention ponds. I don't know, but this is our beachhead. So even though it's, and if you look at the cultural resources report, they even include the south side of the river. There are some portions in their cultural resources report that shows they're considering that. So this whole area all along the Anclote has been for centuries previous to Western civilization coming. the home of Native Americans, the Tobagas, the first Tarponites. And as Sheridan said the last time, and I have to quote him because it's so cool, would you want somebody to build a snack bar on Cicadia Cemetery? Somebody offered you enough money, change the land use. Hey, we'll put some out there. Don't worry about it. So lastly, there is supposed to be ground penetrating radar. From a link that we got from our friends at the Anclote Facebook page, there is a group, Keep Anclote River Park Safe, and they're organizing petitions, and from what they said, Thursday and Friday, that Stannic's supposed to be out there doing the ground penetrating radar, but they're not doing it throughout the whole park. They're only doing it at that mound, which many people are saying you need to expand it beyond that specific location. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other public comments from anyone in attendance?
Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. I don't want to make your meeting any longer, but I wholeheartedly agree with what Peter Delacus just told you. Pasco County's hell-bent on development, and Clay Colson is spinning in his grave. Just, all I can say is they might listen to you as an affected party. So if we all go up there and piss and moan at the Pasco County Commission, they'll do what they always do, but they might listen to you. It's well worth the effort. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other public comments?
Gary Posh, 1140 South Point Alexis Drive. Good evening again. When I first heard about the proposed Anclote River Park restaurant and redesign project, the word that immediately came to mind was grotesque. It's completely out of scale, out of character and proportion to the green space that it will displace. To call it a nightmare would not be unreasonable. Take away the fact that the area to be developed will disrupt Native American resources. Take away the fact that there's a bald eagle nesting site, and you're still left with the prospect of the type of total disregard for the environment that has already done irreparable damage to the Anclote River. This project is something right out of the bad old days. The days of 55-gallon drums being buried filled with contaminated sand. I implore the Board of Commissioners to pursue affected party status in whatever way possible to compel Pasco County not to proceed with this project. Every legal roadblock must be utilized to achieve this end. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Board of Commissioners, and I want to wish all of you happy holidays. I completely concur with the three gentlemen speaking before me. I too I questioned whether or not we'd ever been given the status of affected parties in this atrocity that Pasco County wants to complete on the Anclote River. So I too agree that we need to pursue that avenue with every effort of our city. So I'm hoping that we're able to do that. And yes, good evening. I'm sorry, I failed to give my name. It's Sharon Landrum, 45 West MLK Junior Drive. Excuse me, pardon me for that. Anyway, I do concur with everyone on this that we do need to become affected parties, and we do need to fight this with everything we have. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jump, is there anyone else?
And we do not have any other raised hands at this time.
Okay, Ms. Jacobs, I know we have some emails.
We do, we have three. The first one is from Bruce Turley, 2401 South Shore Drive, Southeast. St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm very concerned about development in areas that are flood-prone, such as areas along the Anclote River. Additionally, as a society, we need to face the need to conserve and preserve areas of natural habitat for the perpetuation of diversity of life through wildlife and plants. As the Audubon saying goes, you cannot save the bird if you do not save the habitat. We are at a critical juncture of overdevelopment with money and power overriding the sustainability of our communities. Please act to reserve this culture of money and power as our way of life and decisions concerning the welfare of our communities. The next one is from Julia Bertunick, 2645 Meadow Drive, Newport Richey, Florida. The Suncoast Sierra Club Pasco Conservation Committee is strongly opposed to development of this site for several reasons. Building a restaurant along with a seawall in a coastal high hazard area will be at high risk as this area floods, and we don't want to commercialize a public park. There are Native American burial, temple, and midden mounds on this property, and we do not want to disturb them out of great respect. And this estuary area is a living seashore, extremely critical to the welfare of multiple species of fish and other wildlife. To obstruct and congest the flow of this great waterway will adversely impact the citizens of Tarpon Springs, both economically and environmentally, and we implore you to continue to oppose this with affected party status. And the last one is from Linda Martell, 3309 Kilburn Road, Holiday, Florida. I'm against the restaurant at Anclote River Park. This plan would not only disrupt the sacred lands, but also nature by cutting down our trees and disturb marine life. Dolphins and manatees swim through the river on a daily basis. I have been a regular at the park for many years, and lots of people I've talked to were unaware of the restaurant plan in the first place. We like our peaceful and relaxing county park after a hard day at work, and it should remain the way it is. This should be about the people want in keeping our county park safe and not about money with this commercial business. And that is all we have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kulianis, you have your light on.
We need, we're not only a recreational waterfront community, but we're also a commercial fishing community. We have our sponging, our commercial fishing. I think I would like, first I would like to ask the city attorney if she has any maritime lawyers in her firm. And if she does, I think we should allow her to confer with them to find out, because I think we would have some status that would be even more, it would hold more weight than strictly being against it for disrupting our recreational ability on the water. My concern way back when I got up at the podium over here was when I called it Disney World on the Anclote, is it's going to create havoc on the channel and at the mouth of the channel. And I think, I know that I would suspect that our fishermen probably don't have an association or they're not really have an organization together to be able to, you know, like we had the Friends of the Anclote or whoever might be able to get together. But I would like to see whether, as the city ourselves, that we can represent them, because I think they have a special concern about this above and beyond our, again, the recreational issues. So I think that conferring with a maritime lawyer, if you don't have one in your firm, maybe there's one you can recommend. But I think we need to look at that angle, because that may be one that could help us in opposing this project. Thank you.
Ms. Kardash, do you need any more direction on that, or?
Well, we do have the attorneys in our firm practice environmental law. And maritime law is a bit of a specialty field. And I do know a couple, and I would also want to see who the other lawyers in my firm might know that practice in that particular area. And then in addition to that, you have to be careful because you can only represent the city's interests. You can't represent the interests of private parties or commercial interests. So I would have to kind of look very carefully at what you're asking because I'm not sure that we could bring any action on behalf of anybody else without risking some sort of sovereign immunity in that regard.
Their interest,
So-
their interest is our interest because we depend on that, that industry as part of our tourism that brings business to our city. So I'm not gonna, you know a lot more about this stuff than I do, but I'm sure there's an angle that gets us an interest in their interest. And if there is such a thing, that's why it's worth looking into, exploring.
But I just do want to be clear that we cannot bring suit on behalf of anybody else besides the city of Tarpon Springs and the city of Tarpon Springs interests that are legally defined.
So basically, you're going to do a little research on that?
Yes, I will look at that. And I'm also looking, I'll also look into the letter that was sent and what other additional causes of action you could have to protect the city's interests in this respect.
Thank you very much. I know you've got a lot on the table. Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to add to what Commissioner Kulianis just said, because we also have shipbuilding, and a lot of times we're moving very large items through that river. I could foresee a major amount of accidents, because I know that one of the things they're trying to do is rent jet skis. And if anybody owns a boat, I'm sorry if anybody owns a jet ski, but they're a bit of nuisance on the water. They create a lot of havoc. And I know I've been approached by the people that are in that auxiliary enclave, the part that runs Riverside Drive, and they're up in arms because they know that would be a freeway for the jet skis to just go flying through there and causing havoc, possibly even causing damage to their shores. So these are all things that we will have to take into consideration because I just know that there's no way to monitor or to enforce that they, I classify them gnats on the water. So that's pretty much what I wanted to add to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lunn, I know you've got your light on.
Yeah, from my knowledge, which is limited in this area, the Enclave is a federal channel. And because it's a federal channel, Tarpon Springs has a certain responsibility to that channel that's been assigned to us, I understand, which is what we got into with the whole dredging and all that sort of stuff. So whether or not Pasco County deems us as an affected party or not, I'm sure the federal authorities and the state authorities are going to consider that pretty heavily, and I think we need to bring it to their attention sooner than later. Currently, we're just almost wrapping out our dredging project. We've already had the Boatworks people putting in new boat facilities to handle larger boats. I'm sure people like Duckworth, et cetera, are not going to be happy if they can't get their boats up the channel because it's choked at the mouth of the river. So we need to start working with our federal representatives, whether it's Paulina Luna or whoever we can get attention to start paying attention to this. And I assume Gus Bilirakis probably would be concerned because he's on the other side of this fence as well. We need to do that, and we need to, I'll start doing it now if nobody else will, but I mean, we need to make sure that that's followed up on. The other thing that confuses me is the chair of the commission in Pasco County, his background is all mostly preservation, ecology, and I'm failing to see, when this project started, he wasn't the chair of the commission. I'm failing to see whether they may not be convinced to tack in a different direction now that he is. I mean, I sit on the Regional Planning Council board with him, and he's been the chair of that particular committee at times. And he's specifically vocal on protecting our waterways. So I don't know if anybody's had the opportunity to talk to Jack, but I'll certainly take the opportunity when I meet with him next week. But we need to start lobbying for this in different ways right now. We also need to look at the maritime law. Anyway, thank you.
Commissioner Kulyas, do you have anything?
I agree with what everyone said, and just try to find a way, just look out for our community, because our economy is based off the river solely, and there's got to be an angle that we can address here in the near future. So I support it. Thank you.
Okay. I do know from what their plans show, they will have to go to the Army Corps for permitting as well as the state. And that's when we weigh in as the sponsor for the federal project, which is what we are. We're responsible for it. So there'll be opportunities for that. I think at this point, I think based on what Ms. Vincent told us, and also the conversation I had with the city manager earlier today, it's an evolving sort of thing, and we need to kind of just wait for our opportunity to really get in there and say our piece and establish ourselves in the way that Commissioner Kulianis, Commissioner Eisner, and is discussing, and also with regard to the Army Corps and those opportunities. I think at this point, do you have anything else? Is that pretty much where you are right now?
Yes.
Okay, so basically I asked the city manager, there's no action that he's looking for this unless a commissioner wants to specifically ask for something. I know Ms. Kardash is going to do her research with regard to Commissioner Kulianis, Commissioner Eisner, and who else weighed in on that. And I think Ms. Vincent is following this thing a little closer than what many people thought. So she's got her contacts, and that's all I've got to say about it. Anything else for anyone? If not, we'll just move on to the
Mayor?
Resolutions and ordinances.
Mayor?
Anything else?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to make people aware, since I live right there, so many people use that auxiliary Anclote River at whatever speed they want, because there is a 5-mile speed right where they're looking to build, so they all go flying through the back area. Just, for those of us that don't know about that. So that was just something I wanted to add in there.
All right. Ms. Kardash, please.
Just additionally, I wanted to make sure that the commission is aware that not only does this involve questions of state law and affected party status, there is also the issue regarding the interstate commerce and the Commerce Clause of the United States Constitution. So there's a lot more at play with this than just land use law.
Okay. Thank you very much. If there's nothing else, I'd like to move on to, at 7:38, I'd like to move on to the ordinances and resolutions. We've got item 13, resolution 2023-40, Roosevelt Property Purchase Funding. Ms. Kardash, if you can read that resolution by title, please.
Resolution 2023-40, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, confirming their direction to the city manager that $900,000 from the hospital lease 2041-2070 fund be loaned to the 1-cent local option sales tax fund, Penny Fund, for the purpose of providing the balance required for the purchase of the Roosevelt Boulevard properties from Santorini Developers, LLC, loan to be repaid over 3 years at $300,000 per year, beginning fiscal year 2025, and providing for an effective date hereof.
Okay, thank you. City Manager LaCourse, did you want to?
Yes, as Ron Herring's come, I'll have him explain it to you. But obviously, the dynamics have changed beginning of this week because I'll be talking with the mayor after the meeting. The closing on this property, we didn't think would happen until the 27th or 28th of December. Mr. Saul's been notified me that everything is in order and we could possibly be closing Friday or Monday. So we have to make this decision now on the funding because they're gonna be expecting their check come Friday or Monday. Ron will explain to you, we do have an alternative because there's been some concerns about this methodology. I know the attorney's been looking at some things, so we were looking at two things. The resolution is able to do, but if there are concerns about the resolution, Ron has got an alternate plan that he put in the backup that doesn't need a resolution, it just needs your approval. So I'll have him talk about both options. The attorney may want to weigh in with what she's looked at, but we do need to choose one of them because it looks like that property will be ours Friday or Monday. They'll be looking to come here and get the mayor's signature and the property will be ours 3 weeks earlier than we thought. So Ron?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Ron Herring, Finance Director. And just a little history. On November 7th, the voters approved of the $1.8 million land purchase of the Roosevelt Boulevard properties from Santorini Developers. On November 14th, we brought the funding plan before the board, which included the interfund loan in the amount of $900,000 from the hospital lease 2041-2070 fund to the penny fund. Resolution 2023-40 is to approve of the interfund loan. We came up with another option of instead of the interfund loan, if it's not the preferred option, to provide a $1.8 million to totally come out of the ARPA fund. We would move $900,000 from the Sponge Docks pumping station and use that money, since that project's got a sort of an extended timeline. And from what I understand, they're working on a $2 million state grant to offset the cost of that. We would rebudget the $900,000 that's going from ARPA into the penny fund in 2026. That's basically the gist of the second alternative, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Ms. Kordash.
So just for the benefit of the board, I wanted to kind of go through what I saw when I was reviewing the materials on this. Essentially what this resolution would do is repeal a provision in a previous resolution that's related to the funds of the hospital lease, which creates what's known in municipal finance as basically a restricted fund. So you can only use the funds for a very specific restricted purpose. And by passing this resolution, you would be changing that. That previous resolution that said that that's a restricted fund and it can only be used for that amount of money. And the question then becomes whether or not that resolution is so tied to your lease that you would actually have to amend the hospital lease before you could use the funds in that manner. Then the second issue that I looked at with respect to this was the use of the penny funds, because the Penny for Pinellas funds they can be used to purchase property, right? Which is ultimately what you're doing with this. You're purchasing property. But what the penny funds cannot be used for is to repay loans. So you're borrowing money from a restricted fund and then repaying it with the penny funds. Now, when it was run by, and I believe you said you had contacted the external auditors for the city, and they kind of blessed it and said that they didn't see an issue with it. Is that correct? They
didn't see any restrictions on the use, and they were good with the interfund loan from the penny fund to the, from the hospital fund to the penny fund.
So with that in mind, I would be comfortable, since you have the opinion from the auditors in relying on that, but I just wanted to make the commission aware of what my concerns were when I reviewed it.
Okay. So just before we go to the commissioners, with having Ms. Kordash said what she said, Mr. Herring, what would be your recommended approach? The original one with the hospital or the alternative approach?
Well, after looking at the alternative, I'm sort of swaying to the alternative approach. You know, it would alleviate, it would give you about $300,000 more available funds in the penny fund in 2025. But it would also, we're on a timeline to spend the ARPA money. So this, instead of 900,000, we would have the 1.8 million coming out of ARPA. As you know, all the ARPA money needs to be spent 3 years from now. So I'm leaning towards the alternative plan.
Okay.
And I have to agree with Ron, especially with the concerns, even though we can do it when there's concerns if something comes up. I don't want to leave the opening of something coming up to challenge it. Right. So I'm almost convinced from Ms. Kardash relaying to me what she's relaying to you tonight. That's why I want to make sure we had an alternative that you could, not pass the resolution, but approve that funding so we can be ready for owning our property this week and stuff. So that would be probably my recommendation to alleviate any possibilities of challenge or problems. We want to try to alleviate those in 24, so that would be my recommendation.
Let's go to public comments on this item. Are there any public comments? This is concerning the funding approach to purchasing the 1.8 acres down at the Sponge Docks. Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. You'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, let's go to the, thank you. Let's go to the commission. Nothing, Ms. Jacobs, right? Emails. We're done with emails. Okay. Let's go to the commission. Commissioner Kulianis, you got your light on.
I would also agree that we, to go with the alternative funding, I appreciate what the external auditors are saying, but they're not lawyers. They're giving an opinion based on their accounting and their reporting. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're not right. Okay, so I would rather lean towards not taking the risk that you're not right and go with alternative funding too. Also, selfishly, my term kind of goes a little farther than the 4 of yours. Oh, well, I guess yours and, the vice mayor's and mine go a little farther. Yeah. And I like the idea of not having a $300,000 debt that we have to put in a budget down the road. So I go for number 2.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alternative approach. Okay, Vice Mayor Lunt, did you have anything? Since your name came up in all of this.
Yeah, I'm pretty conservative as well. I'd rather handle it with in-house money rather than going into a restricted fund and any complications it may have. So the alternative 2, when I saw it, was like, oh, we can do it that way. It's a good idea, I think.
Okay, Commissioner Eisner, do you have anything?
I just want to thank the residents for considering and, approving the purchase, which is the most important. That allows us all to talk about strategies and how we're going to move forward to pay for it. But I really like to see that it was a blowout majority, so people do realize it's something that was more necessary than not necessary. So I want to thank you all on that.
Okay, Commissioner Kulyas?
Yeah, I don't mind going with alternative 2. I did want to ask, and this may be a question for the city manager or possibly Renee. The Sponge Docks pumping station project, that's the one we're talking about at the intersection of the Vicanis and Athens Street. Weren't we supposed to be coming across some type of potential construction this time of year? Or, what's the status of that right now?
We will probably have the information to come back to you of where we are. Probably, I'm thinking one of the February meetings. There's still some work being done to give you the whole scheme of it. So we're probably looking February where there'll be an item on the board and we'll be discussing the whole project as a whole. We do have that $2 million addition. If that was to come about, it might change the whole picture of everything. So, but we're probably at least a month or 2 and coming back to let you know the status of where we are with the project, what we may need to what you may need to look at as a board about going forward or not, some more information and stuff. But this will still work if we're going forward with the project. Nothing's changing his financing will work within the time frame to do it. So that's why, that was the important thing, making it work, whichever decision we made to go or not go, that it would fit in the timeline. And Ron, by what he said with the 2026 pay, it'll fit in the timeline, whatever your decision is. But you've got a little more information we need to get you before you can make the good decision on this project.
Okay, and you have that grant specialist already working on some opportunities for grants with that project?
Yeah, a $2 million one is in, and we're waiting to see what develops from it.
Okay, yeah, she's been amazing, so I think some good things are gonna come out of that, so.
I do too.
I'm willing to go with the alternative. Thank you.
Okay. The only thing, from my perspective, I'd rather close sooner than later.
Yes.
And also, the high season is coming up for the sponge docks. If we could open that one, clean up that one parking lot that was fenced off and.
While you open it, I was gonna tell you in city manager comments, with this development, of course, when we first started and I was told the closing was in December, I said, geez, I wish it was sooner, because I really want, it's gonna take 2 or 3 weeks to do a temporary parking consideration while we do the first one. I have the authority to do a temporary parking situation there to get it. This moving up will maybe get that goal of, by Epiphany, to have a temporary lot there while we're developing the plans for the permanent thing. And I was gonna tell you, as soon as we get this closed, this gives me 3 more weeks to put that all together, to maybe make it a better date to have during Epiphany and our busy season of January and February, the ability to have a temporary lot put there while we're developing for the plans of what the permanent lot. And we're talking about the one piece of property on the west side of the road, not the 2 main, the one that was a parking lot and was leased for parking until the lease ran out.
That's the one you're talking about.
Yes, that's the only portion, not the other 2 big portions on the other side and stuff, but that's ready. It was a parking lot, it's still sitting, and with some very little work and little expense to the city, we can put it back together, and it's gonna get us at least 40 additional spots for the west end of the docks. So that's what I'll be working on, maybe an update, because I know Commissioner's not gonna be here, but I'll probably update the commission. But I want to say that to let him know what I was doing while he was gone to try to move this along. Finding out the date could be Friday or Monday is a big boon to get that set up and get that available parking for the docks.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kardash, what do we have to do to change the language of the resolution to adopt alternative 2?
So my understanding is that the real reason that you needed the resolution, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the real reason for the resolution was because you already had a resolution in place that restricted the funds. So in order to change a resolution, it has to be via resolution. If you want to select the alternative, you can do that by motion and then bring it forward as you would any other budget amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. You're not going to need the resolution. That was just for the interfund loan.
Right.
Okay.
So my understanding was you reject the resolution, and then you'd approve you just do an approval without a resolution, which you don't need for the alternative funding of.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, so may I have a motion to approve the,
Motion to approve resolution 2023-40.
is there a second? Okay. If there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Whoa, stop.
Whoa, guys.
Point of order. We need to deny this,
Oh, we got declined then?
that's the point of order.
No.
Ms. Jacobs, if you could start roll call all over again, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Kulianis?
No.
Commissioner Kulyas?
No.
Commissioner Eisner?
Definitely no.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
No.
Mayor Vaticius?
No. Okay, now may I have a motion to adopt the proposed funding, but with the alternative as
Motion
presented?
to adopt the proposed funding alternative.
Second.
Okay, is that satisfactory, Ms. Kardash?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Definitely yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, congratulations, City Manager LaCourse. Yes. All righty. The next item is ordinance 2023-23 application, rezoning for 1404 Meyer Lane. It's a quasi-judicial proceeding. Ms. Kardash, if you could read the ordinance by title And then if we can have the description of the quasi judicial process, and then ask anyone that is here to testify to be sworn in, please.
All right, thank you. Ordinance 2023-23, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the official zoning atlas for 0.20 acres more or less of real property located at 1404 Meyer Lane on the southwest side of Meyer Lane, approximately 100 feet southeast of Keystone Road, from zoning district R100A, single-family residential, to zoning district R60, 1 and 2 family residential, providing for findings and providing an effective date. This is second reading will be held on December 12th, and this was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title with a map on November 1st, 2023, and November 29th, 2023. This matter before the City of Tarpon Springs Board of Commissioners is quasi-judicial in nature. In a quasi-judicial proceeding, the board's function is to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the City of Tarpon Springs Code of Ordinances. This is a legal decision regarding the application before the board. The board may only consider evidence that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues arising from the application in the applicable code sections. If the evidence demonstrates that the application meets the criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to grant the applicant's request. If the evidence demonstrates that the application does not meet the criteria, then the board is required to deny the applicant's request. Any and all persons providing testimony at this hearing are required to do so under oath. All persons testifying must give their name, address, and must indicate whether or not they have been sworn for the record prior to proceeding with their testimony. All testimony and questioning must address matters that are relevant and material to the application before the Board of Commissioners this evening. Any members who have disclosures such as ex parte communications or conflicts of interest, please make your disclosures at the beginning of the hearing. At this time, I would ask anybody who is going to testify to please stand and face the city clerk to receive the oath.
Ms. Vincent, is the applicant here?
I'm not seeing, are you here for the rezoning application on Meyer Lane? I'm not sure if he's a authorized representative.
It doesn't sound like it, but in case he wants to speak during public comment.
Okay.
All right, I'll go ahead and swear everybody in. Go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you promise, sir, if you're going to speak, please raise your right hand? Do you? Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth on the matters here before the City of Tarpon Springs Board of Commissioners this evening?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe Commissioner Eisner, you had a disclosure?
Yes. Before I do the disclosure, I want to ask a question to either of the city manager or whether you remember, was this property on, came before the Board of Adjustments before? Was there a property built on here that a contractor built on the wrong location? It was on 2 properties and it was left condemned and then it had to be removed by the city?
There was a prior building permit application on the lot. Ultimately, my understanding is it was in the wrong location.
Right.
And it could not be resolved. And I don't know about Board of Adjustments action on it previously. I apologize, I didn't go into that depth with it. The property's vacant now. Ultimately, the resolution was that partially constructed house was torn down. And now the owner is now seeking to at least get a buildable lot established again.
So that's where my question comes in, because I sat on that board and it was in litigation. It sat there for a long period of time.
Okay.
And there was litigation going on at the time. I don't remember what I had for breakfast, but I remember what happened a number of years ago. So I did vote to, I don't remember how I voted, but I know I voted on that. Will that affect my voting here?
So, can you still be fair and impartial regarding the information that will be testified to here this evening?
Yes.
And can you judge this application on the merits that are going to be presented to you this evening?
I'm fine with that, yes.
Okay. And the record for whatever the Board of Adjustment is will stand as whatever the record is?
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Vincent, City Manager, Ms. Vincent, if you could proceed, please.
Thank you. This is application 23-116. The property is located at 1404 Meyer Lane. The ordinance number is 2023-23. This is a rezoning. The property contains about 8,800 square feet. The land use is residential low, nothing's changing there. The request is to rezone the property from its current designation of R100A, single-family residential, to R60, 1 and 2 family residential. So this is a location and context. So this is the property in question. This is Keystone Road, Meyer Lane, Mellon Street, so yeah, City Sports Complex, just a little different orientation. The surrounding zoning, as I said, you have R100 directly to the south. This property is R100A. The properties across Meyer Lane are all R100A, and you have residential office to the southwest of the property. So, what the right future land use map, everything is all residential low, nothing is changing. So I want to go back a little bit here and just provide a context of how we got where we are. So back in the early 2000s, I want to say 2003 timeframe, historically the plat for this area is like a 1922 era plat. And so this property here consisted of 3 platted lots of record that oriented to Keystone Road. So back in 2003, they were non-conforming. You couldn't build on them individually. So the owner at that point in time requested that the city rezone the property to R100A, and they basically took 3 lots and combined them into 2 buildable R100A lots. I say buildable, at that point in time, it was based on a signed and sealed survey that was provided as part of the application package and the evidence. And so just from, a minimum lot size, everything appeared to be compliant with the R100A zoning. Fast forward then, about 10 years later, the applicant applies for a building permit to build a single-family home on the property, and somewhere in that time frame, it becomes known that there was a surveying error for this entire property, and so what exists on the ground and what was originally, shown on the survey are 2 different things. So what we now have is a property that does not meet the R100A zoning district minimum standards as a buildable lot. So the solution at this point that the applicant is requesting is to rezone the property to R60. It would only allow 1 single-family lot because there's not enough lot area to support a duplex by code. So it would allow some reduced setbacks, but basically the big give there, if you will, is that it reduces the minimum lot size to what can be accommodated by this lot as it actually exists. So that is the crux of the matter. There's really no issues with conformance to the comp plan. The land use is there, it's not changing. It's 1 single-family home. The real difference is you do have reduced side yard setbacks, front and rear yard setbacks in the R60 district, but it would allow a single-family home to be built on the property. So with that, I think I've touched on your review criteria. We don't really see any issues with the review criteria for the rezoning. We've had no public comment on this as a result of the public notice. The Planning and Zoning Board did recommend approval of it at their November 20th meeting by unanimous vote, and the city staff recommendation also is to approve the rezoning. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Does the commission have any questions? Vice Mayor Lunt?
I have none at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Eisner?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a problem rezoning it as a R60, but does that entitle them then to the two-family residential?
It would not, because in order to do a two-family residential, you have to have, it's either 9,000 or 10,000 square feet, and this lot does not contain that. So they would not meet the standard to do a duplex. They could only do a single family.
Could we put that in as a condition?
You cannot condition a rezoning. The code prohibits it, so.
That's just concerning to me, because I know that neighborhood pretty well, and everything around there is single-family, and it's one story. So would we be giving them entitlement to do the two-story? You're saying, no, it cannot be done?
Actually, the R60 has a lower height limit allowance than everything around there is R100 or R100A, which has a 35-foot height limit. May not be built that way, but that's what the zoning allows. This would reduce the allowable height to 30 feet. The R60 is a little more restrictive in height. It also has a little bit, some specific characteristics in that a front-load garage has to be set back farther than the front of the house. So it has it's a little more of a neo-traditional zoning district, so.
What is the difference between a R100 and 100A?
The side yard setback is the main difference. The R100 zoning, their side yards are a minimum of 10 on one side and a combined of 25. So if you've got 10 on one side, you have to have 15 on the other. R100A is 10 and 10. The front yard and rear yards are a little less restrictive on R100A as well than R100. They go to, the rear yard in R100 is 30, R100A is 25.
So here's my last question. How was the last property able to be constructed? It wasn't on this lot, it was on the lot closer to Keystone. It was just a couple of feet onto this side. How were they able to get a permit to build? I know it was done wrong on the survey and yeah, you don't know. That's why I'm just curious, because it was being built.
The surveying error carried through, all the way through permitting. Everything looked correct on the permit. The adjoining property owner challenged it and had independent, became a civil matter between.
Right, I know.
And so I think ultimately it went to litigation.
Right.
And where it has landed at this point is the corrected surveys reflect what is on the ground and what's been accepted. And so that's where we are.
And it's just throwing it out there. Did we have to pay to have that removed?
I do not know. I have no idea.
I don't remember. I don't think we did.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, Commissioner Kulyas.
No comments.
Commissioner Kulianis. Okay. I don't have any. I understand what the proposal is, and I don't have any issues with it. At this point, we don't have any an applicant here for any cross-examination, okay. So let me ask you, do you want the city staff report accepted into evidence?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So at this point, we would normally go to the applicant if they have a presentation. Obviously, I would suspect they don't. I don't think the gentleman there is interested in offering anything. And we don't have any affected parties. There was no one else that wanted to speak, so let me go to public comments. Are there any public comments concerning this item? This is the ordinance concerning Myers Lane. Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. You'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, Ms. Vince, I'm going to ask you for any closing or summation.
Nothing, just that this will come back to the board for second reading at the next meeting in December, so we'll do our best to get the applicant here.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, and let's go to the commission for any comments, not necessarily questions of staff or anything, but comments that they'd like to offer. Are there any comments? No? No? Okay. May I have a motion to approve ordinance, whatever the number was,
2023-23.
Thank you very much.
So moved.
Have a motion to approve ordinance 2023-23, please.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. The next item, 15, is Resolution 2023-41, application conditional use on East Tarpon Avenue. Ms. Kardash, if you could, and this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, if you could read the resolution by title, and then let's go through this, the process for the quasi-judicial and your other announcements that you need, including the swearing in.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Resolution number 2023-41, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 23-58, requesting conditional use approval to allow for a hotel within an existing building at 427 East Tarpon Avenue in the T4A residential retail office transect of the special area plan, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing an effective date. This matter before the City of Tarpon Springs Board of Commissioners is quasi-judicial in nature. In a quasi-judicial proceeding, the board's function is to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the City of Tarpon Springs Code of Ordinances. This is a legal decision regarding the application before the board. The board may only consider evidence that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues arising from the application and the applicable code sections. If the evidence demonstrates that the application meets the criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to grant the applicant's request. If the evidence demonstrates that the application does not meet the code criteria, then the board is required to deny the applicant's request. Any and all persons providing testimony at this hearing are required to do so under oath. All persons testifying at this hearing must give their name, address, and must indicate whether or not they have been sworn for the record prior to proceeding with their testimony. All testimony and questioning at this hearing must address matters that are relevant and material to the application before the city's Board of Commissioners. Any board members who have disclosures such as ex parte communications or conflicts of interest, please make your disclosures at the beginning of the hearing. At this time, I would ask anybody who's going to testify to please stand and receive the oath. Okay. Do you all swear to tell the truth on the matters before the City of Tarpon Springs Board of Commissioners here this evening? All right, when you come forward, please make sure you state your name, address, and indicate that you've been sworn prior to proceeding with your testimony.
Hey, Ms. Kardash, I've got my ex parte recitals. Basically, I had sent an email to the city manager and city attorney concerning the definition of a hotel and the state size and how that relates to what we were doing here this evening. Also had a conversation with Ms. Kardash concerning the same matter, and also a conversation with Ms. Vincent, who explained everything after Ms. Kardash and Ms. Vincent had a conversation concerning that. I can make a fair decision on this. Did you want to ask me that?
Yeah, I was just going to ask that for the record. Can you still consider the evidence that is presented in this hearing and make a fair and impartial decision regarding the same?
Yes, I can be fair and impartial. Okay, Ms. Vincent, please.
Thank you. This is application 23-58 for property at 427 East Tarpon Avenue. The resolution associated with this conditional use request is resolution 2023-41. Currently, this property has been operating as a bed and breakfast for quite some time. The applicant is now seeking to change the function with respect to the smart code and how it's classified to that of a hotel. So I'll get into that in a little bit more in depth. Again, this has been operating kind of as is for quite some time. Currently, there are 7 guest rooms and then the 8th room is used by the on-site management. And the crux of the application is to reclassify the property to a hotel, which does not require the live-in management. So this is the site. Just a little bit of context here. So this is the existing, this was converted from a house many years ago into a bed and breakfast inn. When that happened, and I believe we did include the original conditional use in the agenda backup materials, the parking was put in. There was also a requirement at that point in time to include an alley access, driveway and alley access. This is a paved active alley back here. This is in the, I can't see the character district definition on this. I just want to get it into the record. Let me go back, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's in their downtown gateway character district, and it's in the T4A retail and office, residential retail and office transect zone. So again, the existing survey, if you can see this, this is the house. There's a deck in the back. This is the on-site parking. There's really no physical changes taking place to the structure at all. This is just really kind of an occupancy and use issue at this point. The floor plans, you've got your common living, kitchen, laundry. You've got 2 rooms on the first floor, and you've got the other 6 rooms are on the second floor. So this is from the applicant. The applicant actually provided this along with an additional, quite a bit of additional operating materials. I'll let the applicant explain this, but how their off-site management system will work, because I think they can do better justice to it than I can. Again, just photographs of some of the site features. This is the view from the alley itself, and this is where the gate is. So this access has been gated off at some point, fenced and gated off at some point in the past. One of our recommendations is, based on the original resolution that approved the B&B, as well as the smart code requirements, would be to reestablish this access, rear alley access. And this is just a picture from the inside. You can see it's really been grassed over quite a bit where the gate is, so that would require some modification of a driveway. Under our conditional use criteria, we talked about for the land development code and the site compliance issues. I've already talked about the rear access being restored. That is a recommendation. The use itself is appropriate. We do want the board to consider the appropriateness of converting from an owner-occupied into a hotel with no on-site manager. Again, that really is kind of the crux of the question marks that we had as staff, and how that management structure would work. There are no issues with the comprehensive plan. There's no adverse impacts on historical environmental resources. This has been an adaptive reuse of the property. It is in the city's National Register district. No additional changes are to be taking place on the exterior of the building, other than the rear alley access. This is operated at really, as this type of use for many years, with, to our knowledge, no adverse impacts to adjoining property values. Certainly, city can serve the property as is, and so there are really no issues with 6 or 7. And again, under our new criteria of public health, safety, and welfare, the board, you do have the option to put reasonable conditions on this to ensure appropriate safety and operations. We do note that it does appear to be able to meet all the building code and fire codes, and it will be inspected for that as part of the tax receipt review process. So we did not make a formal recommendation on this application. Because of the operational characteristics, we wanted that to be fully vetted. We do recommend, we recommended 5 conditions if the board does grant approval. 1 is a local business tax receipt is required. No more than 8 guest rooms are allowed, with no more than 2 persons per room. I believe the applicant actually had proposed that themselves. The rear alley access would be restored. The property owner or designee has to be available in a timely manner to respond to inspections, complaints, and other problems related to the use of the property. There's several conditions under that go along with that, what the responsible party is required to do. And then condition 5, the owner must provide an affidavit that the following has been prominently posted at the main entrance of each door, the guest rooms, and then the kitchen. And these are the operational, the responsibilities of the occupants, kind of the operational rules that people need to abide by when they stay there. We've had no public input on this as a result of the public notice. The Planning and Zoning Board reviewed this at their meeting and did recommend approval with the recommended staff conditions. Just to get into the record, I do want to talk a little bit about what the mayor mentioned. So the state has their definitions of hotels, bed and breakfast, transient accommodations, and for their licensing requirements. Those are really independent of what our land development code definition or smart code definitions are. So in this instance, we're changing the designation at our level to be recognized as a hotel under this management structure that the applicant, I'm sure, will talk about. They will still have to get, an appropriate license through the state, whether it's a hotel or keep their existing license, which is a bed and breakfast inn. So they'll still have to do that at the state level. And we can certainly, fact check that that's been done. But it's kind of a division of labor there. And if the city attorney wants to speak any more to that or not.
Yes, I do, but I do want it to be clear to the board that this is not testimony. This is considered legal advice, right? Because there is a difference. So I want to make clear that the board's purview here is only over your code of ordinances. So your code of ordinances is what you're examining and looking at when you evaluate this and you evaluate the criteria and the proposed conditions that are before you. Just so it's clear, I want to talk a little bit. I'm going to read the definition of a hotel from the state statute, and this is from Florida Statute 509.242. So that defines a hotel as any public lodging establishment containing sleeping room accommodations for 25 or more guests and providing the services generally provided by a hotel and recognized as a hotel in the community in which it is situated or by the industry. Then the definition of a bed and breakfast under that statute: a bed and breakfast inn is a family home structure with no more than 15 sleeping rooms, which has been modified to serve as a transient public lodging establishment, which provides the accommodation and meal services generally offered by a bed and breakfast inn, and which is recognized as a bed and breakfast inn in the community in which it is situated or by the hospitality industry. So it's the Department of Business and Professional Regulations and the Division of Hotel and Restaurants, which provides the licensing for these. And it's within their purview to make a determination of how they are licensed with the state. That doesn't affect necessarily your licensure here and how your code reads. Generally, you can have codes that are more restrictive than state law, and you're allowed to do that, and that is one method and mechanism which you have, but this conditional use is coming before you under your code of ordinances. Now, ultimately, if they go to the state and the state cannot license them or does not license them as a hotel, then they will have to come back before you again to revert back to their original conditional use approval.
It's clear. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Vincent, did you finish?
Yes.
You're offering your file?
Yes, I would enter my, the staff report and presentation into the evidence. Thank you.
Okay. You're going to enter that staff report into evidence as well. Save me some time there. Okay. Okay, let's go to the commission whether any commissioners have any questions. Vice Mayor Lund.
Yeah, I have one question. Renee, do you know if the current owner is the original owner of the Blue Bayou Inn when it was converted into a bed and breakfast?
I do not. They're shaking their heads no.
Oh, okay. That's the only question.
Commissioner Eisner.
How can you monitor how many people will be staying there if they're not present?
Well, that's a question for the applicant.
the owners are going to have to monitor.
Okay. I mean, I see in the backup that it has no more than 2 people per room. I've been around the block and back. More than 2 people enter a room. They may register with 2 people, but more people than 2 people take residence in every kind of.
I'll defer that question to the applicant. They did a pretty good job, but I don't want to answer questions for them that they would probably be better qualified to answer.
I may save my next question for them as well.
Okay. Okay.
No further questions.
Commissioner Kuyas.
Yes, Ms. Vincent, referring to the parking lot, if there's 8 rooms, there could be potentially 8 cars up to 16 cars. Is the parking lot, their property adequate for up to 16?
It is.
Okay, and as the city attorney can talk about it again, if this application is approved under a hotel, they will still have to apply with the Department of Business Professional Regulations to apply for the hotel. If they don't receive that permit, then they'll come back to us and ask for the conditional use.
Correct.
Okay. There was a similar application not some time back regarding stables and and I'm trying to recollect a little bit, but their operation was similar to a hotel, but they would report it and push the buttons. I mean, could that eventually fall into that same aspect in the
It is a
future?
very similar application, yes.
Okay. No further comments or questions at this time.
Commissioner Kulianis.
I have questions for the applicant, but is the signage ordinances, they're no different whether it's bed and breakfast or hotel, right? Okay, thank you.
I do want to put one, I think is a correction into the record. If under the SMART code, which is the zoning that's in place now, which was not what was in place when it was originally the conditional use for a bed and breakfast, under the SMART code, an inn is which is an owner occupied up to 12 rooms, which is what this really, how it functions now, is a permitted use by right. So they would be able to revert back to that without any real issue if necessary. They wouldn't have to come back to the board, is my point.
That's good. Thank you. Commissioner Kulianis. Ms. Vincent, the only question I have is for, would you confirm that this is a conditional use for the use, but it's also, there's the variance that's embedded in that for our hotel definition of 14, could you clarify that?
Yes, that would be a waiver, and we should have covered that in a little more in depth in the resolution, and I would recommend that we add that to the resolution just for good record keeping, that essentially you're approving a waiver of the minimum number of rooms for a hotel and reducing it from 12 to 8. I'm sorry.
It's 14.
14, I'm sorry.
14 occupants to 8 rooms is what.
Not occupants, rooms.
Rooms, okay.
Rooms, right.
Yeah.
So it's a waiver to the required number of rooms for a hotel under the SMART code.
Okay, so your request then is to
Add that.
amend the resolution to include that?
To include
Okay,
that,
so
right.
just so we're clear then, if you make a motion to approve the resolution, your staff is recommending that you do it as amended, okay?
The conditional uses by law are allowed to embed variances in it. I've learned that.
Yes.
And there is this variance that's embedded in that the hotel definition by I guess it's in our SMART code.
It's in
is
the
that
SMART
correct?
code.
Yeah,
It's actually a waiver in the
Ms.
SMART code.
I think they
Kardash,
call
if you
it-
can explain that.
They call it a waiver, not a variance. So it's a waiverable criteria in the SMART code. So if the project otherwise meets the intent of the district and everything else, and it's, basically it's an adjustment is what it is.
That was my only question. Were there any other follow-up questions? I saw a little bit of question on Vice Mayor Long's question.
So the state's definition of a hotel is 25 rooms or less, or more, actually.
Actually, it's
SMART-
guests. It's 20, theirs says, they don't go by rooms for the
Oh, do they?
definition
Is it
definition of
guests?
hotel. 25 guests or more.
Okay, so, and our smart code defines it as
By room, number of
14
rooms.
rooms or less or more?
I'm trying to find the right number in my staff report.
Anyway, there's a specific number that we're gonna have to waive
Correct,
in order
correct.
for them to do this. And to my recollection, we've already done it for the place just up
The
the
livery
street here, which had to do the same sort of thing, so there's no real, I mean, we've set some precedent before, in doing this. All right, thanks, that's all.
Yes, I guess it's not really, it was just asked a clarification for that. I don't have an issue. I don't think we had done it for the livery stable to that level of detail, and that one's already
It was
been
the level,
approved,
we should have.
Anyway,
I don't think we did a waiver for the.
I don't think that was in the report. This was pretty explicit.
It was, yeah, it was in the staff report that there was a difference between, and that's why we were processing it as a conditional use. It would have been proper to specifically put it in the resolution that a waiver to the minimum number of room requirements. We did not do that with the livery stable. It's better practice to put it in.
Yeah, understood.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Is this a historical contributing structure?
Yes.
It is, okay. If it's changed to hotel and something were to happen to this building, what could they build there by right, given that zoning?
If the property were destroyed,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a mixed use, retail, residential, office district, so any number of things could go back there that could be permitted or conditional. A new construction would have to go back to the Historic Preservation Board for review of the physical characteristics to make sure that it, is enhancement to the district.
Zoned hotel, what could be built on that property?
What, we're not
How
changing.
many stories could you go there? How high can you go in that area?
I don't know off the top of my head, hold on. I think it's 3-story.
Commissioner, I do want to
correctly-
clarify that we're not changing the zoning, we're only changing the use. So the zoning will remain the same, and it would be uses within that zoning district that could be put to this property. This particular use happens to be a conditional use.
Okay, so nothing changes?
No, it
Thank
really
you.
doesn't.
Okay. Hang on. Does the applicant have any questions for Ms. Vincent? There's not a need to ask questions in case, I'm just asking if you do have questions, part of the process, okay. And Ms. Vincent, you've already requested it be entered into evidence. Okay, does the applicant have any comments that you would like to, presentation or comments that you'd like to offer the commission?
Do I have to say I've been sworn in again? Yes. Okay, Melissa Pulaski, I've been sworn in. Current address is 427 East Tarpon, Room 8, Tarpon Springs, Florida, 34689. I'm just here to answer some questions. I'll start with yours about how will I know if there's more than 2 people in a room. Actually just happened this weekend. I was off-site doing some Christmas shopping. The way we have it set up is they get a code to come check in, and it goes right to my phone, like beep, somebody's checked in. My Ring camera is right there on the door, pulled it up, and it was 1 person with 2 other people, so a total of 3. Called her on her cell phone, said, your reservation was only for 2, that's my maximum, I'm gonna have to cancel your reservation, and she was gone within 25 minutes. So I'm actively monitoring, and when I'm not, like if I'm in the middle of, I'm going on vacation, for example, to New York, and we have a team of people that will take over when I'm gone. Even us not living on site, somebody will still be there every day, at least once a day. We put a lot of money into this. We just got it painted. We put on a new roof. It was a significant purchase to begin with, so we care about our investment. So we're not looking to walk away and just hope everything turns out okay. We're gonna be there often. We also have noise monitors installed, so in the event that there's any type of disruption, we're notified immediately. And then there's cameras on the perimeter as well, just in case anybody tries to sneak somebody in the back door. So just to give you guys an idea of what we've done.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm sorry to hear
there'll
you're
be-
going to New York. No, I'm just kidding.
I know, but I love
what-
Christmas, so.
What we'll do is, if you don't have any other thing, let me just go back to the commission and see if they've got any specific questions for you.
Sure.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lund.
Outside of the business model, which I'm starting to get used to that idea, how do you really plan on handling the community kitchen sort of thing? Because
Yeah.
that to me sort of adds risk.
Yeah, they had said that in the other meeting. They were worried about like peanut allergies. And so I updated that now to kind of say we are not a peanut-free zone. We haven't had any issues. I've tried to, even though I'm on site, I've tried to be distant to see if this model will work, because there's no point in coming in front of you guys, asking for this and have it all fall apart, right? So I literally say I'm available for guests, and then I really don't make it known that I'm there. And we haven't had any issues. We have labels for people's food. You know, not very many people, we bought an additional refrigerator just because we were like, wait, if 16 people are ever here, one fridge is not enough, right? If a bunch of people buy groceries. I haven't had a stove left on. We just haven't had any issues. And if anything, it encourages people. So we highlight the butcher now, which is right down the road, right? We have a barbecue outside. And we also have another vacation property at Treasure Island where they don't have any staff after 5. And that's 40 units. And so you have, 40 people on Treasure Island drinking, having a good time, which I think's crazy, but there's been no issues there. And people are using shared barbecues, right? So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Excellent.
Okay, Commissioner Eisner, I'm sorry.
Well, just to kind of hit on that, the Division of Hotel and Restaurants will take up whatever issues there may be. So that may be an issue that they discuss again at the state level, because they don't just license hotels. They also license shared kitchen facilities as well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you for coming up, because I got to tell you something. You are the real reason why we need to hear from the people applying for things. I'm on the OCD side, and I look for things that could go wrong. I'm glad to see that you do the same, and I'm thinking outside the box. That makes me at ease. You answered my next...
Commissioner Eisner, questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought I was able to chat.
That's okay.
So I was going to ask you, but you answered it. It was about daily visits to the place, so you
At
will be
least once a
doing
day.
that.
Yep.
Then you answered the question about the amount of people by stopping that, so I'll just thank you then.
Great, thank you.
We'll have the opportunity for comments at the closing of...
I'll have nothing to say then.
All right. Commissioner Kulyas, do you have anything?
I saw the first floor. The first floor looks like between the laundry room, the kitchen, the living room, it's all shareable, correct, ma'am?
It is.
And, there's, my only concern is rooms have 2 guests per night, but hotel people, people stay in a hotel sometimes, they have visitors. They might have family in town, or, people are coming to see their family or something. Is it gonna be scrutinized to that point where, some relatives can't come to see them, or?
So it is going to be in a sense. For example, because we do have limited shared space, I don't want somebody to have 6 people try to come in the living room if I already have 16 people there. But let's say I've only rented 2 rooms, I have 6 people, and somebody's like, hey, I'd really like to have a guest over. They have to ask me, because if there's any unauthorized guests, again, reservation gets automatically canceled. So they'd have to ask me, and based on just a common sense level, if the house is full, I'm not even gonna let them have 1 guest. And I make that very clear. Only people on the property are authorized, in the reservation. And I only have people reach out to me like once or twice, and I've been able to say yes because we haven't been completely full. But again, I'm not looking to cause any problems within the city. I'm not looking to have any noise complaints, so it'd just be a common sense basis.
Okay, and if approved tonight, how soon are you willing to be able to get this up and running if the Department of Business Professional Regulations issues those?
So we're up and running now with me on site. So we're ready to go once we meet the other conditions, which is removing the gate, which is one of those things that they want. I got to post some other signs, which they asked for. So we're ready to go pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I do have one more.
Yeah.
Do you currently have a sprinkler system or a fire system installed? So you do have that retrofitted?
We do.
Okay, great.
Go ahead, Commissioner Commissioner Kulianis.
Thank you for doing this in our town. How much different is activity in the facility from a bed and breakfast and what you anticipate as a hotel?
I'm not anticipating much change, to be honest. The real reason we looked into this was the owner's suite is the only handicapped access. So anytime somebody had, handicap challenges, I had to move to a different room, which is very challenging. So that's the real reason we're here. It's the only way that anybody with any type of challenges, and we get an older population, for example, that wants to come visit and they can't make it up the stairs, or my room that's already downstairs is booked. I'm not anticipating much difference, I'm gonna be honest with you.
And you're not always sleeping there
I am.
in a bed and breakfast, you are?
I am in room 8, which is the owner's suite.
You're staying there?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. I love Tarpon. So I'm from Maine, and I was going to move back to Florida. Move back to Maine, sorry. And I fell in love with Tarpon Springs. I lived on 419 East Tarpon Ave. We now own that building as well. We bought 427 East Tarpon Ave. Tarpon's why I stayed in Florida. I love the community. I love the sense of just walking down the street, and it's like a small town vibe. So, yeah, I live there currently.
I have one comment about your brochure.
Yeah.
I see where you advertise beaches. You got Clearwater Beach, Madeira Beach, but you don't have Sunset Beach.
Oh, Sunset Beach. Okay.
And you put-
Okay.
yeah,
I will add that. I
add
promise.
that in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For
We have
sure.
we have
I
an-
do recommend it to people, like in the
Nice
message,
beach.
but I will add it to
Yeah.
the book.
All
Absolutely.
right. Thank you. I
Of course.
was just playing with you. Thank you.
Actually, a lot of people in Tarpon wouldn't want that added to a brochure.
That is true. Yes.
So, anyway, just sorry for that.
I will not add it then.
All righty. I really don't have any questions. They were answered earlier today by the attorney and Ms. Vincent, and in your presentation is fine. Vice Mayor Lunt, you had kind of a question, look on your face. Is there anything that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. She had kind of indicated that they're kind of ready to go with approval, and I'm going like, wait a second, you still need the state's approval.
Oh, yeah. I just meant we're ready to start that process.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, they're coming tomorrow just for my regular inspection as a bed and breakfast. So if I get this approval here, I'll be speaking to her and saying, hey, what are the next steps I need to take? And yeah, so I just mean I'm ready to go once we get everything approved. Yeah.
And I have one arcane question.
Sure.
You purchased this property when?
October of 2022.
Okay, so it's not very long ago. Were you aware of the conditional uses that applied to the property when you purchased it?
We were.
Why did you not continue with the access that was mandated to the alleyway?
That I was not aware about. In fact, when I called, is it Patricia? I'm sorry. And we were going through things that would need to be done. I was like, oh, that was already there. That gate, we did not put that gate there. So she was like, that would have to come down for you to do this. So that was the first time I heard about it, and that was when I put in the application.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Yeah.
Ms. Vincent, do you have any questions? A follow-up? Okay. Thank you. We're going to close the public comment. I'm sorry, we're going to go to public comments now. Are there any public comments from anyone in?
I
Yes,
believe
ma'am. Go
another
ahead.
applicant wants to speak. Name is Jenny Santillis, 3017 Key Harbor Drive in Safety Harbor, Florida, 34695 is my address. And yes, I have been sworn in. I probably don't need to say anything, but just reiterating what Melissa said, we are proud residents of Pinellas County. I personally have been here since 1979, and we started Plato Academy Charter School, so we own the school down the street on Keystone as well. So between that school and the 4 other properties we recently invested in Tarpon Springs, we're very proud to be in the area and grow with the city. What we do well is customer service, take care of our buildings, take care of the people, and we're very passionate about everything that we do. And we have over 150 employees that work for us. We brought our engineer here tonight. We brought one of our other staff members here tonight. We have people that take care of anything that comes up, 24-hour lists of plumbers, electricians, everything. So we're well-versed to take care of an emergency if it comes up. So I appreciate all your time and dedication, and we look forward to moving forward together with the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments.
Nita Pros, 901 Bayshore Drive.
Have you been sworn?
Oh, it was just public comments.
You still need to be sworn in for public comment. Please raise your hand. Do you swear to tell the truth on the matters here before the City of Tarpon Springs? Thank you.
I'm happy to see this happening in Tarpon in these older homes. Years ago, because I grew up in the neighborhood where the Safford Hotel was, that house used to just rent rooms. They rented to people, Greek men who worked in the sponge docks because they couldn't find a place to live. They used to live on top of the old Coca-Cola bottling on Tarpon Avenue and Pinellas. And they also, like I said, would rent rooms to anybody who came. Miss Fifi, a French lady who was married to a Greek man here in Tarpon, owned that. And she used to cook during the day, and we didn't have a lot of restaurants, and business people or people would go there to eat. And then it became a bed and breakfast before we had all this zoning. It's always been kept very clean. It's had a good history. And I'd like to see in certain areas in Tarpon, more of the older homes go into something like this. That's what you see in St. Augustine. That's what you see in little historic cities in the state, Alabama, North and South Carolina, and Georgia. And it saves your community, and it shows historic preservation, and it shows the history of your community. And we are so unique here in Tarpon with older homes, and people are renting without coming to the city, without permits, or paying the license for it. And they're renting places for people to come down here and stay. So as we go and it goes further, maybe we can do something in the city with the older sections and historic preservation to get people to buy these homes and put in bed and breakfast or a little hotel like that. You go to Alabama, that's all you see in these older gingerbread homes. They're gorgeous. Little hotels, they call them, or southern hotels. And it really helps the communities, and it really promotes historic preservation. Thank you.
Other public comments? Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Vincent, a closing or summation? No, sir. Okay. We're closing the public hearing now, and what we're going to do is go to the commissioners for any comments. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have anything? Commissioner Eisner?
I just want to compliment you again. I'm thrilled to see you there, and I wish you the best of luck. And, you know, we could use hotels and here and anything that I can do or, you know, to help out, I'm happy to help. So thank you very much for your concern and your goodwill. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Kuyas.
Yes, I'm happy to see this application being presented and hopefully approved. You know, you always drive past that building and you see its character and wonder, you know, who stays there and comes to see the town. And so I think it's a great opportunity to provide more hotel accommodations to the downtown area as we're slowly trying to build that up. Ms. Sansalis and her staff, I think are gonna do a great job, and she's also very active in the community with many different parts, and I know she can put a lot of time into it, make it look great and work out, so I'm happy to see this move forward. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Kulianis, nothing. Okay, so we're ready for a motion, and that would be for Resolution 2023-41, which is the conditional use for 427 East Tarpon Avenue. We have certain conditions that are in the staff report that we're going to adopt as part of the resolution and also as amended to
make a
include
motion.
the waiver. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2023-41, Application 23-58, Conditional Use 427 East Tarpon Avenue, with staff recommendations and include approving waiver of minimum amount of hotel rooms from 14 to 8.
Second.
Okay, if there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, let me ask, does any commissioner need to take a break? If not, we'll just press on.
Yes.
You will need to take a break? Okay.
I vote yes.
We'll break right here before we get back to Resolution 2023-42. We are going to recess at 8:49. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock. to take their seats, please. We're going to reconvene the meeting. We reconvene at 9 p.m. Item 16, Resolution 2023-42, Application 2304 and 22-39, 106 West Park Street. Ms. Kardash, if you could read the resolution by title, and then go into the explanation of the quasi-judicial and swear in anybody that's here to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Resolution number 2023-42, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 23-04, requesting conditional use approval, and application 23-39, requesting site plan approval to allow for a retail food establishment in an existing building and an accessory storage garage in a new building, totaling 3,787 square feet of gross floor area, and including parking and other site improvements on property located at 106 West Park Street in the WD1A Waterfront Commercial Fishing Development District, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing an effective date. This matter before the City of Tarpon Springs Board of Commissioners is quasi-judicial in nature. In a quasi-judicial proceeding, the board's function is to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the City of Tarpon Springs Code of Ordinances. This is a legal decision regarding the application pending before the board. The board may only consider evidence that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues arising from the application and the applicable code sections. If the evidence demonstrates that the application meets the criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to grant the applicant's request. If the evidence demonstrates that the application does not meet the code criteria, then the board is required to deny the applicant's request. Any and all persons providing testimony at this hearing are required to do so under oath. All persons testifying at this hearing must give their name, address, and must indicate whether or not they have been sworn for the record prior to proceeding with their testimony. All testimony and questioning at this hearing must address matters that are relevant and material to the application pending before the Board of Commissioners. Any board members who have disclosures such as ex parte communications or conflicts of interest, please make your disclosures at the beginning of the hearing. At this time, anybody who's providing testimony, please stand to be sworn. Okay, and raise your right hands. Do you all swear to tell the truth on this matter before the City of Tarpon Springs Board of Commissioners here this evening? Please remember to state your name, address, and indicate that you've been sworn.
Okay, Ms. Kardash, I have an ex parte communication to report.
Okay.
The applicant had sent me an email with reporting certain issues that occurred during the P&Z meeting. I forwarded that email on to, I believe it was the city manager, and also yourself, I believe. And
yes.
Then I simply responded that basically because it was a quasi-judicial matter, I should not say anything more about it. That was the extent.
Correct. Okay, and did that email indicate anything substantive about the application?
Actually, it was, my recollection, it was more basically issues of
decorum?
Basically concerned about the way the applicant was treated and certain by a board member.
Yes.
Yeah.
And are you still able to make a fair and impartial decision regarding
Yes.
this matter this evening? All right, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Vincent, please.
Thank you. This is application 2304 for conditional use, and at the same time 22-39 for site plan approval for the High Tide Cafe. The property is located at 106 West Park Street, contains roughly a half an acre. The future land use designation is commercial general, and the zoning is WD1A, which is waterfront commercial fishing development. The proposed use of the property is to adaptively reuse the former sponge warehouse as a retail food establishment. I'll talk a little bit about what that is in a moment, or in their application, a cafe. So as I said, you've got two actions under one resolution. One is the conditional use, the second is the site plan. The cafe would occupy an existing National Register historic building. An additional building is being proposed for the storage of automobiles. That is a personal use of the owner. This project did go before the Heritage Preservation Board in March with regard to the site issues that is under their purview. That also includes signage. And then this project also received a sidewalk waiver from the Board of Adjustments in April. So a little bit of context, this is the property. For reference, this area is recognized in our comp plan as actually commercial general fishing. This area is just commercial general. You got surrounding property is 1 and 2 family residential, R60, and then St. Michael's is back here very close by. The future land use, again, we have a specific designation in the comp plan for this area as commercial general fishing. It's not on this property, this is actually just commercial general. And just a little bit of an aerial photograph for location and context. So this is the site, this is the sponge warehouse. The site it's pretty much impervious surface now. There's very little new impervious surface being created as part of the proposal. This is where they would add formal parking as well as this additional storage building. And this is a little difficult to see, so this is just the survey overlaying the aerial photograph. All right, so this is the site plan. So this is the warehouse, the existing warehouse building, sponge warehouse. So you've got pavers and being added to accommodate the required handicap parking, and then the rest of the required parking is being provided to the north of that. This is the new warehouse building. This is just kind of vacant land. This is fenced in. They will be landscaping the exterior of the property to provide the buffer between the property that's vacant. They're also proposing some outdoor seating here, and then a small amount of seating inside the building. So the uses as proposed by the applicant is a cafe. Under our code, we would call that retail food, which is essentially, a lunch counter to go, basically, with some accessory seating. And then this is the site plan kind of overlaid on the aerial photograph. This is the vacant property. This property is zoned R60 for reference, which is 1 and 2 family residential. It looks like it's just actively being used for parking, probably for St. Michael's. So the elevations that the applicant has included, showing the exterior improvements, again, that this has already gone through the Heritage Preservation Board. And then the floor plan, a little bit more of a close-up. So here you see the outdoor seating, and then your inside seating, your paver parking for the ADA accessible parking that's required, restrooms, a lunch counter. This is kind of like storage and area. They're talking about roasting coffee beans and selling those as part of the business. I'll let the applicant explain a little more about what their intended use is. So under a review criteria for conditional use, and again, we got 2 sets of review criteria to address the conditional use and the site plan. So the project does conform with the land development code itself. The proposed use, as long as it's operated appropriately, should be compatible with the surrounding area. However, we have the appropriatenesses of the WD1A zoning district itself, and I'll talk about that in a second. There really are no issues with the commercial general future land use map category. This is very compatible with that designation. So the WD1A commercial fishing district. So the intent of this district is established to provide for development related to the commercial fishing industry and related water dependent uses. So this is where, as from staff perspective, we had some issues with what's being asked for. How does it relate to that intent statement? The permitted uses are commercial fishing establishments, accessory retail sales of commercial fishing, marinas and warehouses. Conditional includes conditional uses include retail food establishments, which is what is being proposed here, retail sales, and single-family dwellings. So continuing the review criteria for the conditional use, this has already undergone Historic District, received certificates of appropriateness from the Heritage Preservation Board. Again, affecting adjoining property values, I think that's all in the operations of the business. So, no issues with the city's capacity to serve with public facilities. It is an adaptive reuse of an existing building with a small outbuilding being proposed for personal use for storage of vehicles. Again, that condition 8 is kind of the catch-all. We have made some recommendations to limit the impacts of the establishment. Things can kind of morph over time, so we're trying to be cognizant of not letting that happen if this does get approved. From staff perspective, we definitely recommended prohibiting any outdoor entertainment. The review criteria for the site plan itself, there are no issues with that. They have been able to demonstrate compliance with everything there, with the new construction, managing stormwater, parking, and things of that nature. So we had concerns, staff has concerns with the extent and the operations and the potential character really with the WD1A district and how that fits. So we didn't make a formal recommendation. We are presenting the findings. If you do recommend approval of the project, we had several conditions to recommend. I'll just read those for the record. The first on the conditional use approval conditions would be that the retail food establishment is restricted to a maximum 25-person combined indoor and outdoor seating capacity and shall not sell alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption. The application for building permits must show compliance with the approved site plan and the Heritage Preservation Certificate approval, and there shall be no outdoor entertainment allowed. Our site plan conditions of approval are standards, so there's really nothing to add to that. The Planning and Zoning Board did review the application at their November 20th meeting. After a lot of discussion and input, the board did recommend approval with some additional recommended conditions. The on-premise consumption of beer and wine is prohibited. Package sale of alcoholic beverages for off-premise consumption is permitted. So, and I think the intent there was like a 2 APS license, so you could sell beer and wine to go, to take carry out. Hours of operation are limited to 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., 7 days a week. That condition was offered by the applicant during the hearing. And then the last recommended condition was that accessory food trucks would be prohibited, and they felt that that was important to maintain the character of the WD1A district. By a separate vote, they did take action on the site plan and recommended approval with the same conditions as staff. We did have public comment at the meeting with 7 citizens speaking in support, 1 speaking in opposition, and 1 who was not necessarily opposed to the project, but opposed some of the decisions of the Heritage Preservation Board. So with that, I'll stop and answer questions if I can.
Go ahead, Ms. Kardash.
Yes, are you offering the city's file and your presentation on this matter as evidence for the board's consideration?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And with that, I do believe, Mayor, that you said you had an additional ex parte conversation.
I'd forgotten to mention, I had a conversation with Ms. Vincent concerning the definition of packaged sales of alcoholic beverages and whether that was beer and wine or something more to that, and she explained that to me.
And that doesn't affect your ability to independently evaluate the evidence presented
It will not
here.
affect my impartiality. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Vincent.
Mayor?
Yes.
I have the same. I had also a conversation with Ms. Vincent about beer and wine regarding this, and no, it will not affect my decision-making if that's the question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Commissioner questions. Have you got any questions, Vice Mayor Lunt?
The only thing I didn't see addressed was the permissiveness or non-permissiveness to allow outside storage. Had we looked at that?
We didn't identify it as a condition, as any of the conditions of approval. The applicant tends to build a building to put vehicles in. So, I mean, that could potentially be something you could consider. I'd have to go dig back into the code, and, you know, the commercial general itself does not encourage outdoor storage. That's the land use that the property is in, so. But it's also historically, it's in an area where there's a lot of outdoor storage, so I don't think I'm answering your question.
Hence my question, because in my estimation, allowing indoor storage of vehicles is somewhat different than allowing outdoor storage.
Oh, yes, sir.
So I think we may want to consider that further on, but that's actually the only question I had. Did you speak directly with the applicant as regards to their liquor license to ensure the fact that they're going to do a 2 APS license, which allows for off-sale of beer and wine?
That came about as, during the Planning and Zoning Board discussion, you know, we made a recommendation. I think the applicant will probably ask, I'll leave it to him though, that, I think they do want to be able to have on-site consumption of beer and wine, but I'll let the applicant speak to that. But as a cafe and a retail food type of establishment, we felt like that should be a limitation, that to not have on, it just, things can, if it's successful, things tend to morph into,
I know they do.
and
So,
that's our concern, so.
my second question regarding that is, do we have the legal authority to restrict their operation to the limits of a 2 APS license?
As a conditional use, I think under that number 8, you have the ability to do that, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, Commissioner Eisner?
No questions of Ms. Vincent.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes, Ms. Vincent, looking at the layout of the property, how many parking spots do you see available that aren't including the disabled spot?
Let's see if I can read this with this scale. Let me look at the staff report, I think it's in there. There are 12 spaces being provided.
Okay, do you think that's an adequate amount concerning the amount of seats they can have and including employees?
Yes, that they're meeting the code requirement.
Okay, I noticed a lot of this existing gravel area, you got the warehouse that's gonna be built, and as Vice Mayor mentioned, the storage inside the building. Have there been talked about any plans? Will that continue to be served as like a warehouse storage area?
The vacant area over here?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll have to defer that to the applicant. There's nothing, they're not indicating anything on the site plan, so it should remain as vacant land, unoccupied at this point, so.
Okay. You had mentioned something just moments ago, a comment about the property's not used to automobile storage inside, the land use with exterior storage, and is that a big land use change considering?
For outdoor storage, it probably more would fall into the realm of, for outdoor storage, looking at it as a conditional use. It's not something that's under the commercial general, and I'm going off of memory right now, it's not a permitted by right. It's something that needs to be evaluated and screened. So they're not proposing anything right now. They're not showing anything. I'd have to defer to the applicant if he can, address if there's any intended future use for this area.
Okay, and the property exactly east of it, that's being used a lot for parking for the shrine?
Informally.
And it's informally, it is zoned as R60. Could that have a potential as a precedent to request a mixed-use opportunity, or, besides the one and two single-family home
Do you think this sets a precedence for somebody asking for that
next door?
next door? I don't know if it sets a precedence, but, anybody can ask for a change, to their land use and zoning. I don't know that, asking for a conditional use on here necessarily sets any kind of a precedent for the property next door. I mean, we would evaluate everything, on its own merits when they come through. I don't know if the city attorney wants to weigh in on that or not.
Typically, when you deal with land use issues, each property is considered individual because, property is deemed to be unique under the law. Each parcel of property is deemed to be unique. So you don't have the same type of precedent that you would under other forms of case law, but it would be more of sort of a selective action type, applying things to one property but not to another. That might be where it kind of comes in a little bit. I also have been, while we were talking, I was looking at the outdoor storage issue. So under the WDIA Waterfront Commercial Fishing Development District, it says that outdoor storage shall comply with Section 57 of your code. 57E specifically, and it says that the outdoor display of merchandise may be permitted in the sponge dock area defined as property adjoining Dodecanese Boulevard from Pinellas Avenue to Island Avenue and Athens Street from Dodecanese Avenue to Acacia Street. So I don't think that this falls within that area.
It does not.
So I don't believe that outdoor storage would be permitted under your code of ordinances, from what I'm looking at here.
Okay, thank you.
I think to your question, I don't think it sets precedence. What it would allow that property, let's say that this is successful and it continues to operate as a cafe, then, a rezoning to, or a change of land use and zoning to something for mixed use on that property, it might help in terms of a compatibility issue argument down the road for somebody, but I don't think it sets precedent.
Okay. No further questions at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Kulianis.
I think one of the concerns to me is this is adjacent and surrounded by residential homes, right? And the sale of packaged liquor to be taken off premises, correct?
Beer, I think the applicant's requesting beer. I think the limitation from the Planning and Zoning Board was, and the discussion was, it would be beer and wine, but the applicant may want to confirm that.
I'm going to ask the city attorney, can we swear in the chief of police so I can ask him a question?
Do you swear to tell the truth on the matters here before the City of Tarpon Springs Board of Commissioners this evening?
I do.
Thank you.
So Chief, you know the area well. You know whether there's a lot of pedestrian travel on that road. Do you think would you have an issue with guys who could walk up there, buy a six-pack of beer and walk down the street with it?
Well, I would have issue with anybody opening containers anywhere, walking around if somebody's transporting it. As far as pedestrian traffic over there, we are doing a study over in that area right now for crosswalks. As far as package.
I don't think your mic's on.
Sorry about that. As far as package stores and such to go, if it's being just transported to and from their residence, that would be from any other establishment throughout the city the same. So it'd be legal. If they opened it up or start drinking on the side of the road, then you'd have a violation of a city ordinance or state statute.
But given that area with fishermen and such, you don't find a problem here any more than you would. Is there anywhere else on the docks that sells package to-go alcohol?
Yes.
There is?
Yes.
Okay, so whatever issues there are with that, you are already addressing those anyways?
We address crimes as they occur, correct?
Yes. So this wouldn't be over a concern to you to have one more?
No.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Kulianis, you're done? Done? Okay. Ms. Vincent, this is a general question, but I think it's going to be important for the commission to understand. On resolutions, let's say the resolution for this conditional use is approved in some form or another, and let's say that there is something that wishes to be added later, then, as I understand, I'm just asking for confirmation, then that would come back to the commission for an amendment or a new resolution to add that.
Correct.
Likewise, if there's a problem that occurs as part of the conditional use, two parts to that. One, if it's going to be completely, if the conditional use is going to be rescinded, then it would, the action item would come to the commission for repealing this resolution, and that, Ms. Kardash, if I speak out of turn, just
Yeah, I'm going to
correct me,
defer
please.
that one to the city attorney.
Maybe you can go ahead and elaborate rather than my talking about that, the scenarios, and I'll ask you any follow-up that you may have missed. Go ahead.
So because your conditional uses, they are enacted by resolution, it would require a resolution to change it or to repeal it. Now, if you're talking about a violation of one of the conditions that's part of the resolution, typically that would be handled through code enforcement. And I don't know if you have something in your code of ordinances that specifically says if there's multiple violations that they would automatically lose.
No.
I have seen that sometimes where it becomes a nuisance property, that there's a provision in the code that would automatically repeal their conditional use. I don't think you have that. So it would have to basically go through the process to be repealed by resolution, yes.
And deemed a nuisance or something like that at some
Correct.
point? Okay.
Correct.
So, Ms. Vincent, I also had a question, as I mentioned, concerning the sale of sales of alcoholic beverages, and there is no restriction in terms of distance with regard to the proximity to St. Michael's Shrine.
I looked that up after we talked, and we classify that as a church. So a 2 APS which is the package to go, has a distance separation from a church or residential property of 200 feet, but it's measured by the normal walking course. So I measured that out earlier today, and that's about 700 feet.
Okay.
So from front door of St. Michael's around to the front door of this establishment.
Okay. And the concern with the package, it would be if, for example, if there's some issue with that, and then it's denied as part of the conditional use this evening, could the applicant add that at a later date by amending the resolution? If, for example, things are going fine and everyone's comfortable with the operation, and could that be amended? And also amend the sale on premise, is that correct? The same process would be involved there?
So, yes, I do. I want to qualify this just for the record. So, right now, the way that code section for alcoholic beverage license is written, it is a conditional use, but it's an administrative conditional use approved by the city manager.
Yeah.
But since we are putting conditions on the overall conditional use, I think we want to be clear about that, and I want to look to the attorney to make sure we're doing this correctly, that if you put a condition that says there's no on-premise or off-premise, then it has to come back to this board to change those. It can't be done,
Administrative.
Right, correct.
Yeah, that's correct. It would only
Right.
be able to be done administratively if the resolution is silent
Right.
as to the alcohol sales. So if you specifically put in there that no, they can't have it, then it can't be amended administratively. It would have to go back through this process. But if it's silent, then it could go through the city manager.
That's all the questions I have, and I do have a couple for the applicant. Let's see, does the applicant have any questions, or that's in for Commissioner, does the applicant have any questions for Ms. Vincent? Okay. Ms. Vincent, would you like to enter your presentation into testimony?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Mr. Saya, I would assume you're representing yourself this evening? Yes. Okay. Anybody you'd like? Okay. Just speak through the mic, and that'd be great.
All right. Ken Saya, 403 Roosevelt Boulevard, and I have been sworn in.
Robin Hancock, Cranebrook Incorporated, 623 East Tarpon Avenue, and I have been sworn.
Okay. Do you have anything you'd like to offer, or we'll just go and do questions from the commission?
Well, I did have a statement.
Go ahead,
I wanted
please.
to read.
Yeah.
I promise it won't be too lengthy. Mr. Mayor, board members, appreciate your time. My wife and I originally purchased this building for private use. We love the dated industrial look and feel that it holds. I call it my strange attraction to the utilitarian relic. Many people have stopped to look at the antique cars and tractors we display around the Sponge building and are always curious to what's inside. The building recaptures a time gone by for Tarpon Springs, a time when the culture of this town was cast by the sponge industry. What a better way, we thought, to share this piece of history with everyone than to turn it into a cafe themed in this rich history. Decorated with pictures of the industry and the culture, we have for display a large wooden plank fashioned into a sponge gauge that has been passed down from owner to owner. The Ham Sally came out to dedicate the Sally House, and we got to be friends, and he actually provided me some pictures from, I'm dating, I think, believed to be around 1920. One of the pictures has Ernest Mears and the Sponge Packers in the building, surrounded by bales of sponges, and next to a press used to press the sponges into hacks. We intend to display these and other pictures we have found of this era of that building. With Tarpon Springs embracing a new chapter in our economic development towards tourism, it only makes sense to reutilize a piece of history to support this very cause. Make no mistake, this will be a place for locals and tourists to appreciate. The waterfront community will have an early venue for a coffee and a bite, while also being able to enjoy a quick lunch. Tourists will have a place to witness a piece of history while getting a refreshment for their walk from downtown Tarpon, Spring Bayou through to the Sponge Docks. And we do get quite a bit of traffic that way, foot traffic. Actually, I was working with Officer Bowman I was the one that requested the site be surveyed for crosswalks. I would like to address the zoning WD 1A. This is admittedly a very unique zoning. The county has even cross-eyed when I tried to explain it to them when pulling waterfront permits. They just didn't quite understand the mixed use of having a house and a commercial structure under it. This zoning is really a mixed use, limited, granted conditional uses. A few, like the one we are utilizing here, fall in line with the special areas plan the city has adopted. My house is directly across the street from this site. When I mean directly across the street, I'm on the opposing corner from this building. That property is WD1A. It is commercial first floor, residential second floor. So I understand your concern about residential being close to the facility, but the reality is that's what it was designed for the residential and commercial use to be mixed. We have it all up and down Tarpon Avenue with the apartments above the bars and the restaurants and the shops. We originally purchased the lot, which is probably getting a little off subject, but the home that we have on the lot across the street from this sponge building, we originally purchased because I was going to start a charter business there. It's the perfect, WD1 was the perfect zoning for doing something like that. I think it's great that we have it. The traffic concerns, while understood, it needs to be said is already a major, this corridor is already a major artery for Tarpon Springs. All you got to do is come down there one day and you'll see it. In the morning, we got the morning rush, and it's about a 50-50 split to go up West Park over to Grand or turn and run up Roosevelt toward Dodecanese. I do not think a 25-seat cafe is going to impact the traffic. I think we're going to capture what's there, and I really do believe it might even calm the traffic, being how we'll have people going in and out of the cafe. The flooding concerns have been addressed in the site plan quite extensively, I must say. And we're actually it's a net improvement to the offlow because of the grading we've done. We've abated a slab, or going to abate a slab, that's only 80 square feet less than the structure that we want to add. So after that's abated, we're only adding 80 square feet of impervious surface. With the grading improvements, we'll actually have a net gain because we will slow the water flow, which will aid in retention. Just a little bit about myself, and I know most of you don't know me, but I'm a serving board member for the Tarpon Springs Area Historical Society, which is not to be confused with the Heritage Preservation Board that the Planning and Zoning run. We are all volunteer for the City Heritage Preservation, and all of our Heritage Preservation, and all of our citizens discover the history about the facts of Tarpon Springs. Is everybody familiar with the train station depot? Well, that's where I serve on that board there, and we're very serious about the history of Tarpon Springs and the archives and the jitney, if everybody's familiar with that. In closing, I'd like to say my wife and I, Sarah, have both personally and financially committed to Tarpon Springs. We walk the walk, and we put our money where our mouth is. That's what this investment's about. Tarpon Springs can count on us doing the right thing. Not only is it across the street from our home that we have, but we have made considerable community service investments into Tarpon. It will not be a bar. It will not be a full-scale restaurant. It will be a hub of community and history. I do not think we should be judged by Tarpon's past issues or angst over what it could be. And I've heard more of that tonight. Please grant us an unfettered conditional use so we can successfully add to Tarpon Springs history. That's pretty much it for my opening statement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Saya. But Robin, is there anything that you'd like to offer? Or?
The property currently has a privacy fence surrounding the entire parcel. And on the Roosevelt property line, the fence is right there at the edge of the right-of-way. by putting this new landscaping in and having parking in that area, the fence then moves further back onto the property, allowing more of this building to be seen. There were a lot of renderings that we had in our presentation for the Planning and Zoning Board, Heritage. We want to make this shine, even though it's just galvanized, but we can make it shine. It's a beautiful building inside. The roaster that occupies some space, it's stored right now, it is not in operation. This is a beautiful piece of roasting equipment for the coffee beans. And that in itself might be something that people want to see the process. And these beans will be roasted and served at this counter. But it's absolutely beautiful inside, and to be able to share it with the community, and being that this is, I've heard, the oldest sponge packing house left in our city. And Mr. John, you and I know there's been others that were not salvageable. This one has been maintained. Mr. Saya and Ms. Sarah have done a great job in keeping the property updated and maintained during their ownership. And we have tried to address every single situation for the site plan, the landscaping, to beautify it even more. And that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
What we're going to do is go to commission comments, but what I would like to do from just kind of an organizational perspective, Mr. Say, if you could, I know that the P&Z board and the staff had put some certain conditions on the presentation this evening and make the recommendations. I know that Ms. Vincent alluded to you may not agree or asking for something that's inconsistent with the recommendations that they made. Could you just briefly list those things that you would like to have reversed or reconsidered, or anything else that, just for the purpose of organization, so we can think about that?
Yeah, I would, you know, well, can we go over those conditions one by one? That way I'm not gonna shoot myself in the foot.
Let's see.
Okay.
So this is their staff, and then this is the Planning and Zoning Board. So 25 seats?
Yes, I'm good with the 25 seats. That's actually all we asked for in the beginning. We didn't have to reduce that. That was, I mean, like I said, we're not trying to turn it into a full-fledged restaurant or a bar.
And then, so then the no alcoholic beverage for on-premise consumption.
That I disagree with. And I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to turn this into a bar, but many places you go grab a sandwich and a beer or a wine cooler or whatever anybody's drinking these days. We're not, you know, this is not going to be a bar. You know, I'm not trying to offend anybody here, but we have regular Tarpon Springs events in the Craig Park, downtown, down at the Sponge Docks, in various other locations, and we serve alcohol. Basically open container. It's open air, everybody's walking around with it. I'm not looking at turning people loose in the street with a beer. I'm looking at giving them a beer with their sandwich. And I don't think that's a big ask. I really don't. You know, the hours we did agree to reduce to 3 p.m. I originally said sun up to sunset. I haven't got hours yet. We really were looking just to do a breakfast and lunch. But it just seems kind of crazy to go through all this and not, you know, not get a full ask, because at the end of the day, for this to be successful for Tarpon, we have to be successful. this has to make money so we can pay the taxes and do the upkeep on the building. It's as simple as that. So I'm not gonna try and restrict myself any more than I have to. And again, the serving of the alcohol indoors, I don't see it as a big ask. It's like I said, it's not a bar. We're not gonna have live bands, no place for it anyway. You know, so I don't really see and I don't see it being a nuisance to the neighborhood at all. To be honest with you, there's other elements around with the Sponge buildings that are more of a nuisance than I promise this place will ever be. You know, that's pretty much it. I don't really
What
have
about
any-
these are the staff recommendations? of
Right,
P&Z?
so you had, I mean, the building permit compliance is just a normal, yeah, that I don't think, no outdoor entertainment,
here's my thing. If somebody wants to go sit out and have a coffee and play ukulele outside, I mean, that, you know, I would go for, how's about a no amplified, you know, thing? Because I'm not gonna hire entertainment. I don't have a big enough venue for it. But if my son plays guitar, if he wants to go sit outside and play the guitar, I don't want anybody jumping on me over that. That just seems ridiculous. You know, and I guess it's, you know, like I said, it's not a venue for entertainment, so I guess I really don't even care about that one. I really don't.
okay, and then going through the P&Z board, they specifically put in that the package sale for off-premise consumption would be permitted. So that would be, if we can clarify, beer and wine to go, not hard alcohol.
No,
Okay.
I'm not even thinking about a liquor license. All I want is beer, wine.
The 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., you've already,
I would like the board to reconsider that. I think a sun up to sundown is reasonable. I mean, it's not even like we're gonna be a noisy venue anyway.
and then the last one was a restriction on any accessory food trucks.
I gotta be honest with you, the last meeting was a complete joke. It doesn't, to me, I hope it doesn't represent Tarpon Springs. The food truck was a never ask. I can't even do it, and Robin will tell you this, I can't do it without coming back to you anyway. So why that restriction was even put on there is ridiculous. I just would like it removed just because it was ridiculous. It cost me 20 or 30 minutes of the meeting to talk about a food truck I didn't even ask for and couldn't have without asking for it anyway.
Okay, all right. Let me go to the commission. Did you have anything else as far as these go? Okay,
You got anything to add?
all right. Let me go to the commission. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have any questions, please?
I'm going to reserve my questions till later. but
You're done with the questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. We've adopted a policy here on the board that any changes that you make from the time it leaves the Planning and Zoning Board to the time it arrives at our board, that we would send it back to the Planning and Zoning Board. As I've been sitting here listening, you've made probably 5 or 6 different requests of changes that they've not approved. So.
No, sir. No, sir.
I
did not make those changes. Those were the recommendations of that board. Trust me, I didn't agree to any of that.
Let me finish what I was going to say. Okay. So my question is, would you be willing, since you're disputing all of those, to go back to the Planning and Zoning?
No, sir. No, sir. I was treated so horribly at that last meeting, I would never relive that nightmare again. And to be quite honest with you, I really hope we come up with a good resolution here because I feel like this city has treated me horribly.
I can't speak for your uncomfortable position on the Planning and Zoning Board. I apologize for that if that happened. Unfortunately, I did not get to see that, but we still have a situation where they are a recommendation board and we make the decision, and we value what they have to say. So as far as the treatment, I understand. But as far as you did, as I've been listening, you've made at least 5 or 6 things that you don't agree with. And I wouldn't be comfortable changing those 5 or 6 things without it going back to them and them recommending the changes that you're asking for personally. So I don't know how to.
Well, excuse me, but you asked me if I was I did not change my application from then to now. My application has been the same. I didn't agree with them then. I didn't agree with a lot of stuff that went on there, and I've brought the same application to you. So I don't believe I should have to go backwards in the process. I've been 2 years doing this process, 2 years, trying to make sure everything's the way the city wants it. And no, sir, I'm not willing to go backwards.
So are you agreeing with the conditions that are on there?
No, sir, I'm not.
There's 3. I see 3. One is a moot point, the last one,
The food truck one.
the food truck, that's a moot
Yeah.
point.
I just don't understand why I'm being asked.
But you can't
No,
go back.
if I may interject, it's actually my fault. Ms. Vincent alluded to perhaps you wanting to make some, you were going to request this again, and I didn't hear that coming from you. And as far as the on-site alcohol, and there may have been some other things, and that was just to understand which ones they were, not to get into a rehash over what had happened at the P&Z board. Right now, these are the recommendations that both the staff and the P&Z board. But if there was something that you would want us to, we would be reconsidering it. We don't need to basically go with what the P&Z board recommends, or even the staff. I just didn't understand which ones that, you had wanted and which one. So basically, again, I didn't want to confuse the situation. It was just for an organization, in my mind, to understand what you're, what you actually were looking for, rather than what the P&Z, because your application is the application as you stated.
Correct.
So,
And-
okay.
But Mr. Eisner's alluding to the fact that because I want to go, to still go for the alcohol, that I'm amending my request, and I'm not amending my request.
Okay. Let me get
that's
back
all.
to Commissioner Eisner.
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No
Go
worries,
ahead.
thank you. So my other question is, why would the signage be different when it was presented to the Heritage Board versus then the, well,
It's not different. I don't know where you're getting that. There was one person that, public comment, that she didn't like the sign that we presented. The Historic Preservation Board approved the sign that we proposed.
Yeah, what the lady that came forward, what she did not like was the fact that the sign had a outline or a silhouette of a Model T, or a Model A. I'm sorry, which resides on this property and actually started a lot of activity to this building. People would see the Model A sitting outside, wanted to take photos of it. That generated some of this spark for the Sayas to come forward and do the cafe. Because once people saw the Model A, so the Model A is something they own, they like it, and it was a drawing that was presented on a silhouette with High Tide Cafe written under it. The lady did not like the fact that it wasn't a sponge. She wanted it to be a sponge and not a Model A, because a Model A represented their hobby, was her exact words. So she felt it needed to be a sponge.
do you know what page that was on that was,
It was sent as a letter.
Well, can I ask Renee to clarify this? Because I was told by Pat that the design of and the design is the actual structure of the sign itself, the style, that was approved by the historic board.
It
What's
was.
actually in the sign is not up for the city to debate.
Yeah, you basically did not present any signage with the P and Z package. It was part of the HPB package.
Correct.
And we did include the HPB package for reference. So what they have approved is what is approved. And so this board respectfully does not have the purview over that. Signage is in the sign code, and really the only thing that is the issue is in the Historic Preservation Board. They have purview over it. And they have approved it.
I would also like to point out that as a matter of law, the content of the sign is not for us to decide on.
Okay.
Okay.
No further
Okay.
questions.
Commissioner Kulyas.
Sir, do you understand why there's a big encouragement to not have any outside music? At least one reason?
Yes, I do. And like I said, it's not a venue that I'm going to be entertaining at. So, yeah, I'll live with that. But I will say, we have all these venues from downtown to Craig Park that I hear them very clearly at my house. Sound travels over the water amazingly. So again, I'm not sure what the big deal is on that. It's not an entertainment venue.
Okay, well, I'll explain one reason, and that's not only maybe somebody else hasn't or any planning and zoning board hasn't, but there's a shrine right there, and that shrine has to be as a place of peace, comfort, and prayer. It's a place where miracles have been performed, and we want to try to protect the peace in that area too. And so that's a reason why I don't want to support any outdoor music. So when you mentioned maybe somebody just might go over there and start stringing the guitar, could cause some extra noise. Now, if it's on your property across the street, that's your personal property where you live. And so I do want to protect single-family home zoning and encroachment into those areas. I see there's a lot of space around the building, and I want to ask you fairly, is this a place that's going to serve as a cafe, or is it also going to serve as your consistently, keeping a warehouse or storage that maybe you're currently doing right now?
Well, I'm not sure how to answer this without.
Mr. Say, if you could approach the mic and speak into the
The
mic.
original intent of this building was so I could mess around with my old cars and stuff, so that's why it's always been private use. When we decided to do the cafe so we could share it with Tarpon Springs, well, I can't do that in that building anymore very well and have the public in there. So the idea was we'll build the new building, I'll move all my car stuff into that building, and then we'll open the Sponge building up for the public. That's the intention. So I'm not changing anything but adding the cafe.
Well, so the warehouse that you're going to add on the north side of the property, that's going to be like your personal garage.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, I don't even know why I have to tell you what's in it. It's a warehouse. So I don't.
So we're just trying to get some questions we're asking, and we're just trying to get all the information we can. That's all we're doing, sir.
Okay.
And so that open area, do you plan to have it fenced in, solid? Well, I heard fence, so I want to make sure
It already is. It's already got a 6-foot fence with full screening around the entire perimeter. The only thing we intend on doing to change that fence is to move it back to,
Accommodate landscaping.
right, to accommodate the parking and the landscaping.
Yes, sir, but I'm referring to the new warehouse you want to build on the east side of it, on the southeast side of it. On the south side of it, there's this open gravel area. Is that going to be fenced in too, or is that going to be see-through?
The entire parcel has the privacy fencing around it, with exception of the parking on the west end. There's a privacy fence that goes from the corner, the north a pointer?
Yeah.
You trust me with that pointer?
Just the bottom, there you go.
Okay. The privacy fence starts there. Then we have it running down the length of the parking lot and attaches to the building. Currently, it's out here at the street. So this will open up that property for people to see the landscaping and see more of the building. You'll see this corner. Right now, it has a fence all the way across the front and comes over to this corner. Does that help answer your question?
Well, I'm trying to see the purpose of, the stuff you're storing there, your cars, your automobiles, as they fit into the WD1 district. That's what I'm trying to get at slowly. And so as you approach the building, as you enter, and where the pavers are, that whole area that's around that warehouse is gonna be covered by fence, solid. You're not gonna be able to see past anything that you're trying to store over there, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The building is part of the fencing, and there's landscaping out here at the buffer. We did have some landscaping in between the parking lot and the warehouse, but it's just too tight to accommodate the future growth of a tree. So we moved all of those trees to the east property line, and we actually really are not required, as per the zoning, to have that buffer because we have the fence. The fence accommodates the parking buffer as well. The only area that's actually the R60 is the site directly behind this, where parking is happening. That is not the correct use of that parcel. But yet we're accommodating for a residential lot that is not being used as a residential lot. It's being used as parking illegally. So all of these conditions that we're getting bombarded with of this R1 or R60, there is no R60. This R60 is being used illegally for parking. But we're accommodating and doing what's necessary to get this business going and be nice and do everything within the zoning requirements that we're supposed to do. Whether there's a house there or parking, doesn't matter to us. We've accommodated what we're supposed to do for the zoning.
Okay, and so I would ask, how would the antique automobile theme or structure fit into the WD1 district that you're proposing? And its historical perspective?
It's of the era, and we have it located right out here in front. And the reason he wants to keep that out here, go ahead.
No, go ahead, you're perfect. You tell it is, it's period correct.
It's period correct. It draws attention. Once people, some people are drawn to these things, some people are drawn to the old building. So now we've got two things that are drawing attention to this historic building.
Okay.
It actually helped the Sayas create what they're doing here with the use. People saw it and they came. You know, the old saying, build it and they will come. People saw the old car and just flocked. I personally, it's okay, but I like the building. I flocked to the building.
Okay, and this discussion about the prohibition of food trucks, I see, sir, you don't like that it's being put into as a condition, but do you understand how the concern about even the nearby neighbors is this property morphing into food trucks or anything like that?
Can I speak to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm telling you where that came
Mr.
from.
Say, if you could speak into the
I'm sorry.
microphone.
That came from one of the board members being aggravated about the Bayou Bistro truck, okay? I didn't authorize that. I didn't do that. I have nothing to do with the Bayou Bistro. So I do not know why that fear. So like I said, I didn't ask for the food truck. The food truck cannot be put there, even if you don't put that condition on there. I can't do a food truck there. That and it's ignorant. If I've got a kitchen, why do I need a food truck? It's just a ludicrous requirement that I felt was just, put it on there, I'm not gonna argue about it. But it's, you know, I can come up with 10 other ludicrous, stupid things that you can put on there for no reason at all. That's the point. It's, as Renee said, good housekeeping. Why are you gonna put a requirement that has already been superseded by the code itself? That's all.
Well, sometimes, sir, you know, the types of businesses, they change from time to time, so it's,
But sir,
as we talked about.
it can't change unless I come before the board again, regardless of whether you put that stipulation on there or not. That's all I'm saying.
And being that this is a historic property, we have to start with the Heritage Preservation Board. No matter what we do, we start with that. So there are many different boards that would have to give it its approval before a food truck would ever show up. And a food truck is not on their radar. Never was. It was brought up by the board. You can't do it. He didn't ask for it. So that's why there's a little animosity here, a little heat in this conversation, because it was never any part of our conversation. It was not something that they wanted.
And again, I understand maybe your intent, but who knows the intent of maybe a potential business owner down the road? And there's a lot of property.
That person, whoever wants it, comes again before all the different boards of this city. And we go through the process. It cannot just appear. If it does, we all know what happens.
The simple fact is there's enough code to govern this thing properly. It's already there.
It's in place. The city has put this in place. He is a law-abiding citizen, and he is being challenged.
So I want to make sure that this is clear in the record, because I'm not sure y'all understand it. I want to make sure everybody does. So once this is established as a food or drink establishment, which is what you're doing tonight, at that point, then the accessory food truck ordinance comes into play, and it is an administrative review process. Now, I think HPB would still be involved, but this board would not ever see that. So I think that's the concern that the Planning and Zoning Board was getting at, is that it is a much more administrative process for an accessory mobile food truck to an existing eating and drinking establishment. So that, I think, that was the concern. So just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page with that.
So, ma'am, do you understand now why you wouldn't even need to come in front of us again once the property's been established as a food retail place for that application? That's why that restriction or prohibition for the food truck was put in by the Planning and Zoning Board.
Right, but it's already been put in place, no alcohol to be served. So the food truck and the alcohol come together, correct?
Not necessarily at all. There's plenty of food
But
trucks.
again, we're not asking for it.
I think we need, for the purpose of the hearing, this is your presentation, but if we could stick to the specifics as far as the application and what's before us, it would help us move along a little bit.
Okay.
And quit getting distracted with some other issues. So continue, Commissioner Couillard, please.
And as we discussed before, the storage area inside the coffee building, what are your intentions with that?
Coffee beans?
Yeah, I mean, it's got coffee beans in it now. I mean,
Mr. Seha, if you could speak into the microphone.
I mean, I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean,
Okay.
the use
Mr.
now
Couillard,
is
can you
warehouse, and we want to put the roasters in the back. That's it for right now.
Go ahead, Ms. Cardash.
I just want to say, I think the relevance of this question, both as it pertains to the storage area and to the warehouse out back, is with regard to whether or not those areas are going to be open to the public. You know, you talked about the warehouse being your private property and all of that, which would indicate that that portion of your property is not going to be open to the public and would
that is
be
correct.
properly posted in such a manner.
That is correct. Now, we would like to open up access to the warehouse so people can go back and see the roasters and stuff like that.
The warehouse or the storage area?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay,
The
so reverse.
Yeah, the storage area in the back of the cafe, yes.
Okay.
I think, Ms. Vincent, did you have anything? Okay, go ahead. Ms. Commissioner Kuyas.
Yes, sir, my main concern is, and you get this approval tonight, then, you know, half the place becomes your storage place for all your personal items on a property that's been somewhat zoned a retail restaurant. And I just want to look sharp. I want it to look sharp and be sharp if approved as a cafe, and not have, you know, half cars sitting on, you know, blocks that are visible to the public when they're coming into a cafe area.
We've put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into that building. I do not intend to letting it go backwards now. It is much improved from Anthony Houlis did a lot to clean that building up, and we've just taken it to the next level. I have no intentions of it going backwards. You don't invest the amount of money we have in a place to turn around and have a junkyard. I have no intentions of having a junkyard. I will tell you that the back fenced-in area is going to be for private use, because I don't have any reason to open it up to the public. The back section of the Sponge building, I would like to, you know, and I probably won't even do it up front, but eventually I would like to come up with a way to make access to the back for people to go in the back and see the roasters and stuff like that. And you can see the architecture. I mean, I say the architecture, it's an old pole building for all intent and purposes, but it's nice to look at. You don't see it anymore.
Okay, and as you're familiar, that intersection has some high tide issues at times. You know, this application won't push to have that problem addressed any sooner or later. I just want you to understand that, sir. You correct? Understand that?
I live on that corner, and I probably complain about it the least. Everybody that goes down there complains. It's the Gulf of Mexico. I don't have any control over it.
Okay. And that's no further questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Kulianis.
Good evening. Hey, Robin. Kay's taking good care of Ranger, so.
Thank you.
He's eating well. Just an inside communication.
I know.
All right.
Please continue.
Yeah. So, let's get back to what you're asking for, because I'm confused. There was a whole bunch of stuff on the screen, and then you were, okay, so you want beer and wine on premises?
Yes, sir.
But you're saying this is a cafe. Like, when you say cafe, not a coffee shop, right?
Right. It's a place you can grab a light meal.
And so what kind of food would you be serving?
Mostly sandwiches and probably baked goods from Halaz.
Okay, and what kind of kitchen facilities would?
Very minimal.
Minimal.
I mean, right from Jump Street, we said no fryers, and we've actually reduced it down. We're not even gonna have an open flame. It's just cost prohibitive.
Yeah. I mean, you see Commissioner Koulias's concern about the St. Michael's Shrine there.
Yes, sir.
And there is you're surrounded by residents. Obviously, you live across the street, but
that's not residential. Please don't confuse that.
But there
It's
are
We live
A
in
lot
those
of homes,
houses,
but
but
there's
we
a lot of
all
homes.
understand
all
that that's
No, I
commercial.
understand, but there's homes. I'm talking about what's happening there. There's homes all around. So that, I have more comments than I do questions, so we can have comments
Save
later.
the comments for later.
Okay,
yeah,
so let's,
all
no, thank you.
Thank you.
right. Okay. Mr. Sayed, my turn, and then Vice Mayor Lund, if he's got some questions afterwards. Hang on a second, let me finish up. The one thing, I know there was the recommendation that no on-premise, beer and wine be served. The part that I'm having some difficulty with, and it's really, it's a compatibility issue, but it's almost from the standpoint of not really having a good feel or enough information to make me comfortable with off-site package sales. In other words, where somebody comes in and gets a can or two of beer or six-pack or whatever it is, and then walks out the door. What happens after that? And you can assume that they're going to get in their car and go home. You can assume that they're going to walk down the street, pop a can, drink it, the whole thing. I just don't have a good feel for that right now. And the question I have is, how do you, how important is the off-site, off-premise sales of alcohol to
Less
you?
important than the on-premise use.
Say it again?
Less important than the on-premise use.
Okay.
The idea of that was actually, the city staff was really kind of steering me toward this because of the not wanting to make it a restaurant, that it would be more of a place somebody can grab a bag of ice and some beers and some sandwiches and go jump in the boat. That was the idea of the package sales. And it still can be. I don't know. How do you hold Winn-Dixie accountable when they?
No, I know. I'm talking from the standpoint of your business as a cafe. When I saw the roasting of your coffee beans, I thought that was, I said, wow, this sounds pretty good. But then when I ran across the beer and wine, in my mind, cafe means a nice place to come and visit, sit, and actually, if you're there to have a glass of beer or wine, but that's a recommendation saying not to do that. But then on the next part would be, okay, well, if you're not going to do that, then what's the value of the beer and wine packaged and leaving? And I'm not concerned about the people that put it in a car and go off and go home. It's the ones that may walk down from the west end of Roosevelt, come down and then, go back or go around your building, around that open parking lot there. Right. That's a concern. I don't have a feel for that. So I'm just not comfortable with the off-site, but that's the question I had, and you answered that question. The rest of it, I understand. Ms. Vincent explained to me with the definitions and everything. So okay. I don't have an issue with what you're proposing as far as what has been presented to us by the staff. I'm just a little uncomfortable right now with the beer and sale where it's packaged and taken out the door, so.
Well, I certainly wouldn't condone anybody breaking the law.
No, I know.
But I have no more authority than any other retailer of alcohol. I can only follow the law. And I can't say that I would refuse service to anybody that I thought was going to break the law, because that would be my right as a property owner. If I have somebody that abuses it and I know they're abusing it, then it won't happen. I live in this community really close to this particular project. I don't want that riffraff. I really don't.
No, I have no doubt about, where you live, what, you maintain your property. It's not even an issue. It's just and not what you do, it's what other people do, that I just don't have that good feel for it. That's all. So okay. Let me go to Vice Mayor Lund. Yes.
Yeah, I know we got to talk about
I'm sorry, I do have. So,
Running out of time.
Yeah, I know.
excuse me, from my understanding, your initial intention, before it was modified by talking to planning and zoning or whatever, was to open up a small restaurant with alcohol service, and that the package sales stuff sort of came about because they wanted to restrict your interior on-premise sales. Is that correct?
No, the one thing, and Robin here is reminding me of this, we're not ready to do this yet. There is a place in Fort Pierce that is called Pierce Cider that makes ciders. We thought it's very unique. We have all these breweries around. Nobody's doing cider on this coast that I know of. And we were actually thinking about getting into that at one point. And you can actually buy the kegs from Pierce Cider and then actually package it, can it yourself by order, and then they could take it down the road that way. You know, that was one of the thoughts of having the package sales.
Okay, so package sales was or wasn't
That was
always
not the
your...
main thrust of this ever from the beginning. No, it was not.
It was not your internal. Your internal thrust was, I want to have this small, I've heard it referred to as a grab and go, but I don't see you describing it as a grab and go. You kind of describe it as a small restaurant where I can sit down and have a sandwich and a beer. So that's your intention.
Yeah,
Is
but
it
you
not?
will
I mean,
still have the grab and go, because there's not going to be, it is not going to be a restaurant in that there's going to be somebody that's going to come to your table and serve you. It's not going to happen. They're going to go to the counter and order their sandwich, their beer, their Coke, whatever they want, and then they're going to pick it up at the counter and go have a seat if they want it, or they go down the road.
If we were to look at the floor plan, where the counter is, it's a large serving counter. There are 3 seats on the west end.
Yeah, I have actually
okay.
a more detailed
And then there
diagram
are
sitting in front of me.
2 4-tops. And very rarely do people travel in 4s. So you can see like 2 people or 1 person at a 4-top, 2 people at a 4-top, and then there's a 2-top. So there's very little seating inside.
I understand
very little seating
I
anywhere.
understand the seating arrangements here.
Yeah.
That's not the question I'm having. I'm
So
just trying to, I mean, there's some reservations in our community about putting a bar, I'm being really rough on this, putting the bar at the corner of that street. And that's basically, I think, what the rub is here. I'm trying to be really honest. There's not a lot of residential in close proximity to where you are. There's the 3 houses that are across the street that, you know, are in the WD1. There's some on the other side, et cetera, but that's this year. That's not next year or the year after that. We're a small town. We get nervous about seeing bars. And quite frankly, if you're serving alcohol and it's on premise, I don't care what you call it, you're a bar. Whether you serve food or not is an accessory to that. And even from a literal income thing, most small restaurants that serve alcohol do want for one reason, because alcohol is where the money is. Yeah. And we're just nervous about putting a bar on that corner. So that's where all this is coming from. The food truck stuff, you know, that's, once you are a food establishment, you could put a food truck in your parking lot, trust me. You could get it administratively done for whatever reasons. It's something that happens in Tarpon Springs. So that's a side issue that they wanted to prevent. But as I see it here, it's not that you want to take this building and reuse it. That's great, that's fantastic. It's not that you want to put a small restaurant, or not restaurant, but grab and go type sandwich shop in there. That's something that's appealing to this community as well, I think. I think it's well served. It's in proximity to my house. I'll probably show up there. It's a good idea, I think, for people to be able to drop by there, get some sandwiches, maybe a 6-pack of beer and some ice. And you had mentioned, I think during the P&Z meeting, maybe bait down the road or something like that. That would be an excellent idea. There's a huge marina just down the road.
Yeah, that's a huge
But what we're concerned
capture.
about is on-premise sales, which turns you into a bar. So I just wanted to make that
Yeah,
clear
and
tonight.
with the hours
Because
of
everybody seems
operation-
to be dancing around it, but I don't want to dance around it. We're afraid of you turning it into a bar. You're in a residential neighborhood, whether it's WD1 with residences or whether it's zone, R60 or R60A. So,
Well, does the 7 to 3 not satisfy your concern of it turning into a bar?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Say, if you could
The
speak into the
7 to
microphone.
3
Hours of operation.
hours of operation, does that not satisfy that it's not a bar?
Well, it's 7 to 3. I gotta admit this, and I bet you that's why the 7 to 3 restriction was put on you by the P and Z board, because they didn't want it to.
He offered.
Yeah, I saw the conversation, so, yeah.
Because he
But
doesn't want to work all the time. He's kind of retired kind of guy.
I gotta admit,
wants
that
to
does,
make
that does
sandwiches.
quite a bit to mitigate it.
Do we have any further questions?
I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Sorry for going crazy.
Ms. Vincent, do you have any cross-examination of the applicant or anything that you'd like to ask him?
Of the applicant, no.
Okay. Of anyone else?
I just wanted to,
It's a closing summation as well.
right,
so-
the one additional consideration that you may want to, I think what this gentleman intends to do, and what he's testifying to is one thing. I think the bigger concern is if he walks out of here and is successful and he wants to sell the thing to somebody else, I'm gonna ask the city attorney, can you put a restriction that basically says that upon sale, that this process would have to be repeated for a new owner? I think that may be something that might help with some of the discussion that I'm hearing, and then I'm gonna sit down.
I have seen that where the condition is put on where it's specific to the current owner. So it basically runs with the person rather than running with the land, because typically these types of decisions run with the land. What I can do is a quick search, because I know we still have to do public comment on this, and I can see if I can find any specific case law on that particular issue, but I'm unaware right now of anything that would specifically prohibit that from being a condition to make this specific conditional use for this owner.
Whether we could legally do it or
Wouldn't
not.
that be satisfied by the fact that whoever bought the property would have to get their own license, because that's not transferable that I understand, because you have to get a background check and everything
For the alcohol license.
for the alcohol license.
Right, right.
I mean, that seems to be the big concern, is the alcohol license. So if that's not transferable, what's the rub? I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, that's up to the board.
Was that it, Ms.
And the
Vincent?
city actually has to approve
Okay.
the liquor license anyway. So you got your out right there.
Okay. What we're going to do now is go to public comment, and then we'll go from there. So you could have a seat nearby or return to your seats, whatever you'd like. Let me go to public comments now. Anyone that'd like to speak on this matter, please come forward.
Good evening. Bill Plaza, 419 Roosevelt Boulevard, and I'm one of the people that actually lives across the street. And I've been sworn in. It just seems like a ridiculous process, 2 years of doing this thing. I've been to many of your meetings, including this, also with the historic preservation. I did not go to zoning. But some of the stuff that the homeowner or potential business owner is going through is ridiculous, you know. And that's my personal feeling. First of all, it's the oldest building, sponge building, that wants to be revived. As I understand, and I'm not a historian, been over here in Tarpon only for 10 years, that the locals used to meet in the building, used to have a smoke and a beer, and the kids ran around, and it was a community meeting place. And the current owner wants to turn it back into a community place, and all the restrictions are being put on him. I don't understand it. Commissioner Kulias, where were you with the previous owner when he got all the crap piled up in the yard? You know, you are concerned about the cars. What about the bridge repair stuff that was stored over there for years? You know, come on, give me a break. You know, it just seems like we are putting more and more restrictions on everything. I would rather see somebody sit down, have a sandwich and a beer than actually carrying out a package, you know. But your concern, and Vice Mayor, you know, were those concerns really presented to the other people that sell liquor in the city? You know, we're putting provisions, maybe this, maybe that, maybe this. You know, even with a food truck, there is a tiki hut that sells the cooks in a food truck. You know, you got to be equal with everybody. You just can't say, okay, well, we're going to put this restriction on everybody. But 2 years of this process, how welcoming is the city really to new business? Is not. I would hate to do business, and I love Tarpon Springs, but I would hate to do business over here. I would not, personally, I would not go through this process like that. I would welcome a cafe, even if they serve beer or wine. I like to have a beer with my sandwich. I go down to the Sponge Docks, to the deli, and that's what I have. I have a beer and a sandwich and walk back home. I don't understand what the restrictions are. I think that you guys would be happy to see a responsible business owner that wants to control his stuff. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Tina Bukavalis, 115 Athens Street, and yes, I've been sworn in. And actually, I live about 2 blocks away from that, and if you look just to the south and just to the east, it is mostly residential around there, just answering that. Now, first of all, I do want to say that what I had to say was mischaracterized. I do not want a sponge painted on that building. In fact, what this is about is really preserving one of our oldest historic resources. And what we're trying to do, or what I want to do, is protect the visual integrity of this building. I'm not against adaptive reuse of the building. I'm not against the business. But I think you can easily maintain its integrity just by leaving it as it is. Let's not consider it signage. Let's consider it just the historic resource. Today, I happen to be reading the Historic Preservation Design Manual because that's what I sit around and do. And in the design manual, it says, Guideline 7, adaptive reuse requires retaining a building's historic character. That's page 82. Page 84, general guidelines, requires preservation of significant historic features. Page 82 cites the Secretary of Interior's standards of rehabilitation, which says, the removal of historic materials or alteration of features and spaces that characterize a property shall be avoided. So, the reason I don't think we should change the building is it's one of our most important historic resources. It is in 2 different historic districts on the National Register, Greektown and the Downtown District. It doesn't have to be changed. If he wants to put signage on, he can put a sign in front of the building without changing these features, which is what our guidelines say. Don't change the historic structure. Also, another thing about talking, though, about this logo is there's more history to that building than has been given in the packet. It wasn't just mirrors. I mean, he was there. It's the oldest built sponge warehouse. He operated for some years. Then the Tsarakis family bought it in the 1980s. And Kostas Tsarakis worked on sponge boats, distributed and processed sponges, and made charcoal for the sponge boats at his woodlot. at Mill in Athens. His son Nicholas operated a sponge hooking boat. Its image is carved on its tombstone. That's how important this industry was for him. In the 70s, Costa's son George also had one of the last hooking schooners, and the grandson Gus Tsourakis also owned a sponge boat and used the warehouse for sponge distribution into the 90s. Then it was bought by the Houlis family, who used it as an office and storage space for their bridge business. The bridge business was what a lot of spongers went into after the sponge industry went downhill. They went from one of the most dangerous professions under the water to a dangerous profession above the water. But it's sort of a continuation in many ways of that business, of that kind of way of life, going away for long periods of time. So this is an important resource. There's no reason to change the outside of the building at all. A sign can be put, in front of the building, and we can continue to have our historic look of this town and of this district. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
My name is Demetrius Mostopoulos, and I'm at 216 High Street, and I have been sworn in. My home, 216 High Street, is no more than 100 yards from this particular cafe. And like Bill said, I mean, what you guys are putting this applicant through is unbelievable, okay? You talk, one person's concerned about the beer to go. The other person is concerned about consumption on the premises. Within probably less than a 5-minute walk, there would be a handful of establishments that do both on-premises consumption or off-premises. And now we're picking at him because he's on a commercial street that people decided to put some residences there. Those residential homes, a lot of them that are in his proximity, not only are residences, but have commercial operations. There's a crabbing business, there's boat slips that are rented, there's commercial fishing, and you call them residences. But it's a combination of how this zoning is. We talk about this recent comment about changing the front. I think he's already went through the hoops for the historical approval. I don't know why that would be an issue anymore as to what changes he's making. It's all been approved. We have here that, like I said, my home's less than 100 yards away. On the section of my property are Australian pines. And on a regular basis, in those Australian pines, I pick up beer bottles and beer cans. Do I mind? I'd rather not have to pick them up. I have not called to file a report because it's not a big deal to me that there's a can here or there. It's the nature of the location, it's the nature of the history, and to have that in there, they could have bought that 100 yards away, or they could have bought it 1,000 yards away. It still ends up in those Australian pines. So to stop him from selling off premises, who could sell it then? I mean, you have all the other places that are selling it. Stop everybody from taking stuff away. You sit here and you say, what if the next person that buys the business, what if somebody becomes a drunk and they walk? Well, we have the police here that we could file reports for crimes. You have a board that will, not only your board, planning and zoning, that will restrict or will have code enforcement to come into play. So you want to restrict him on what ifs? So the grab and go. You want to call it a bar because he's want to serve some liquor. And we'd say, okay, it's a sandwich shop. If you wanted to eliminate him from doing any to-go business, that business would not survive with less than 25 seats or less. as a sandwich shop. Without having some beer and wine to go with this, in that area where you have all these other places offering it, it's not going to be detrimental to the area. The next comment that I have, concerned about the shrine. My house, the shrine would sit in between Morgan Mays and my house. The shrine is in between. When I am on my deck in the evenings, I hear the music from Morgan Mays. I knew where I was buying. I knew that there was commercial businesses around. That's on alternate 19. That sound has to go directly over the shrine in order for me to hear it. And you want to say, oh, we can't have, the shrine needs quiet. What's next to the church up there? I mean, the church has a lot of businesses around.
Sir, the beep was that you're out of town. If you could wrap up your thoughts in a few seconds, I'd appreciate it.
Anyway, it's very disappointing that a lot of the comments that I heard here tonight seem more like nitpicking rather than looking at the whole thing in its entirety of what he has to offer to the community and, you know, what is going on all around, but then picking his business to not go forward.
Okay, thank you.
Anita Prose, 901 Bayshore Drive. We have very few packing houses left. The Fackless Packing House still stands next to their home, and the one across the street from it, the big white building. My dear friend, relative John got mad at me when I came up here and asked for time to try to find property to move his packing house. I couldn't find a lot to buy, or anyone would give us a lot, because the packing house meant nothing to them. And I couldn't understand that, but he had a right to dismantle that packing house because it was falling apart. But we tried to save it. And the day that they painted over Chiracus Packing House, that was the kill on the old packing houses. Now this gentleman, I'm not for or against, but I don't like the fact that he has told y'all what he's been through, and he's willing to preserve the packing house. He's willing to make to preserve with a fence, and I hope he puts up shrubbery for the shrine. We wouldn't let the Salikas boy build apartments on the lot where they parked the cars because of flooding. And that's my only concern is the water, because it gets very high. It even goes up to Andy Stavrakis' house and into the area where the shrine is. And we can't always control that. But the gentleman has made concessions. He'll close at 3 o'clock. I think that's wrong to make a business close at a certain time, but I understand where they're coming from. He's willing to work with the city, and if it doesn't work, we have rules and laws that say you're gonna have to close down. I'm all for historic preservation, as you know, but if that means we can keep that tin building there as a former packing house, then we need to do something to keep it, because if he sells it, you don't know who's gonna buy it, and they may want to tear it down. You don't know what's going to happen. And the press and everything that was in there for the Sponges Historical Society, and it's all down in the Pinellas County Historical Park. You can go see everything. That's where we moved one of the sponge packing houses down there to save it. So let's think like we should. If he's willing to put the money in and keep the building like it's supposed to be, a tin building, tin packing house, and promote it as a packing house, then there's someone who wants to do something good in Tarpon for historic preservation, because you just can't leave it there with nothing there. And not only correct one statement that was made by Miss Bucavalis. Bridge painters came when after the sponges were gone, and they came over and started bridge painting to make money. It wasn't when the sponges died. There was no bridge painting then for companies from Tarpon.
Okay. Are there any other public comments?
Hi there, Stephanie Brady, 260 Sand Crane Way. I have been sworn in. I'd just like to say that I am in favor of the cafe. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Peter Lacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. I have 2 points to kind of make. As a person who understands business, if you're going to approve this, you need to let him have on-site alcohol sales, and you need to let him have at least sunrise to sunset. Because otherwise, you're setting up for failure, because you're not going to succeed just selling sandwiches, croissants, coffee, and tea on the volume you're going to need to recover what he's going to have to expend. Business thing. Okay? Now, and nothing against his efforts or what his intentions are. But I want to go to what this board is obligated to look at. Criteria. The project is compatible with the surrounding area. For appropriateness of use, the board may want to consider if the intent of the WD1A zoning district is met. Permitted uses. Commercial fishing establishment, accessory retail sales of commercial fishing products, marinas, and warehouses. Conditional uses are allowed to support that. Now, when the gentleman spoke at the planning and zoning, he was saying, oh yeah, we'll pick up, so people go into the marina, want to pick up some ice, a sandwich, a beer. For those of you boaters, most of y'all probably already, when you're planning a trip, you already packed your coolers and you're just taking your coolers and load them on the box, so it's not that much. So if he's going to be successful, he needs to deal with that. But I want to go over something that, from a 30,000 square foot thing. Don't know if you can see it, but thankfully, through Renee's efforts on the Antelope River Park, one of the links says economic impact of marine commerce and tourism industries, City of Tarpon Springs, November 2016. You already have an economic study that you can use for your support for the Antelope River Parks, which is on that site, for what's going on in this area. Now, you're spending all this money for dredging. Earlier, you said, looking at the Antelope River, our commercial waterfront, the building of Duckworth, the congestion. This area was meant to support those industries. You're spending all this money to bring in dredging and to help the commercial waterfront. We need to bring back the Maritime Committee. I don't know if it's sunsetted, but we had in the Maritime Committee, Ms. Julie from Pelican Point, Cox Seafood, all these places. Now, I know I'm running out of time, and you can go and look at this, but if you go on this study, and on page, and I have a hard time reading it, and I've said this before, you've heard me about a grant program for bringing in people to work the sponges. I brought this here to show you. What is it we show on our things? The sponges, the docks. The docks ain't there no more. So let me just read something real quick from this study. It says, Sponge beds have survived to the present day, and the industry has seen a modest decline in recent years. Professional sponge divers still search the waters of the coast of Tarpon Springs. However, it has been challenging to recruit new workers on the job. Most of the sponge boats are still owned and operated by people of Greek descent. And then it also goes down further down here. I know I ran out of time, but it says here, and this is the important part, with the working waterfront business, while the working waterfront businesses remain over the years, the city has seen the redevelopment of commercial fishing-related parcels to other uses, including marinas and restaurants. In October 2003, the city approved a site plan for a 4,000 square foot restaurant that replaced a marine hardware store. And then also about the marina, the Cove, the
Mr. Delacus,
Cove training.
Can you get to the point, please?
Yes, the point is that little by little, we're cutting up little chunks. You're looking at a micro thing, yeah, this works, we allow that, but the bigger picture is we need to be supporting our commercial waterfront industry. That's what people come to the tourism to see, the sponge docks, the boats. You look across now, those big boats, those catamaran boats across from the docks, the waterfront is our lifeblood.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments? Mr. Jump? Let me continue. Mr. Saya, you have an opportunity to offer a rebuttal to anything that you may have heard from the public. Do you have anything to say in that regard? You don't have to, it's just an opportunity. Okay. Ms. Vincent, closing summation? Nothing? Okay, Ms. Kardash?
In reviewing the case law that I looked at kind of briefly here during the public comment, I didn't see anything that would prohibit you from putting a condition that says that your conditional use approval is specific to this applicant.
It's specific to the applicant?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so basically with that, I'm going to close the public hearing and go to commissioner comments. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have anything?
I think I was a little bit misunderstood when I spoke earlier regarding your consumption on premises or off premises. What I was trying to do was impart to you the concerns of the community. When I sit up here, it's not my personal thoughts that I talk about to the most part. We have a city of 26,000 people here. I get a lot of input. Trust me, I have pages of input. I have also handwritten notes in support of your project throughout those pages of input that I got. I don't believe that you could survive with just off-package sales and sandwich sales from 7 to 3, although that was something you seemed to agree to. So for my part, I'm going to support this with probably the additional restriction on outdoor storage. I'd like to see that put in as
storage.
Outdoor storage.
Outdoor storage, okay. Which I think is prohibited anyway, right?
Yes.
It's prohibited anyway. You want to go ahead and add it? Okay. All right.
Bring them up.
I think that, just for clarification, Ms. Kardash, can go over that again so maybe everybody understands? That might be the best.
Yes, let me pull it up real quick. So it was section 25.15 that says in the WD1A area that outdoor storage is regulated with respect to section 57, subparagraph E. And that was the one that I had read earlier into the record that says, the outdoor display of merchandise may be permitted in the sponge dock area defined as property adjoining Dodecanese Boulevard from Pinellas Avenue to Island Avenue and Athens Street from Dodecanese Avenue to Acacia Street. And I don't think that this is encompassed in that area. I would actually have to probably see that mapped out. But this would basically be that the outdoor display of merchandise is not permitted.
You're talking about equipment though, right?
Yeah, what I'm sorry, but basically what I'm talking
you
about.
gotta come up to the mic.
Wait. Go ahead. You're asking him to come to explain?
Yeah, if he's gonna ask questions and things like that on the record, we do need it on the microphone.
My concern is, I don't know where this outdoor storage is coming from, but my understanding is it's WD1A. If I want to go get a crab boat and stack crab pots to the sky on that property now, or if I wanted to sell crab pots and stack them to the sky, there's no zoning restriction on that. So I'm not sure where this outdoor storage is coming
Would you
up.
like to hear where I'm coming from
Sure.
on that? Okay, so you're gonna be running a public restaurant there, not some place that stacks crab pots down the street like I go by there very frequently, trust me. So my concern is, because you're an antique car buff, and because you're going to be storing antique cars in this warehouse, I don't want you to get into a situation, and trust me, I've seen this happen before, where you go out and you find 2 or 3 Model Ts or Model As or what have you that are in rough shape that you want to buy, you want to recondition, but there's no room in your warehouse. I don't want to see those stacked around the property. I just don't think that we need to approve that at this point. That's why I'm saying no outdoor storage.
I don't like the terminology of it, that's all. It just seems very restrictive, and then I feel like it could produce problems
So
for me
it is
later.
Yeah, it is broader than that. The preamble, go ahead.
Well, okay, so it refers to section 57. That outdoor storage section says no storage, no outdoor storage, sale, service, or display of merchandise, equipment, or material shall be permitted except on a shown on an approved site plan and provided below. And then there's 5 or 6 different, there's A through F. Outdoor display of merchandise, that's like what goes on to the docks. I don't think that's what he's talking about. The last one I think is relevant. Outdoor storage within the commercial general future land use map category shall comply with outdoor storage limitations for various uses as prescribed in the Pinellas County-wide plan rules. So at this point, I think the relevant thing is he has nothing on his site plan that shows any outdoor storage. So I think if that's something that he wanted to do, I think it would be necessary to address it through a site plan process at some point.
So to your point, Vice Mayor, if he wanted to keep the antique cars outside of the warehouse, he would have to come back and get site plan approval from that pursuant to our code.
Okay, but this is where you've painted a very broad brush on this. I have a 1952 Farmall tractor that I actually park out by the street. Everybody loves to look at that. I've got a Ford 861 tractor that I use really just for the maintenance of the parking lot, but one day would like to restore. They sit outside.
Yeah.
So I'm a little nervous about this requirement, that's all, because I think it could be used against me for what purpose, I don't know, but I don't like the restriction, that's all.
All right. Well, we've closed the public hearing, so we've gotten this dialogue done. It's 10:59. I need to get a motion from the commission to continue the meeting until some certain time.
Motion to extend the meeting till midnight.
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes. Okay, so Vice Mayor Lunt, that was, you just, it's prohibited by our statute, our ordinances.
Correct.
So we don't need the,
I'll cave on that.
okay. Commissioner Eisner. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I listened to, and I want to thank everybody for coming up and giving opinions. I don't believe I heard anybody say that they were against the cafe shop or against the sandwich shop or against what you're trying to do. But I did hear a lot of people coming up and speaking about the confusion about why we need to ask questions. And I think I need to go into just a very short explanation. We are sometimes a legislative board, but at this particular hearing, we're not. We're a quasi-judicial hearing, which is what our attorney spoke about in the beginning. And to make that clarification for you is we don't make law. We have to abide by law that's already written. So when we're asking questions about the laws that have already been written. We cannot rewrite them, we cannot change them, and we're gonna ask questions that you can stay within the conditional rules and regulations that are laid out by the historical board, by the planning and zoning board. If it's something that's a little bit iffy, it goes under the consideration of your presentation to us, whether we can take that information and see how it fits in the criteria. If what you present does not fit into the criteria that we have, by law, we have to reject it. So I need you to understand that it's not that we're up here trying to make you jump through hoops or why we're harassing you for 2 years or any of the other comments. It has to do with what we're designated and elected to do on a quasi-judicial, totally different than a legislative. So I did want you to understand that. The other thing is, I know there was a comment made about agreeing or disagreeing whether business would succeed being from 7 to 3. It's not our purview to make that decision. We probably all have our own opinion, but that's still not a decision. I personally am not comfortable with the alcohol part of it because, we have enough issues in the town with alcohol, and I understand if a establishment is laid out to be a cafe, I have to think along the lines of coffee, tea. I don't think about beer at all. I really don't. If it's I know there was a
Then don't have
I don't.
alcohol at any city venue that you feel that strongly about.
Sir,
Continue,
I'm
Commissioner
just
Eisner.
trying to give my opinion. I don't really want to have an argument with you. There was a comparison made from a cafe to a bunch of locations in town. Some of the locations that we have where they sell alcohol, they are a grab and go, but they don't have seats where you can drink. You just literally, they're also called bodegas. You just pull up, you get what you're getting, and you go. Or you're classified a bar. So I don't feel comfortable with that. Of course, I didn't feel comfortable with the music or having a ukulele or whatever instrument because that's just going to get precipitated. You have screens around everything. I don't think it's the police chief or any of his employees' job to be screening another location. That's pretty much my statement on it, so that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Commissioner Kulyas.
Again, My biggest concern was this outdoor storage, and that's why I did ask in many different ways. At times, there were questions about, or there was answers, and he may come back up if he wants to, about, I'm not sure what I want to put out there, or it will be a storage area for me at some point. And I'm happy that got cleared up about storage in the open area, not inside the warehouse. And with that, you know, we talked about the previous use of that property and how bridge appliances were being stored there. Well, under that WD1 district, anything related to commercial fishing industry and related water-dependent uses. So I hope that clarifies that. And as far as the St. Michael Shrine, there's a big difference between noise being 100 feet, a couple hundred feet from you, and noise traveling thousands of feet when you're out there in that peaceful area. So I want to be very clear about that. I also want to be clear, I'm one of the few, or one of the most vocal about protecting single home family residential zoning and not infringing onto that area. And so I don't see how the car theme or is compatible with this WD1 transformation you're asking for. And I think it's very clear what I'm referring to. It's either you're gonna have the cafe with some of your storage and your storage areas and it's look clean and that open area is gonna not have any storage, or you're gonna use it as its current intent for the WD1. You know, there's not too many properties where it's a restaurant cafe use and then it's mixed commercial waterfront type of material. And so I would consider having the place open from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. I'd have to see where this board wants to go with the alcohol sales. But I want this application and its conditional use to be specific to this applicant themselves. This isn't you know, it goes well, you can sell it now in the future and all this storage area can become 50 more seats. And I hope we made it very clear to everyone why we were asking the questions with the food truck, because some people didn't understand out there. Once accepted, it's out of our control. And so when we start infringing into that area with food trucks and, you know, and that R60 area, it's very close, it's not compatible. And so I'm gonna wait to hear a motion out here. And if it's not with some of the things that I would like to see, I'm not gonna support it. I wanna support your business. The biggest factor is him keeping that building intact the way it is. It does look like he's gonna keep it intact. It does look like he wants to, you know, help bring out the area. Again, I don't know how the tractor and the 8-train, you know, the 8 cars fit into the historical perspective of Tarpon Springs besides the time of era they were produced. But I'm willing, that theme doesn't matter to me. It's the storage of potentially 5 to 20 automobiles in that back area, if potentially allowed. So I'm gonna wait to hear a motion out here, and if it's with the conditions recommended, including the storage and the approval to be specific to this applicant, I may consider it.
Okay. Commissioner Kulianis.
You know, I respect property rights, and I'm sure you worked really hard to make enough money to buy that property. And it's yours. And you should have a right to do something with it. But I've always said that people, you have a right to what you bought, and you have a right to the zoning of what you bought. You have a right to ask to change it, but that's something that we can always say yes or no to. I think the integrity of the building is intact, whether you have, a old car theme or whether you have a sponge theme. The building itself isn't compromised by that. I'm concerned with, again, the neighborhood. You're moving, again, it's not the docks proper, it's up the street where now our people living. Now, we have examples of businesses that had pretty active, the Lime and Coconut was right there, and you had all those neighborhoods. Your neighborhood was right behind all that, and, I'm sure that probably blended it well with the community. It's not our job to be concerned with viability. Viability is not something we can take into consideration. It's not our job to try to analyze whether you can make profit by having alcohol or not having alcohol, or that's not something we can do here, and it's not something we're supposed to look at. Correct, Ms. Kardash?
That's correct.
Okay. So, I'm less concerned with, if we have a time limit on the operation, I'm less concerned with being able to get a glass of wine or a beer with your sandwich. I'm less concerned with that. I have more problem with somebody grabbing, like you say, but like the mayor said, I can't get my hands around people going in there and buying packaged liquor and going out around the corner and popping a can and drinking it. So I'm like Commissioner Kulyas, I'm on the fence with it. I'm waiting to see a motion. I don't like the package pickup part of it. I can't get my hands around why that's even necessary. Again, I think you should be commended that you're trying to maintain the integrity of the building. You're putting a business in there, you should have a right to do that. If we want to make it into a museum, then the city should buy it from you and they can make a museum. They can't force you to make a museum and treat it as such. You have a right to try to get some return on your investment and do something with it. So I'm all in favor of that. I'm just want something that's compatible with the neighborhood, and that's where my concerns are. So I'm in the same boat as Commissioner Kulyas. I want to hear where we're going with this.
Okay. From my perspective, I don't have an issue with what you're doing. I really don't. And the dilemma I've got is that I too agree with, when you serve beer and wine indoors right there, you know what you've got. I can put my arm around that. That's not an issue. I don't know that 25 tables is going to get you what you need from that approach. On the other hand, when you sell package, on the go, grab and go, whatever the term is, I don't know what happens with that one. So I'm like Commissioner Kulianis, I would prefer there to be on-site service of beer and wine rather than package, because I understand what goes there. And the police can probably deal with that a little more because they'll know if there's an issue where it came from. The grab and go, you don't know where that, unless they find a receipt on there that has got the High Tide Cafe written on it or something, I don't know. I don't have an issue with approving your application. That's not the point. What I'm struggling with is that and I'm not sure how the rest of the commission feels about it. I would prefer you to have offer wine and beer on premise than I would for you to have a package. And if you can't have it on premise, then I don't know, I'm very reluctant to agree to allow that to be grab and go, or whatever the term is that's used. And, the one thing that the reason why I brought up the conditional use and how it's handled is that for whatever reason, you know, you decide you're open, let's say, and you're operating after about a year or so, and you've got a good feel for things, you can always come back and ask for things. You can ask for things for reconsideration of something. You can ask for to be allowed to serve beer and wine. In 16 months, I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to be here. So you're going to have a fairly new board and other people that might have less concerns or a better feel for things than I do. So I'm not sure what kind of emotion we're going to get out of the commission this evening. My suspicion is there's enough votes for it to pass. I just don't know what's going to pass. So let me just. Can you allow that to?
That's up to the board if you want to allow
It's
him
up to the
make a
commission
final-
of whether you want to hear. Okay.
Sure.
Mr. Saya, please come forward.
It's kind of funny because this is polar opposite on the alcohol from the last meeting that I really don't even want to remember.
I understand.
But I'm telling you, as a man of this community, you have my word. If there's a problem, it will be fixed. And you can take that to the bank. So if there's a problem with the alcohol, I'm either going to come up with a remedy or I'm going to stop. And I really feel like that the zoning and code actually provides enough guardrails for the city to be comfortable. Now, if there's infractions, we need to deal with them. And I will work with the city to deal with them. As far as the other uses of the property, I have no intentions of going outside the lines. I mean, I've been there for how many years now? 3, 4 years? I haven't had any code violations, so it's not something you can anticipate. I just kind of feel like I'm being impugned by a lot of fears, okay. and I'm telling you, as a man of my word, if you come to me, I will fix it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what we're going to do now is go to. Did you have something you wanted to say?
I do. I just want to make sure that the commission is kind of clear on a couple things, and I wanted to read the definition of what a conditional use is from your code. So, you know, there was a little bit of a discussion regarding private property rights, and permitted uses are part of your property rights. The uses that are permitted by right are the permitted uses. A conditional use are uses which are not permitted by right in a specified zoning district, but which, when subjected to a review according to established standards, may be approved subject to certain restrictions and safeguards. So those restrictions and safeguards should bear a reasonable relationship to both the purpose of the district and also to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. So I just kind of wanted, as you're looking to establish this framework of what motion you're going to consider, I wanted you to kind of remember that, okay?
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask the commission, any commissioner, for a motion, and then we'll go from there in a second if there's one as well. So is there any commissioner who would like to make a motion on this matter? To include whatever your concerns are, and let's see how it falls with the rest of the commission.
Just give me a moment.
I'll make a motion.
You're going to make your motion?
I'll make it.
Okay, please, speak loud. Thank you.
I got it right here. Okay, so I make a motion that we approve ordinance 23-04, 22-39 with the following conditions. On-premises consumption of beer and wine, no package sale of alcoholic beverages off-premises for off-premises consumption, hours of operation to be limited from 7 to 6, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's it.
What about the rest of the conditions, the staff's recommendations, I guess? Ms.
You mean
Kardash,
the
you wanna-
accessory food truck? That's not an issue, is it?
I wanted to correct the numbers. So this is resolution number 2023-42. I believe what you
Oh, I'm
read
sorry.
were the application number for the conditional use approval and the application for the site plan approval. So when we did this at the Planning and Zoning Board, the conditional use approval is what you're putting the conditions on there. And then the site plan was considered under a separate motion.
Okay, so let me start all over again, just to be clean. Okay, I make a motion that we accept resolution 2023-42 and resolution 2023, well, I don't have to
It's
do
just-
the others.
so it's just
all
one-
included.
it's one
It's all
resolution.
included, okay.
Yes.
We've got to do it.
And
individually.
with staff conditions, including, and with additional conditions of on-premises consumption of beer and wine is allowed, package sale of alcoholic beverages off premises is prohibited, hours of operation are limited to 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. I don't know about and we don't have to do the food truck.
Yes, we
Yeah.
do.
We do? Okay.
The two other salient conditions were no outdoor entertainment.
No, okay. I
And
thought
the-
that was in your conditions, but they're not.
It was.
That's why I said staff
Okay,
conditions.
so that's, okay.
Staff conditions plus the additional conditions.
Okay, got
that,
it.
And the accessory food trucks are prohibited. So put that in.
If you're willing to amend your motion to include conditional use approval is specific to this applicant and with the restriction of outdoor storage, I will second it.
I will put that in the motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, before we act on it, I'd like for Ms. Vincent, if you're comfortable, if you could kind of tell us what we're acting on.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
I'd like to do that too.
So, yeah, so the resolution number is 2023-42. There's two actions under that.
Yes.
So we'll go with the conditional use piece first, which that is application 23-04. So your motion would be to approve application 2304, and I'm just going to read the conditions in total as I see them now. So on-premise consumption of beer and wine is allowed, no off-premise to-go sales, hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., no outdoor entertainment, accessory food trucks are prohibited. The conditional use is specific to this owner, and I missed the language on the outdoor storage.
To include outdoor storage is prohibited.
Outdoor storage prohibited,
And
okay.
then what about the outdoor entertainment?
Outdoor entertainment is prohibited.
Is there anything else that
There's also a restriction on the number of seats.
Yes, the 25. Thank you.
What was that restriction?
That was part of the staff.
Yeah, I was trying to get them all into the
Okay.
the list here, because I'll have to correct this. So outdoor storage is prohibited. Yes, that is everything.
Okay. Is there a second? Commissioner Kulyat, you've got a
Second.
second? Is there any commission comments on that?
Yeah,
Okay,
I just want to state to the applicant, I know you went through a lot, but this is an area we haven't experienced yet. And so I understand there's a lot of restrictions, but a couple of doors have been open for you that I think you'll see. I get it, micromanagement, whatever, we're looking out for town and the single-family home zoning that I ran on protecting. So
Okay.
we're looking forward, looking to help out this town, and thank you going through the process.
Ms. Jacobs, no other comments, right? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes.
And the second action is to approve the site plan.
Pardon me?
You still have to approve
yes, we've
the
got the
site
other
plan
one.
application
Yeah.
22-39.
Okay. Let's go through that other one. Is there a motion that the site plan should be?
That's the standard conditions.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yes.
say, it should be straightforward. There's nothing. Is there a
Motion to-
motion and a second to that?
Motion to approve site plan application 2239.
Second.
Okay. Is there any comment from the commissioners? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Saya. Let me get back to the agenda.
I'm serious about this. The restriction on outdoor storage. On the site plan, there's actually a Model A drawn on there, and there's actually the antique tractor drawn on the site plan. Is that acceptable? That's why I don't like the.
The only thing I'll tell you, you see that lady right there in the black sweater? She's the expert for the city, not us. So I would ask you to go talk to her, and then if she has a question from a legality perspective, she's smart enough to ask this other lady in the black what she thinks. So,
Sounds like a display.
okay,
You're not selling either of them.
all right,
I
let's
said, you're
go.
not selling either of them, so there's signage.
Let's continue on. I'm sorry, you want to go break? Sure. Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break, can we do that? Okay, let's reconvene at 11:31, if that's enough time. Excuse me, Paul. It's no good.
I'm still a happy camper. Turn your mic on.
I think your mic's off, sir.
Mic's off.
Microphone.
Thank you. We reconvene the meeting of the Board of Commissioners at 11:33. On item 17, Resolution 2023-46, Police Department reorganization. Ms. Kardash, if you could read the resolution by title, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Resolution 2023-46, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, providing for reorganization of the Tarpon Springs Police Department to create an Assistant Chief of Police position and to add a wage grade, repealing all resolutions in conflict herewith, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager LaCouris, please.
Yes, we'll start out with, Jeff, you go ahead and start out and I'll.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, Vice Mayor Jeff Young, Chief of Police, Commissioners. What I'm bringing before you is something that's been something on my mind for a while, but with the untimely death of Major Trill, it definitely brought it to the forefront for me right now. You know, Mike took on a lot of work at the police department. He's definitely missed. We think about him every day. And one thing I'm trying to look at is developing officers for the future and succession planning. Major Trill and Major Ruggiero, who's still with us here now, were in the drop program. They both had about 2.5 years left when Major Trill passed away. Major Ruggiero is just under 2 years now. So I'm trying to look at the future. I'm not planning on retiring anytime soon. Somebody asked me, hey, are you retiring and getting people to go? No, I'm not retiring. This is about looking forward to the future and setting the department up for the health of today and tomorrow. And what I was looking at and working with my command staff as well as all the supervisors and input from the officers was looking at developing an assistant chief position. Most agencies our size and bigger have an assistant chief as that next layer for accountability throughout the department. When I started here in '93 with then Chief LaCourse, he had two lieutenants they were then. Now we use majors, but one ran operations, the other ran administration. That's how we're set up still to this day. We've gotten larger. Now we're at 57 sworn authorized strength. So we haven't really changed the executive command structure in those 30 years now that I've been here, and that's what I'm looking to bring forward here. And with that, right now, if you do approve the assistant chief position for us, we'd have to have a spot to put them in. Right now, my majors are in a wage grade 27. I'm in a wage grade 28, along with the fire chief and the finance director. So I would ask you to create a wage grade 29, move our 3 positions into that, the fire chief, the police chief, and the finance director. We will all be within the pay range of that. The HR director established that wage amount that would fit into there. We're all in there already, so it's not a pay increase for anybody, just kind of a placeholder for us to go into, and that would create the opening in the wage grade 28 to put the new assistant chief position into.
Could I ask the chief for clarification on something?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick, based on what you were saying, can you explain the drop program that everybody's understand? A lot of people don't understand.
Sure.
that.
So in the drop program, the officer works their 25 years. They can go into drop up to 5 years. And then at that point, they would leave the department. They're basically retiring on that one day, and then their pension money goes into a drop account, and it stays there and accumulates over the 5-year period. They could leave any time in between, but there's a drop date certain, kind of like what you did earlier tonight.
And they cannot continue, once the normal retirement plan is 25 years.
Correct.
The state allows an additional 5 years, but through a separate process to continue contributing At the end of that additional 5 years, then the police officer, regardless of rank, as long as they're part of the police department, have to retire as a police officer.
Correct, unless, like with me, I left drop because
You're
I
a
took on a
department,
contract
right,
job
right.
as the police chief here.
Right,
So you can
yeah.
do that as a department head and a contract employee, but once the
Underneath
drop's
you,
over,
right.
correct.
Okay, so, City Manager LaCourse, let me turn it back over to you. Did you have anything else to add?
I just wanted to add again, this is a structural thing, and there's several structural things we're looking at in the different departments and stuff. And we're gonna look at some of those in the first part of next year, obviously, with the situation of losing Major Trill, and he has to make replacements and stuff. That's what necessitates this coming to you in December, a little earlier than we bring you some of the other changes that are coming. I want to emphasize also that in a separate item, because we couldn't do it within the same resolution, I'll be coming back to you because two of your charter positions, the auditor and the city clerk, were in essence the same grade as the ones that we're moving up, and the finance director and stuff. So in a separate action, I have to bring to you, and again, it's only a range change, it's no money change, but obviously if we move them up, we need to move the two charter, but that cannot be it had to be a separate document. We couldn't get it for tonight, so we'll be bringing back to you if we can get it written next week, if not the 1st of January. So it doesn't affect anybody, but the next resolution will bring those two charter officials up into that 29 also. And again, we'll be looking down the road at some of the other 24s, 25s, 26. We may be looking at those that's down the road. It necessitates this because of the leaving and the having to get him in the process of filling this position. And again, this is done, you might want to go into real fast.
I was just thinking about this.
This is not a new, this is not an extra.
I'm not
new
adding a position. I'm absorbing one of my sergeant's position, our operations sergeant. Recently, the city manager approved me making a 7th corporal. I assigned Corporal Boone to that position and gave him oversight of some of the stuff that the operations sergeant did, and then other duties will go to the majors, and the new assistant chief would obviously take on a big chunk of those things from each division and be directly under me. So I'm doing it, absorbing that position, not adding another position to the staff.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Are there any public comments on this item? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
And I will let that person in.
Mr. Reese's.
Please unmute and give your name and address. Please unmute and give your name and address.
Okay, can you hear me now? Peter
Yes, we can hear you.
514 Ashland Avenue. This seems to be a very smart and efficient move. I guess my concerns were for the assistant chief, will we be promoting someone from within, or will we be doing an outside hire for this position? And it mentioned something about it not being filled, but is there a time frame for filling this particular position? And again, will we be looking for advancement from within, or more looking for someone coming from outside who has assistant chief experience? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments, Mr. Reese's? Any remote access comments?
And there are no other raised hands at this time.
Okay. Let's go to commission comments. Vice Mayor Lund, do you have anything?
I am fully behind this. I think we need to do succession planning. Just things happen. We lose people, there's holes, we've got to fill them. It's good to have people ready to step in that place, or at least mostly ready to step into that place. So I'm all for this.
Okay, Commissioner Eisner.
I'm all for this as well. We need to, I've spoken to Chief Young, and I could find nothing wrong with it, so I mean, and it's a smart way to go, so
Yeah.
I'm in agreement.
Thank you. Commissioner Kulyas?
Chief, I just have one question, in part of the reorganizational plan. Right now, we won't add an additional body to the command structure, but the two majors will be assisting. The salary, are they splitting the salary at all, or?
No, they would be under the major salary. The two major positions will remain. So one would be operations, one would be administrative, and then they would report to the assistant chief. The assistant chief salary would be the pay grade above that.
Okay, but as of right now, as they both serve that role, they won't be splitting that salary for the assistant chief? Well, you said you're gonna have them
So
merging the
right now,
operation-
I'm going to absorb the operations sergeant's position
Okay.
and spread that workload out, creating an opportunity for me to, instead of adding another body, giving me a body that I can use in place and putting into the assistant chief position, maintaining the two major positions. So they would still be at the salaries. So whoever that would be, hypotheticals, so to answer the question of Mr. Dlakis on there, we'll follow HR guidelines on advertising in-house. We would be promoting from in-house. Be looking to promote somebody from there that's qualified. Once that's done, then if that is one that's already a major now and he went to assistant chief, that would open up an opportunity to promote two sergeants or any officers to major that are qualified. We would fill those and they would gather the pay that is commensurate with the work that they're entering, the wage grade they're entering.
All right. Thank you, Chief, for clarifying. I fully support it.
Commissioner Kulianis?
So within HR guidelines, that decision is yours?
Correct.
Okay. I'm all in favor.
Okay. No other comments? Is there a motion and a second?
Motion to approve Resolution 2023-46, Police Department reorganization.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Jacobs, you got that? Okay. If there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item is Resolution 2023-44 is the audit policy. Ms. Kardash, if you can go ahead and read that by title and then just go ahead with your presentation after that.
Okay. Thank you. Resolution 2023-44, a resolution of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, adopting a formal policy governing the internal auditor's handling of personnel matters, providing for severability of actions, providing an effective date. As you know, we had one version of this that was really substantially similar. The amendments that were made last week included specifying that it was going to be attached as an addendum to the city's personnel policy, and also specifically providing for a numbering and tracking system internally within the city for any referrals so that we can be in compliance with state law that mandates, the privacy of investigations until the conclusion of those investigations by the city's Human Resources and Personnel Department. So if there's any questions for me on this, it was drafted, the substance of it was drafted by your Labor and Employment Council, Ms. Erin Jackson, and then I basically put it into resolution format for the city.
Okay. Let's go to public comments. Are there any public comments? Okay. Mr. Races, are there any remote access comments?
And there are no raised hands at this time.
Okay. There were, I know you received Mr. Poulis's, or I think we received Mr. Poulis's memorandum concerning his recommendations, and I think there was some questions concerning the, just to follow through with the, involving the charter officials, and that there has been some discussion about that, and that would be brought back later. It's an issue of whether the city attorney as a charter official would be writing that or whether it would be the personnel attorney. That hasn't, the point I'm trying to make is that hasn't been forgotten, so.
That has not, and essentially, before moving forward with something like that, I would need direction from the board, because essentially, if I can't write a policy or a resolution that's going to apply to myself in that manner, so you would have to have your Labor and Employment Council draft that from A to Z. I really couldn't do that as a matter of law. And so that would beg the question on whether or not it would only specifically apply to city charter officials that were employees, which you have to remember are governed by your personnel manual already. So any charter official that is in-house with you, right, is going to be subject to your personnel manual and your employment laws and regulations, right? As a contract employee, it can be a little bit different, but you can still provide for a process. So in the future, you have something in place should you have issues with whoever's sitting in this chair. So.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Poulos, did you have any comments that you'd like to make on this one? Ask you if you've got anything as well.
Oh, now it is, yeah, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. I just wanted to ensure if the board's going to do a resolution, I just wanted to make sure it's thorough and there's adequate follow-up, not only for charter officials, but charter officials' employees, and basically what you just said. Trying to think, I don't want to leave anything out. Yeah, that's pretty much it. As long as it's thorough and there's proper follow-up and a proper separation.
Okay, thank you. City Manager LaCourse. Okay.
No, I'm fine with.
Ms. Jacobs, you're a charter official as well. Got anything? Nothing?
I do not. The
Okay.
only difference, I
All
mean,
right.
I'm sure y'all are aware, I have the employees under me, if that's what he's
That's
referring
the
to, and
difference,
I am
right.
not contracted.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Commissioner comments. Vice Mayor Lund.
I have none.
Commissioner Eisner.
I just would like to have the resolution, one of the issues that was put in by Mr. Poulos about contacting the commission and letting the commission know. I would like to have that in the resolution.
I thought.
Unless I've misread it.
Well, okay, so the last sentence that I had added to the substantive section said that the city's internal auditor will document such referrals under a reference number formatted using the year and a sequential numbering system, and will reference such referrals in his report to the Board of Commissioners using the assigned reference number and policy
I
type.
just wanted to verify that was in there. Thank you.
Did you have anything else? That's
No,
it? Okay.
that's it.
Commissioner Kulianis, anything? Okay, Commissioner Kulianis.
So, and Mr. Poulos and I met last week, and we talked about this, the resolution that was proposed by our city attorney, and we discussed the follow-up, and I thought it was a clear and clean compromise. You know, it would have been nice if we had cooled it on that. You know, again, what we wanted to do initially was to pull this item and then have the opportunity to address these issues. And we wouldn't be in the predicament we're in now, and this thing wouldn't have gotten to the point of this public records request by an attorney on behalf of Mr. Powell. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. I'm glad we're doing this, and I'm going to ask one. I know I'm jumping issues, but given where we are right now, I would ask. I'm going to implore this board not to discuss any further things related to Kevin Powell, okay, tonight. Let's have council deal with where we are, and then we can decide how to move forward. But I'm in approval of this, but we gotta get off Kevin Powell, okay? It's enough. I'm not trying to break peace or whatever, but I'm concerned, okay?
Yeah.
So I'm in approval of this. Again, I discussed it with Mr. Poulos, and I think he, obviously, like he said, he's good with it. And that's where I'm at right now, so.
Okay. I don't have anything. I had already had discussions with this concerning Ms. Kardashian. I'm fine, it's good. And again, there's going to be a little more work later, probably after the first of the year, when everybody's back in town. Is there a motion? and a
Motion to
second?
approve Resolution 2023-44.
Second.
Okay, if there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Oh, my God. We're already there. We're at 11:54, so may I have a motion to extend the meeting past midnight,
Motion
please?
to extend the meeting to 12:30.
Okay, is there a
Second.
second? Commissioner Lunt, okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
No.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. We're back to the special consent agenda, item 8, award file number 240034, purchase of police vehicles. City Manager.
Thank you,
Flores.
Janina, for staying around. You go ahead and take, I think you got the next two items, so.
Good evening, almost good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Yes, what you have before you is the FY24 Police Department vehicle buy. We had our fleet management contact a couple different areas, and we ended up going with Allen J again because, one, they do have the vehicles available, and they offered us some pretty good rates on these vehicles that you have before you. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any public comments on this? This is the purchase of police vehicles. Mr. Races, are there any remote access comments?
And we have no raised hands at this time.
Okay. Commission comments, Vice Mayor Lunt, anything?
I continue to be amazed at the cost of these vehicles. And I obviously read through the whole thing, and I'm seeing where all the costs are coming from, and I don't know if there's anything I can do about it, so I'm fine. Yeah, and I do. We need the vehicles. No more comments.
Commissioner Eisner, anything? Anything? No. Commissioner Kulyas?
No comment.
Commissioner Kulianis, anything? Okay. I don't have anything. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Item 9, award file number 240028, job order contracting services, City Manager LaCourse.
Yes, Janina's got that one too.
Okay, good evening. What you have before you is the job order contracting services, but this particular item is for utilities, which is technically majority of our public services department. This is more of your underground piping, sewer mains, water mains, force mains, that type of construction services. By utilizing this particular contract, it gives us an opportunity to, one, have contractors who have already been vetted by the county and are very familiar with this type of work. And two, we can get to the projects a lot faster and more effectively than our normal procedures of bidding as well. And I'll answer any questions you may have on this particular item.
All right. Okay. Public comments, are there any public comments on this item? Mr. Races, any remote access comments?
And there are no raised hands at this time.
Nothing, okay. Vice Mayor Lund, anything?
I went through the job order contracting stuff months ago. We're fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Commissioner Eisner?
No
Commissioner
comment.
Kulianis? Commissioner Kulianis? Okay, may I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Item 10, discussion and approval of deed revisions for Boyer Street property. Mr. LaCourse, if you could. Ms. Kardash, I'm
I'll
sorry,
take,
Ms.
I'll take this
Kardash,
one.
Yes.
So you had a meeting recently where you had approved the sales to Habitat for Humanity on 2 properties, Gross Avenue and Harrison Street. And in preparing those deeds and entering into discussions with Habitat, there was some language in the Boyer transfer that was problematic because it prevented them from transferring marketable title to the individuals who are going to be receiving the property. And so the title company did approve the new language that was put into the Harrison and Gross Avenue deeds, and I will read that to you for your information. It is understood and agreed that the subject property is being conveyed to Habitat for Humanity of Pinellas County, Inc. for its intended purposes only. If Habitat for Humanity of Pinellas County, Inc. deems that the property cannot be used for its intended purpose, then the property will revert back to the city of Tarpon Springs. Once the property has been developed and conveyed by Habitat for Humanity to a subsequent qualified owner, all restrictions and reversionary interests will be deemed released. And that's kind of the importance here. Now, this is one way to do it, is to put this language in the deed. Moving forward in the future, there are other ways you may want to consider. Some places will lease the property to Habitat until it's developed, and then after it's developed, transfer it directly to the subsequent owner, sort of bypassing that intermediary section there, where you have it going from them to Habitat to Humanity, and then the owner. Some do it by a separate contract. You currently have been doing it, I guess, via deed, so you can continue to do it this way, or we can look at in other ways in the future that may be beneficial for both parties. So, but what we're looking at right now today is this particular Boyer deed.
Change the deed on this.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Eisner, you've got your light on. Is it for this one or?
For this
Okay,
one.
Go ahead.
So my question is to Ms. Kardash, was this written incorrectly?
It was written in a manner that prevented them from transferring marketable title.
So this one can be corrected, and I'm glad that you spotted that. Do we have others that are also possibly done incorrectly as well?
I would imagine, because this one was actually particularly flagged by the title company. The title company said they couldn't transfer this to the subsequent property owner, so that's why they are kicking it back to the city to request that we change our grant to Habitat before Habitat can then turn around and sell it, or not sell it, but give it to the individuals who will be receiving it.
So regardless of who writes these, they get cross-checked by the title company?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, Vice Mayor Lunt, anything?
Obviously, we've got to be able to convey the property to the eventual Habitat recipient, so this clause needs to go.
Okay, Commissioner Kulyas, anything?
Yeah, I'm not gonna support it. I originally didn't like the amount for the properties that we were talking about, so,
Okay.
thank you.
Commissioner Kulianis, anything? All right, may I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
For approval, is that correct?
Yes.
Or changing the language of the deed? Okay. Second, okay, roll call.
Changing the language.
Vice Mayor Lunt seconded it. Okay.
Commissioner Kulianis? Yes. Commissioner Kulyas?
No.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. All right, item 11, which is our last item's got 3 parts, and I'm going to kind of tiptoe through this, and I'm asking Mrs. Kardash if...
I'm at point of order. I'm going to make a motion, and I'm imploring my 2 commissioner friends on the other end that we table this item. Given the correspondence we received today, we do not need to be going through any more of this issue without legal counsel and some really significant deliberation. I see the backup, and I don't know how many times we got to get hit in the head before we know it hurts, okay, with a hammer. Let's table this. And I just made a motion that this be tabled. I'm
I
asking for
second
a
that
second.
motion.
You second?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, fine. Let's have public comments. Are there any public comments on this? Any remote access comments, Mr. Races?
And we do have raised hands, and I will let the first person in. Please unmute and you can go ahead.
Good evening, Peter Delakis, 514 Ashland Avenue. As far as this item, I think Commissioner Koulianis' recommendation to table it is valid. However, no one called for public comment on the last item with regards to the habitat, and I just want to put a clarification in for Ms. Kardash and the board. When we passed the rules for allowing property to be sold at assessed or discounted value, it had to go to 501c3s or valid nonprofit organizations. So her suggestion to hold it and then transfer it directly to the ultimate property holder might be a problem, because in essence you couldn't sell the land at the reduced cost to habitat. So it looks like the way it would have to go is you'd have to sell the land to Habitat to sell it to them at the reduced cost, and then put a clause in that they would be allowed to transfer it to the ultimate owner. But according to the way our donation guidelines are for property, it has to go to a registered 501(c)(3) or nonprofit that's qualified to acquire the property. So I just wanted to put that clarification back out on that previous item. But as far as tabling, Commissioner Koulianis makes a very valid point. I don't see the need or urgency to have to approve the internal audit until you've maybe cleared up some of the potential legal things that may be coming from you if you were to further discuss this at this time. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Is there anything else? Anyone else, Mr. Races?
We do have another raised hand. I'll let them in.
Okay.
Please unmute and go ahead.
Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. Well, I find it very unfortunate that you are now unlikely to discuss this matter. And I understand if there are some legal issues pending now, that you might have to do so. But the citizens deserve an explanation for what happened. I doubt anybody will ever be held accountable. That's unfortunate as well. But it's important that we at least know why that happened and why it was allowed to happen and continue for so long. And I won't mention the details, they're in the backup, but that's pretty alarming. And for the person who asked to have this tabled to be the one who had to ask to have it tabled is also alarming. In lieu of what was said at the previous meeting. What is going on? And why can't you talk about it? Why can't we be told a full explanation of what happened? Really unfortunate, and it is not a good look once again. Thank you.
Okay.
And we do have another.
Oh, go ahead. Yes, thank you, Mr. Races. Go ahead.
They took their hands down.
They took their hand down, Mayor.
He put his hand down. Thank you. You know, this is, let me make my comments and then we'll do whatever we want to do. You know, this is very frustrating for me because it's like every time we turn around and something happens, it's like we're being held hostage, or at least we get the sense we're being held hostage legally. And it's very frustrating because it's like, how do you make any progress or how do you make any improvements if you can't even talk about it? And I really strongly feel, and I don't like continuing to table this thing. I think that this building audit, for whatever reason, I think, you know, I spoke to Ms. Kardash about this, and she laid out a couple of different options. It doesn't even look like we're going to be able to talk about this. Now, she can talk to Mr. Poulos about it, but at least it's like she's one-on-one with Mr. Poulos. And I'm not sure that that's, you know, the relationship that we have right now with Mr. Poulos. You know, I'd like maybe for there to be somebody else. Maybe Commissioner Koulianis can sit with Ms. Kardash and talk to Mr. Poulos about it before we bring it back. But at some point, and this public record stuff can continue on and on and on, I'll be out of office, which, you know, quite frankly, that'll be okay, but we need to resolve these things. And you heard Mr. Rabowski, Mr. Delacus said the same thing. This isn't responding to just a couple of people that are out here every week wanting to talk and ask questions. A lot of people are asking questions about this. So you know, for my item, I'm not going to get into it, but the main point of bringing that back was strictly for some recommendations so we can actually get some policy changes out of this. But if we can't talk about it, how are we going to agree to making some policy changes about it to improve city government? A lot of this stuff could have been avoided if we'd have had the right policies in place. Let me just leave it at that. And right now, we're being stifled from being able to have the right policies. That's all I want to say. So, Commissioner Eisner, go ahead.
So I kind of agree with what Commissioner Koulianis said about tabling it, but I also agree with what the mayor said as far as having to discuss it, because if we don't discuss it, we will never correct any wrongs. We can always be threatened by a record request. A record request is not a suit. So anytime we want to go into something, somebody can just throw a record request and stifle us from speaking about it. We don't have to speak about any names. We can speak about, which, and correct me, Ms. Kardash, if I'm saying anything incorrectly, we can speak about the situation that happened and how to correct it, and to give guidance to the auditor and to give guidance to the city manager moving forward. I also would like to know what our in-depth protocol is should this happen again to anybody, to any department head. And we should have that as well, so that if we have to correct something in the future to avoid any problems that happen, that's what I'd like to see. So I would like to see us speak about it without using names, without, you know, using our employee HR policy, however that has to be done. So you could give us guidelines of what we can say and what we can't say. I don't believe anybody up here is looking to initialize another lawsuit. So I don't agree with Commissioner Koulianis's how many times you have to be hit in the head. Nobody's getting hit in the head yet. Where, did you want to say something?
Let me go to, hang on, are you done, Commissioner Eisner?
No, Commissioner Kulianis is just making sounds, so I thought he was trying to interrupt me. So I just don't agree with sweeping things under the rug. And we can do this as professional commissioners up here and make progress. And, you know, we could table this forever, and that's not what I think the residents want, so.
Yeah, just to clarify my point, I'm not talking about discussing personnel matters. I'm talking about just strictly policy. The correcting is not, you know, initiating an investigation. The correcting is establishing a policy to keep this from happening again.
I agree.
That's the point. And that's the basis of what I was hoping we would be able to do tonight. Let me go, Commissioner Kulianis, I'll come back with you in a second. Let me get Commissioner Lant and Commissioner Kulianis opportunity. Go ahead, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Lant, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I thought we just did set a policy, an audit policy that we resolved 5 minutes ago. Underneath that policy, our auditor has full right to withdraw and revamp his current audit on the building department. And if he does that, I'd be willing to accept it. But as it sits now with its personalizations and stuff.
The point is we can't do that without removing the item from table. That's the point. We can't discuss that aspect to give that direction. We're just talking about the motion right now, Commissioner
I've
Kulianis.
discussed this, I don't know, 2 or 3 times. Every time this particular audit has come up, we've said, no, we don't like this, no, you shouldn't do this, no, you should retract this. The city manager wrote a letter, we gave advice when we were talking about it. None of that has been done, and it's still sitting there.
Have you spoken to the city attorney about this today or in the last couple of days?
No, I have not.
Okay. She had, well, in addition to a couple of things, she had a third version of this that it would be more of an invitation, and that would be the best option for everybody to take. We're not going to hear that, I guess, is what I'm getting at. So let me go. Do you have anything else? I want to get back to Commissioner Kulianis, too. Commissioner Kulianis.
I'd be willing to accept findings 3 through 9 that we had discussed with the audit policy, and I'm not going to speak on too many details on those first 2. If we want to talk about policy, about, you know, living in the city or you know, certain generalizations like that, then I'm willing to go into it. But if, like I said, if I feel like we start bringing up certain stuff, I'm gonna shy away from conversing it.
Yeah. Is there anything else? I'm sorry. Commissioner Kulianis, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So the Vice Mayor, once again, has the most common sense in the room. We just voted on a procedure. How do we proceed? We just voted on it. You know, the city auditor is not a free agent. Somehow he's gotten emboldened to act as a free agent. He works directly for this board. We have legal counsel. We tabled this whole thing. We tabled the entire report, yet he changed it and posted it again, okay? I don't think he had the authority to do that. We said from the start, and I mean, I don't care who calls me whiz kid or whatever things are said at the podium. They have every right to. You can get up and call me all the names you want. I know this business. I know that item 1 and 2 were problematic. I said it. It was reinforced. And I didn't say it all on my own. I consulted with our legal counsel, and she said it was problematic. We spoke that day. I said, I have concerns about 1 and 2, and she says, I do too. We need to table this. I asked Mr. Poulos to do it. He didn't want to. Attorney Kardash went and asked him to do it. He didn't want to. He did it. You know, then subsequently, we had our labor attorney come here with our city attorney. They both said 1 and 2 cannot be discussed in public. There has to be, he's an employee. He has due process. You can't do it. And then they got so inflamed where we got these professional comments like, oh, so I read, somebody said he must have paid somebody off. And then you double down on it 2 weeks later. And who are we talking about? Who would be the one that's being paid off? Mark Licoris is the only guy who could let him work from home. This, and then when our attorneys tell us to do something, I don't understand. This is where I'm talking about getting hit in the head and not realizing it hurts. When your attorneys tell you something, do you understand that you lose your individual immunity? And we're not like a private, it's, you know, in a private business, you have, you meet with your legal counsel, they give you advice, and you either take it or you don't take it. Here, we're getting legal advice in the public, okay? And so when we don't take that advice, when we ignore them because for whatever the reason, I'm not even saying what I think people's reasons are, but when we do that, then when these litigation things come up, don't you understand that the tape of these meetings is going to be like evidence number one? They're going to say, well, didn't your lawyers tell you not to do that and you still did it? I don't understand. This thing is idiotic. I agree with, once we vote on this motion, I think Commissioner Kulyas is correct in making his motion, approve 3 through 9, end this thing today. I don't care what they say. That we are just digging holes. How many litigation matters are we gonna have based on on what we are saying up here? We have to be more disciplined. And again, I want to listen to my counsel when they tell us, don't talk about 1 and 2, don't talk about 1 and 2. It's not about putting things under the rug. We just agreed on a policy. If Billy Poulos finds a personnel matter, he turns it over to HR. That's what we just agreed on. This is no different. This should be turned over to HR. We just agreed on the policy. Let's use the policy now to address this issue and let it run its course. And if there's issues, then they'll be handled. And Billy can go and follow up to see how the things are being resolved. He has a right. We gave him that authority in this resolution we just passed. I just don't think we need to go any further. We can debate who had a license and who didn't have a license and all these different issues. I don't understand. I'm serious. And you talk about citizens, I have more citizens coming up saying, what is this about? Like, why are you guys rehashing this thing with Kevin Powell? This material's got his name written all over it.
No, nobody's mentioned Kevin Powell except you.
All the backup says Kevin Powell all over it.
You're the only one that's mentioning Kevin Powell, and you repeatedly...
But it's in the backup that's been published to the community. Anyways, we just agreed on a policy. Let's use the policy. We have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. I think we should vote on it.
And we're not through with comments. And basically, there's a strategy. There's a strategy that Ms. Kardash, I wouldn't call it a strategy. I don't have an issue with tabling this thing. All I have an issue is with continuing to kind of avoid our responsibility. And it's not getting sued. Nobody mentioned anybody tonight by name.
Well, we have a We just passed a resolution
That's
on
right.
how to handle these
But it
matters.
doesn't-
Let's do it.
But that doesn't resolve this thing that we just got dealt with back in September. And Mrs. Kardash has got some thoughts on it. And quite frankly, we can table it tonight, I don't care. My point is, somebody needs to sit down with Mr. Poulos to go with this latest information. I think it would be somebody like you.
I'm more than happy to.
And if Ms. Kardash agrees with that. And Mr. Poulos, I know what Mrs. Kardash is going to tell you. And I think it's consistent with what the policy was that was approved tonight. And then at some point, it needs to come back. I was hoping we could do that before the end of the year, but unless it comes back between now and next week, it isn't going to happen, so we can start fresh next year. And then the idea is, the couple of the 4 recommendations that I had are stuff that I'd already discussed with Ms. Kardash as well. We're not going to discuss that tonight. So that's gotten kicked down the can. But nobody's mentioned anybody by name. We're not talking about item 1, 2. It was just a general discussion on the disposition, and there was some guidance that, recommendation that Ms. Kardash came up. So we do have a motion, and we do have a second.
Can I make a
so
comment, Mayor?
You want to have more comments?
If that motion gets turned down, another motion can be presented to accept findings 3 through 9. We could also possibly make, for findings 1 and 2 to be looked at through the audit policy that we've just established, and also hear what our city attorney has to
Let me ask Ms. Kardash, according to what Mr. Commissioner Kulyas said, I think the idea was not to get into this, your last thing that we talked about was not get into this accepting less 1 or 2, but just something that would have to be done prior to it coming back to the commission again. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does that help?
Okay.
But,
I'm done.
Okay, so
but it could be done privately. I mean, that's fine.
we're talking about a motion here to untable an item. And then the next motion, or the next part of this, is a disposition of the audit itself.
Correct.
Which we just decided, or we just made a motion on, to table. I don't know, is there another motion I can make to just disregard this particular audit entirely? Because we need to get it off our plate.
You have to address the audit. You can't just disregard it entirely. But if so some of the options would be you have the motion to table, which this would push it to your next meeting to be addressed. You can, Mr. Poulos can withdraw his report and then revise it in accordance with the policy that you just passed. That certainly is an option as well.
Well, that's the option I would choose.
well, we're not going to be able to give that direction unless we talk about it.
Right. So, I do know that I have not had the opportunity to address the email, the letter that came in from the attorney. And that may weigh in on his decision. So if you table it and give him that opportunity, that might be a good idea.
Okay, so we can't make a motion to have the auditor withdraw without untabling it.
That is correct. So you would have to untable it and then give him the opportunity to do that, or you can table it and push it to next week until I can advise.
I got it, okay.
Okay.
So I remove my second.
Pardon me?
I said I remove my second.
Okay. We've got 4 minutes till 12:30.
Motion to extend the meeting to 1 a.m.
Okay. Is there a second? Roll call, please.
This is for the extension, correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulianis?
No.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Is there a second to Commissioner Kulianis's motion?
It was
He
rescinded.
withdrew
Just
it.
withdrew it.
Is there, okay. Motion dies, is that correct? Ms.
Motion would
Carter?
die for lack of second.
Okay. So, again, I think Commissioner Kulianis's comments are valid. I don't think we need to be talking about anybody. I think all we need to do is untable it and then have a discussion about how to proceed according to the general approaches that Ms. Kardash is going to lay out for us. That was my thought on this. We didn't, but we can't, I can't
Motion
talk
to
about it.
untable.
All right, so is there a motion to untable the building department audit?
Vice Mayor.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Ms. Kardash, I'm going to ask you to take the lead on this unless you want me to.
So, okay, so now we are on item 11B, which you really essentially have 4 options. You can approve the report as written. You can approve the report with just those items 3 through 9. You can make a motion to request that he withdraw and revise the report according to your new policy, or you can make a motion to reject the report.
Motion to have him withdraw and revise the current policy.
Second.
And, okay, there's a motion and a second. And Ms. Kardash, that other part of it, as far as there may be an advantage to Mr. Poulos to do that from a legal perspective, you'll explain that to him.
I will explain that to him.
Commissioner Kulianis, if you would meet with Mrs. Kardash and Mr. Poulos, I would appreciate that. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on it? Mr. Races, any public comments?
We do have a raised hand, and I will let that person in. Please unmute, and you can go ahead.
Peter Lacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. This is a tough decision for y'all to make, so I would say you give Mr. Poulos the option to revise his report and resubmit it. And then at that point, you can accept it as you're requesting per the new rules that you've approved. I think it makes sense that now you've approved new rules, that he has guidelines to go by. It should be easier to accept that report and move on. And then y'all can deal with any of the other issues that are going on. And as Mr. Hrabowski had mentioned earlier, once all this is done, we would like to get some accounting as to how all of this occurred and transpired. We're fixing something to go forward, but we still need to have an answer as to how all of this eventually came about. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Races, anybody else?
And we do have another hand. I'll let that next person in. And you could please go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, Chris Hrabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. Thank you for proceeding with this. I won't hold you up any longer. But again, we would like to know what is going on, why things have been seemingly covered up. And then, you know, I'm assuming lied about because the explanations didn't fit according to the backup on this. So, I mean, why? Why was that done? And I know nobody's going to be held accountable. I mean, I'm holding out for that. It'd be nice, but it's not going to happen, right? So let's at least find out why so we know what was going on and perhaps we can prevent that from happening in the future. Thank you.
Okay.
And we do have another raised hand.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Races.
And you can please go ahead. Go ahead and unmute, please. I guess they went off.
Okay. Can somebody remind me of where we are? We have a motion and a second, is that right?
We have a motion and a second.
And the motion is to,
Motion is
to withdraw the,
to have him withdraw and revise to the new policy.
okay. Mr. Poulos, go ahead. I know you had your hand up.
I just want the board to be aware, if the policy or the report is revised and using the resolution retroactively, basically what all I'm doing is saying, taking findings number 1 and 2, and I'm giving them to the city manager to investigate. That's what the new, or HR, whatever, yeah.
Why don't we have
Right.
that discussion with you, Commissioner Kulianis, and
Okay.
Ms. Kardash?
Okay.
Yeah, that might be a good thing to do, so.
I have a comment. City Attorney, could we have not accepted findings 3 through 9 and then had findings 1 and 2 revised through the new audit policy tonight?
Yes, that is an option you have. You can revise policies, or you can accept I'm sorry. It's a little late. You can approve items 3 through 9 if you choose.
I'd like to get some, moving forward with this. We understand the other issues that arise from it, and I think, as recommended, we could get that through the audit policy, but I'd like to get this forward somehow.
Let me just add something. Ms. Kardash, I think it would be better if Mr. Poulos did that voluntarily. Is that correct, before it came back?
That is correct.
It would be better for Mr. Poulos to do that voluntarily.
Thank you.
There's some nuances here. Please, guys, all right?
Sure.
I understand. There's some nuances of why we need to do this. So, thank you for your comments. So, Commissioner Kulianis, go ahead.
Okay, so I think the motion that the vice mayor made solves that problem because it goes back, he revises it. 3 through 9 is not going to, I doubt he's going to change 3 through 9. He's just going to truncate 1 and 2 into the, and that's going to be the report that's there for prosperity. And that's the report that should be there for prosperity. So I think it needs to be done the way the vice mayor said. I'm going to take this opportunity in this discussion to say that, healthy skepticism is fine. It's needed. But again, wholesale distrust and this, we need to know what happened. Okay, we kind of know what happened, maybe the details. We know a guy was was let to work home
okay.
and all that kind of stuff.
Let's-
Okay, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going there.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Kardash.
But you know what? At some point, how much money are we going to spend on legal fees before we get some discipline here? This is really a problem. I'm done. We just need to, we really, this board, we going into 2024, maybe we can avoid these things. Maybe we can, again, be disciplined. We have a policy now. Hopefully this won't happen again. We need to be careful what we say about people. We got to be careful of a lot of things. And we've got some challenges, and I hope that we can do better in 2024.
We're 26 days away from a new year. So, what was my thoughts? Yes, and so I think all this is, hopefully, when we pass this motion, hopefully this will be put in the hands of Ms. Kardash, Commissioner Kulianis, and Mr. Poulos, and y'all can explain everything to each other. So, if there's no further comments on the commission.
No, I did want to say, there are other issues in this whole procedure that need to be discussed that doesn't have to deal with certain people. So there's other protocol that has to be dealt with. And that's the part I believe that we really need to speak on. and I don't want to bring up anything right now, but there are procedures and items that went down with this that I definitely want to speak about so as it doesn't happen again. That's all.
Okay, if there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. This item C, let me give you the backdrop on that thing. I did a report back in early October. I passed it to the two attorneys, Ms. Kardash and Ms. Jackson, no other person. I said, okay, it's not a complaint, it's not a grievance, it's information, it's observations based on what I see, based on written documentation. I'm going to consider it confidential. And then just before Thanksgiving, Ms. Kardash, at my request, I asked her what was going on, and she said, well, at this point, it's considered a public record. There hasn't been a complaint come forward or grievance or anything like that. And these are my words. It may not look like that one will come back. So will come forward. So this is a public record. So in that was that if you look at that, you know, there's recommendations that need to come out of these things if you're going to look into it. So the point I wanted to make by putting this as background or backup was simply to demonstrate how complicated of a matter this could be. And I kind of thought of some policies that are recommendations that would be turned over to, as far as policy recommendations that would be given to the city attorney, and she could come back with some additional policies, and also she's has some ideas as well. But the one recommendation that I had was and this has to do with something really more towards the city manager position, where if some action is going to be taken, that it be fully vetted with the personnel attorney before it gets put, even if on a temporary basis. The second one would be to affirm that all permanent departmental reassignments, realignments, changes in department head job descriptions be presented in the form of a resolution. In talking to Ms. Jacobs just a couple of different times, some have been in the past, some have not. So I think it's a good policy that we continue doing that. And then the third option is, in fact, to formalize it, that be the way it's done. The third option would be to provide the city manager some flexibility on a temporary basis, that if he needs this sort of fixed short-term or whatever, he doesn't need to come to the commission. He can talk to Ms. Jackson, the personnel attorney, whoever the personnel attorney is, gets that okay, and then he makes whatever adjustments. The policy would provide for some period of time, maybe 60 days or less or something, and if it goes beyond that time, then he would have to come to the commission and explain what he's doing. I think that could have averted a whole lot of this as well. And then the last one was, you know, my report and the comments are basically the way I read the personnel rules. Ms. Kardash, as a trained attorney, experienced attorney, may read them differently. There may be some inconsistencies between the personnel rules and the charter that needs to be fixed somehow. And that's something not for me or us to do, that's something for the attorneys to do and bring it back. I don't think that's happened for some time, that reconciliation or that harmonization has taken place. That's the whole purpose of this last item C, was just to offer some policy other than the one we just approved, some policy ideas that we would come back with after the first of the year, not any time before that, and have that discussion. And Ms. Kardash, I want to invite you, did you have anything, I know your thoughts were the review of the personnel rules as well.
It may be something too that is suitable for a workshop for us to go through your personnel rules and policies to make sure that they're all up to date and up to par, so that when you do adopt them at a commission meeting, you have a lot more background and information about what you're approving and you know, what we're looking into.
Let me go to public comments, and then we'll come back to the commissioner comments. Public comments, are there any public comments? Mr. Races, any public comments?
And we do have a raised hand, and I'll let that person in.
Okay.
Please unmute and go ahead. Next person online, please unmute and go ahead. Please go ahead. Doesn't look like they're responding at this point.
All right, thank you, Mr. Races. Let me go to commission comments. Commissioner Eisner, you had your light on.
So what I would like to do in the workshop or whatnot, moving forward, I did read through the city manager's protocol and what he should and should not be doing. And I did want to have that discussion, as well as I read through the charter for the city auditor. And those two items, I think we really need to look into, cover, give our feedback, and then have our attorney put it into a language that we all can agree on. So that was my comment.
Ms. Kardash, please.
Just so you know, the changes to the charter,
I know
you,
there
yeah,
have
okay.
to be, yes, I
Referendum
know.
and, okay.
But we could make that recommendation for when it needs to be done.
That is correct.
Right, I understand.
Yeah, the Charter Revision Commission is probably going to be established in March timeframe.
March, okay.
Let me rephrase what I just said as well. I'm going to say this one way. I at least know what's already written in there and how it either was or wasn't followed.
Vice Mayor Lunt.
You know, all I can say is the suggestion that we give the city manager some latitude.
Yeah.
To make personnel decisions short-term, which is quite arguably what occurred in this position. It just, in this case, it just kept going. In my viewpoint, of at least 60 days before it has to be ratified or whatever by the board. I can't imagine, I've managed in positions from those little as 5 people to well over 10,000. And without latitude of some sort, without having to go to my board, I would have never been able to do my job effectively.
No, I mean, that's the point. I mean, but there was nothing written on anything like that. And there was some question over interpretation of what the personal rules said. And
So
so
we
this
definitely
just
need to
clarifies it.
reconcile.
Yeah, that clarifies it. So there is no question in the future over it. And believe me, City Manager LaCourse and I spoke about this. So it's not for him, it's not for me as mayor, it's for whoever else is going to be in that position and this position in the future. That's the whole point. So.
We all have to do succession planning.
Yeah. Commissioner Kulianis, do you have anything?
No comment.
Okay, Commissioner Kulianis. There's no further comments. Oh, there is no recommendation. All I'm going to ask is, does anybody have any objection for Ms. Kardash to look at those recommendations and perhaps come back next year and maybe through a workshop or whatever? We don't need a formal motion on that. That's all I needed to do. Okay. If there's no further, no further action on that one, item 12 has been deferred. I think that's the end of our agenda. Let me go to staff and board comments. Chief Young, anything?
No comments, sir.
Ms. Kardash? And thank you for all your help this evening. City Manager, of course. Okay. Ms. Jacobs?
No comment.
All right. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have anything?
No, we got some good stuff done tonight, so I'm glad.
I know it's late. Nobody's talking about all the festivities and things like that, so.
But, you know, I want to reach out and say, for those who attended the Merchants Association's party the other night, it was one of the most well-attended and well-done things I've seen for a long time, so a lot of good times coming. The snow place and judging the boat parade was always a high point for me in the city.
That's right, you were a judge.
So that's good.
You running down the street when people were saying you got it wrong and you got it wrong.
Not too much. It's just like we couldn't identify who number 2 was because she never came back. But anyway, the golf cart parade was stellar. My only other comment is, I think we need to do a better job with the Sponge Docks tree lighting.
Oh, yeah.
It was mediocre at best. I noticed that we did a real good job of decorating from Dodecanese and Alternate 19 all the way up to the end of where our marina is, and then it just kind of went to nothing. And it's our major economic hub for this city, as we keep repeating. We need to do a better job. There should have been 2,000 people down there. We should make it an event, not just a thing. So that's my feeling anyway.
I think the city manager's on board with all of this. I think he sometimes is a little hesitant as far as money goes, but if he gets direction from the commission, I think he feels better
I think we can find the money to do that. So.
All right.
No, it's already on the list.
I know, yeah, and Dorset Park as well. I think that there's some other things that'll happen.
Yeah, we've cemented some stuff in, so that's good.
Commissioner Eisner, yes.
So I had a couple of things I just wanted to share because I want to get to sleep eventually. I want to thank the fire chief and the police chief and all the staff. The staff did an amazing job. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it was amazing what they did, what they put together. Feedback online was amazing. The people, could they have been complaining that Tarpon did too much and there were too many smiles and too many happy people? The boat parade was amazing. I really feel very blessed to be in this town, and I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, a happy, healthy New Year. And we hope we start off with a nice new year. I will be absent the next meeting, and I also wanted to comment to what Commissioner Coolia said earlier. I hope you understand that when I did vote against your comment, your absence, it was because it was budget season, not for any other reason. It was not a shenanigans or a personal issue. So if you took it that way, I apologize for that. But I really think that this board needs to be here, not only this year, but next year as well. And, it's an obligation for us to, on budget season and on very important things, that we just don't have a vacation for it. This vacation that I set up, I scheduled to be around our slowest time, which is Christmas. I'm gonna miss all of the Christmas parades, but it wasn't meant, as you thought, to be a shenanigan or to be punishment. I would never stop somebody from going on vacation. I know we all work hard, and I think that everybody should be able to take a vacation as long as we set it up and we don't hinder the rest of the board. So that's all I want to say. Everything else, have a happy, healthy New Year, Merry Christmas, and Happy Hanukkah.
Well, I did want to follow up. Snow Place was amazing. Must have been 10,000 plus people. Looking forward to the parade this weekend. I'm gonna have lots of candy to throw out, and then just a joyous holiday. But again, Commissioner Eisner, if you wanted to point out the budget season, then you should have brought it up because of budget season. There's also something I want to tell you. There's a very important shade meeting we haven't had yet. We need to have. Unfortunately, we can't have it for the next 3 weeks because you're going to be gone, and it's very important that you're there. And one more thing I will also mention, we as commissioners should not be wearing our city logo or official city seals to private events. After we come to our city events, we need to be taking off our shirts, our official logos, and then going to those private events, as one commissioner did this weekend. So I'm not gonna go back and forth, but you have a perfect chance to have peace. Let's have peace. So, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Kulianis.
So I want to tell Mark, congratulations on your contract and your retirement and all the baseball games you're going to be able to go to and hockey games. And I know it's too early to you know, we're going to have the cake and the watch and all that kind of stuff that goes with 45 years. But I'm looking forward to a really good year with you, and I know it's going to be your best year, and because you're going to go out with a bang. I know it. So I wanted to talk about my brother Tom. I don't know if he's up this late watching, but he hasn't been in the best of health, and I want to, you know, just he like Mayor Protas, there are people that have put in, you know, my brother was mayor 39 years ago. Prior to that, he was a commissioner, and they have given this city a lot of their time and efforts. And here at the end of his life, because, you know, he knows it and I know it, that, you know, he doesn't have a lot of time left, that he still wants to serve, comes to meetings, wants to be involved. He pulled his name from the Fire Pension Board, a very innocuous board, extremely innocuous board. But he was excited. He had gone to one of their meetings, and Scott, Chief Young, was extremely gracious to him. He was just so excited when he called me, and how nice he was treated at that board, and that you know, called him out as a former mayor and all that, and made him feel extremely good, and I will always appreciate you doing that for him. He pulled his name. There's reasons. I'm not going to get into those reasons. But, you know, I just want to tell him how much I love him and how proud I am of him and what he's done for this town. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eisner, do you really want to say something?
Not really.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
It's not worth it.
I want to say safe travels to Commissioner
Thank you.
Eisner and enjoy your time away, and that, I don't know what altitude they travel overseas, maybe 35, 40,000, but oxygen's a little lower out there, and you might feel a little better about things and stuff, so I understand.
I'll wear my compression
I know.
suits.
Thank you for your consideration. Compression suit. The only thing I wanted to mention to the commission, it was, and I mentioned it to the city manager, was that our Cops and Kids, and to Chief Young as well, our Cops and Kids project was on the funding list, you know, to be considered for funding by our legislature. And, you know, I think that, I don't know how you would want to do it, but somewhere maybe PJ or something can reach out to our state legislator and also our state senator and get an idea of who we need to talk to now to go forward. Maybe a couple of us may need to go up to Tallahassee, the city manager, maybe a couple of us to do some lobbying up there. That's what we used to do a long time ago. And Commissioner, Ms. Kardashian.
I was going to ask whether or not the city employed a permanent lobbyist or no.
Are employees permitted to go?
No, do you have a city lobbyist?
No, we don't.
Okay.
No, we've gotten calls and stuff. But
Okay.
maybe that's something you can talk to the city manager about and get some ideas. He and I were talking about that. It's a new world these days. a lot of our money's not even coming from our residents. A lot of it still comes from the residents, but the state has to give it to us. And unless we get up there and start doing our own lobbying, I guess, if you will, or have somebody up there, we're going to get beat out on. And I'm sure other cities are beginning to catch on to this process. And
do that and for the Anklo Park project.
yeah, okay. All right. So that's just the only thing I wanted to say. I think that this past week was a tremendous week in terms of everybody having a good time in town. I think we're continuing to build on what we're doing, which I'm really, really thrilled about. And I think things have gone smoothly. I think our police department, our fire department have continuing to do an outstanding job with crowd control and also everything else that you do. And they all do it with smiles too, which is really exceptionally good. And we had that award ceremony. We'll be having one every quarter. I think that worked out well for police officers to demonstrate their own achievements, personal achievements, and I think we're in a good place right now as far as the personnel in the city. We just need to kind of continue putting these policies in place and so that there's no misunderstandings and things of that nature. And quite frankly, I think that's basically what my objective is for the next year. So anyway, and I'm predicting a better year next year than we had this year. So 12:58, meeting adjourned.
Was there anything else?